Chapter 2960. Lord Tianxia, it looks like it has matured. Brother, go and pick it, King said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. He jumped into the pool and picked the divine earth fruit. Then he returned to King. King, we both found the divine earth fruit at the same time, so we each have half of it. But now, although we know the name of the divine earth fruit from the Star Sea Saint, we don't know its function and value, Jian Wushuang said with a frown. Haha, that's easy. Brother Heavenly Marquis, listen to me. Let's go back to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance first. When we get there, it will be easy to distribute, King said with a smile. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang and King returned to the 385th nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Elder Qiu, King, walked to the counter and stood in front of the thin elder in a Taoist robe. Let's hand in the mission. King took out a mission list and a mirror image token. This mirror image token was deliberately recorded by the King. During the process of completing the mission, some experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would take the corpse of the other party or prove the other party's identity so that they could kill the person themselves, but there were also some who found it troublesome. It was even easier to prove this by directly opening the mirror record and recording the whole process with the mirror image. The King recorded the process with the mirror token. The elder took the mirror token and skimmed through it. The next moment, he looked at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. That's right. Elder Qiu nodded at Jian Wushuang and took out an interspatial ring. This is your mission reward. You can distribute it yourselves. After taking it, King left the counter. King, if you and I carry out missions together in the future, it's better not to record it with the mirror token. Jian Wushuang touched his nose and said, he did not want too many people to know his strength. Haha, I understand. King immediately nodded. Didn't you say that you know how to distribute the divine earth fruit when you arrived at the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's nest? Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. Don't worry, come with me. King smiled mysteriously and then led Jian Wushuang to a corner of the nest. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you just joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and became an ordinary member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance not long ago. I'm afraid you don't know your rights as an ordinary member, right? King said as they walked. No, I don't, Jian Wushuang answered. Let me tell you, the members of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance have their own rights, whether they are ordinary members, Earth-level members, Heaven-level members, or even Emperor-level members. There are two kinds of rights. The first is the level of missions that can be accepted. King explained. For example, ordinary members can only accept ordinary missions, but they are not qualified to accept higher-level Earth-level missions. On the contrary, Earth-level members can not only accept Earth-level missions, but also accept ordinary missions. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He knew this. And the second authority is the Treasure Pavilion, King said. Treasure Pavilion? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. There is a Treasure Pavilion in the Heaven-Cleaving Union, and it is very unique. All members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can enter the Treasure Pavilion. However, the treasures in the Treasure Pavilion are divided into different levels. Ordinary members can only exchange for treasures with the authority of ordinary members. As for higher-level treasures, no matter how much you pay, you can't get them, King said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, The Treasure Pavilion! We're here. King stopped. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but he looked around blankly. He had come to a vast pavilion, but the key point was that it was a vast open space with no material objects around it. Was this the Treasure Pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Brother Heavenly Marquis, look. King pointed forward. Jian Wushuang immediately followed King's direction and was stunned. In the void in front of him, some faint golden light began to condense. A moment later, It condensed into a golden light shadow. This golden light shadow was the size of a normal human, but its exact appearance could not be seen. Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. I am the treasure spirit of the Treasure Pavilion. You can call me Lord Tianshou, the golden light shadow said in a normal human voice. Treasure spirit? Jian Wushuang frowned. Brother, you should be familiar with the treasure spirit. However, this Lord Tianshou in front of us is extraordinary, Xuedong said softly. How is he extraordinary? Jian Wushuang asked. It's simple. I've heard that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance only has one treasure pavilion and one weapon spirit in the divine beginning world, Xuedong said in a deep voice. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance only had one treasure pavilion and one weapon spirit? Could it be that they were seeing the only weapon spirit? How could this be possible? The treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can't be in our current territory, Jian Wushuang said directly. Of course not. Xuedong smiled. Let me tell you this. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, indeed, only has one treasure pavilion and one weapon spirit. However, this weapon spirit can have tens of thousands of clones and can be found in countless secret caves of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the divine beginning world. As long as it's in one of the secret caves of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, we members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can have a face-to-face conversation with it. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. An artifact spirit had tens of thousands of incarnations and could be found in all the nests in the beginning divine world. Since we can talk to the artifact spirit directly, does that mean we can talk to it directly about what we want? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Xuedong nodded. In front of Sir Tianshou, you can tell him what you want or what kind of things you want. Sir Tianshou will choose for you and show you the information of the treasures that meet your requirements and are within your jurisdiction. If you find the right one, you will pay the price. Then you can wait here. The experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will naturally send the items to you. In addition, the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can be used to exchange for treasures. Not only can you use sacred elixirs to buy some things, but you can also exchange your treasures for holy treasures. No matter what treasure it is, Lord Tianshou can immediately recognize its origin and determine its value. Chapter 2961. A huge sum of money. Take a look. With that, Xuedong walked forward. Lord Tianshou, we have obtained a treasure. We would like you to determine its value, Xuedong said. Sure. The golden light shadow nodded. Brother Heavenly Maskies, take out the divine earth fruit, Xuedong said. Jian Wushuang took out the divine earth fruit without hesitation. The golden light shadow glanced at the divine earth fruit and already had the result. The divine earth fruit is very useful for cultivators who are comprehending the earth rules, especially those below the Master of Laws. It is enough to make many immortal saints who are comprehending the laws fight for it. Even some top immortal saints would covet it. This treasure is very valuable and very rare. You can choose to keep it or exchange it for me. But if you choose to keep it, you have to pay a fee of 500,000 sacred elixirs. The golden light shadow said. Appraisal fee? 500,000 sacred elixirs? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you need to pay an appraisal fee to ask Lord Tianshou to appraise a treasure in the treasure pavilion. The higher the value of the treasure, the higher the appraisal fee. However, if you choose to exchange this treasure for Lord Tianshou will help you appraise it for free, said Xuedong. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Sir Tianshou, the divine earth fruit is of no use to us, so I'll exchange it for you directly. But how many sane elixirs can I exchange for this treasure? Xuedong asked. Sir Tianshou pondered for a moment and then said, 100 million. 100 million. Hearing this number, Jian Wushuang and Xuedong were stunned. They looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. 100 million? 100 million sacred elixirs? They had guessed that the divine earth fruit was very valuable, otherwise the Star Sea Saint would not have come to fight for it. However, they estimated that the divine earth fruit was only worth about 20 to 30 million sacred elixirs. It was already very good that it was worth more than 30 million sacred elixirs. However, it was obvious that they had underestimated the value of the divine earth fruit. This earth god kingdom was an excellent treasure used to comprehend the laws of the earth. Many true saint experts who were proficient in the laws of the earth and had great strength coveted this treasure. How could its value be ordinary? 100 million sacred pills. This is because we are only ordinary members, right? Shuedongwang said. Yes. Lord Tianxua directly nodded. According to the rules of the Treasure Pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the higher the level of the members, the more authority they have. Whether you buy it in the Treasure Pavilion, there are certain benefits. For example, if you buy the same treasure, ordinary members must pay 100% of the sacred elixirs, but Earth-level members only need to pay 90%, and Heaven-level members only need to pay 80%, and so on. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Now, he finally knew the benefits of being a high-level member. It's true that you can only get 100 million sacred elixirs if you exchange the divine earth fruit for me with your authority as an ordinary member. But if you become an earth-level member in the future and exchange the divine earth fruit for me, you can get 10 million more sacred elixirs. As for your choice, it's up to you, Lord Tianxua said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing immediately began to discuss. Xue Dongqing, what do you think? Jian Wushuang asked. You've seen the 3-star mission this time. With my strength, it will be a bit stressful to complete 3-3-star missions alone. I'm afraid it will take some time for me to successfully become an Earth-level member. But if I can get this sacred elixir, I can exchange it for a lot of good things. Then my strength will improve a lot, and the speed of completing the mission will be faster. So I hope to exchange for this divine earth fruit now. What about you? Xue Dongqing looked over. I think so too. Jian Wushuang smiled. Even if they waited until the Earth-level members went to exchange, they would only get 10 million more sacred elixirs. If they split the money, they would each get 5 million more sacred elixirs. 5 million sacred elixirs were not as important as 100 million sacred elixirs. Of course, they did not need to wait so long. Sir Tianshou, we have decided to exchange for the divine earth fruit now, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Sir Tianshou nodded slightly. With a flip of his hand, the divine earth fruit disappeared from his hand. Now you have 100 million sacred elixirs. If you divide the 100 million sacred elixirs equally, each of you will get 50 million sacred elixirs. You can choose to buy treasures from me or get ready-made sacred elixirs. Within 10 days, someone will deliver the sacred elixirs to you. Let's take a look at the treasures first, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. What a joke. The treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was the only one in the divine beginning world. How vast was the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? It was not surprising that 99% of the treasures in the divine beginning world should be available in the treasure pavilion, as long as there were some. However, one needed a certain level of authority to exchange for them. Although they were only ordinary members, there were still some extraordinary items that ordinary members could exchange for. You can tell me what kind of treasures you want. Lord Tianxia's tone was cold and emotionless. Brother Tianhou, this is your first time in the treasure pavilion. You can go first, said Xue Dongqing. Jian Wushuang did not stand on ceremony. After pondering for a moment, he said directly, Lord Tianxiu, I first need some treasures that can help me accumulate divine power. Treasures that can accumulate divine power? You mean treasures that can refine and help you reach the highest level of divine power in a short time? Sir Tianxua asked. Yes, I haven't cultivated for a long time. In the past, I relied on absorbing the pure power of the sacred elixir to increase my divine power. But now that I'm at a higher level, I need more and more divine power. Absorbing the sacred elixir alone costs a lot of sacred elixirs, and the effect is even weaker, Jian Wushuang said. You've been absorbing the sacred elixir to increase your divine power. Lord Tianshou looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Brother Heavenly Marquis. Shuedong King was also quite surprised. Why is it strange? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Of course it's strange, Shuedong King said directly. Brother Heavenly Marquis, first of all, you should know that the sacred elixir is mainly used as a currency in the beginning divine world. Secondly, it's used to absorb and refine. Even if it's really used to absorb and refine divine power into your own, the process is very complicated and long. Under normal circumstances, very few people do this. Even if they do this, many people are helpless. But you've been absorbing and refining the power of the sacred elixir to increase your divine power. This is a waste. Chapter 2962. Divine Power Fruit, a Waste. Jian Wushuang was stunned. It is indeed a waste, Lord Tianshou said. If you need to accumulate and improve your divine power, there are divine power fruits in my treasure pavilion that are specially used to improve your divine power. These divine power fruits are available at all levels and are tailored to the needs of different levels. You are only a divine master now, so ordinary divine power fruits should be enough for you. How much divine power does an ordinary divine power fruit contain? Jian Wushuang asked. One is worth 100,000 sacred elixirs, and it's even purer. As for the price, I can exchange 10,000 sacred elixirs for an ordinary divine power fruit, Lord Tianshou said. One is worth 100,000 sacred elixirs, and the price is only 10,000 sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He finally understood that Lord Tianshou and Shuedong King would say that he had wasted it. It was more than a waste, it was a waste of a treasure. Damn, I've absorbed so many sane elixirs. If I exchange them all for divine power fruits, Jian Wushuang looked strange. But then he said seriously, Lord Tianshou, an ordinary divine power fruit is worth 100,000 saint elixirs. What about a higher level one? A higher level one has an earth-level divine power fruit. It's more than enough for an ordinary false saint or a weaker true saint. As for its effect, one is worth about 3 million sacred elixirs. It's worth 100,000 sacred elixirs, Sir Tianshou said. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled, but he was pleasantly surprised. He was surprised that he had been too wasteful. He was happy with the effect of the earth-level divine power fruit. One fruit was equivalent to absorbing 3 million sacred elixirs. How much divine power was that? I'm not too far away from the peak of the great divine master. According to what I thought before, I should be able to break through after absorbing at most 20 million sacred elixirs. But now this divine power fruit, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a strange light. He immediately said, Lord Tianshou, give me 20 earth-grade divine power fruits first. 20. Sir, Tianshou raised his eyebrows. Shuedong King looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and said, Brother Heavenly Marquis, 1 earth-grade divine power fruit is equivalent to absorbing 3 million sacred elixirs. 20 is the divine power of 60 million sacred elixirs. Why do you need so many? I have my uses. Jian Wushuang did not explain much. Earth-grade divine power fruit, 100,000 sacred elixirs per fruit. 20 would be 2 million sacred elixirs. You still have 48 million sacred elixirs left, Lord Tianshou said. Lord Tianshou, I need a special sword formation. I don't know if you have it, Jian Wushuang said. Sword formation? What sword formation? Lord Tianshou looked over. The reincarnation sword formation was created by an expert named Sword Master Tongxin. Sword Master Tongxin was almost invincible among the immortal saints when he was alive. He created a total of 12 reincarnation sword formations. Jian Wushuang explained the information of the reincarnation sword formation in detail. The samsara sword formation had been of great help to him since he got it. He had comprehended the space-time and reincarnation rules at the same time. In terms of the space-time rules, the swordsmanship he created was focused on space-time. In terms of the reincarnation rules, he relied on the samsara sword formation to perfectly displaying his comprehension of the reincarnation rules. However, he had only obtained the first 4 layers of the samsara sword formation. He could now use the 4th layer of the ice and snow world, and he could also use its strongest power. At this time, of course, he was eager to get more powerful sword formations. Wait a moment. Lord Tianshou immediately began to investigate. There was nothing he could do. There were too many treasures in the treasure pavilion. Take the samsara sword formation, for example. There were hundreds of sword formations in the treasure pavilion that were also named after samsara. Even if Lord Tianshou was the treasure spirit of the treasure pavilion, he had to check carefully. A moment later, he looked at Jian Wushuang again. I found it. The reincarnation sword formation you asked for does exist in the treasure pavilion, and it has a complete 12 sword formations. Among the 12 sword formations, the first 4 require the permission of an ordinary member, but the middle 4 require the permission of an earth-level member. As for the strongest sword formation, the last 4 require the permission of a heaven-level member. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He already had the first 4 levels of the 12 samsara sword formations, so he naturally needed the middle 4 levels. However, he did not expect the middle 4 levels to have such high authority. They needed the earth level, and the last 4 levels needed the authority of a heaven-level member. However, Jian Wushuang thought about it carefully and could understand. Sword Master Tongxin was, after all, an almost invincible immortal saint. His strength was extremely terrifying, and the samsara sword formation he created was the basis of his fame. It was extremely powerful, which could be seen from the first 4 levels alone. It was normal for such a powerful sword formation to have a higher exchange authority. Lord Tianshou, how many sacred elixirs do you need to exchange for the middle 4 levels of the samsara sword formation? Jian Wushuang asked. 15 million. Lord Tianshou said. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. 1,500 sacred elixirs were not too expensive to exchange for the middle 4 levels of the samsara sword formation. Since I can't exchange for the medium 4 sword formation now, forget it. Anyway, with my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to become an earth-level member. I can keep these sacred lands for now. When I become an earth-level member in the future, I can exchange for them. Jian Wushuang smiled. However, although I can't exchange for the sword formation, I can exchange for the magic weapons that drive the sword formation. Previously, Jian Wushuang had used 18 Netherblood Divine swords to drive the sword formation. Each of the 18 Netherblood Divine swords was a top-tier heavenly treasure, and their power was extraordinary. However, as Jian Wushuang's strength continued to increase, it was difficult for him to satisfy his needs with just the top-tier heavenly treasures. The most important thing was that he had received a huge sum of 50 million sacred elixirs in one go, which made him very confident. In order to increase the power of the reincarnation sword formation, he really wanted to exchange the 18 Netherblood Divine swords again. Sir, Tianshou, I need a set of standard divine weapons of the holy treasure level, all of which are divine swords. The size should be based on the Netherblood divine sword in my hand. It would be even better if I have a divine weapon of the holy treasure level. Jian Wushuang took out Netherblood divine sword. I don't have a divine weapon of the holy treasure level in my treasure pavilion, but I can find a replacement for it. As for the price, it's 200,000 for an ordinary 3rd-grade divine weapon. 600,000 for an advanced third-grade divine weapon, and 1,500,000 for a superior third-grade divine weapon. You can choose one yourself, Sir Tianqiu said. Of course. Jian Wushuang would prefer a superior third-grade standard magic weapon of 5 million. However, he needed a total of 18 such standard magic weapons. If he had 5 million each, it would add up to 27 million sacred elixirs. Chapter 2963. Supreme Divine Master. Expensive, too expensive. Jian Wushuang secretly praised. However, he also knew that a standard magic weapon of the third-grade superior holy treasure level would be much more powerful than an ordinary standard magic weapon of the third-grade holy treasure level. The divine earth fruit has given me 50 million sacred elixirs at one go. In addition to the reward I got from completing the 3-star mission with the Shui Dong King and the reward I got after killing the 3 Saint Shadows, I have a lot of sacred elixirs. Even if I have to leave 15 million sacred elixirs for the middle 4 forms of the reincarnation sword formation, I still have a lot left. If you want to buy the best. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at the golden light figure in front of him. Sir, Tianqiu, I've decided to buy a standard magic weapon of the third-grade superior holy treasure level with 1,500,000 sacred elixirs each. I want 18 of them. 18 of them means 27 million sacred elixirs. In addition to the 2 million you used to buy the divine power fruit, you still have 21 million sacred elixirs, Sir Tianqiu said. I also need some treasures that are useful for comprehending the rules of space-time and reincarnation, which can help me to comprehend them, Jian Wushuang said. He already had 3 heaven-sealing maps, which had been very helpful to him in comprehending the rules. However, the heaven-sealing maps only allowed him to use the profound mysteries of heaven and earth to deduce and comprehend faster. However, there were some special treasures in heaven and earth that consumed energy, which was very helpful in comprehending the rules. The divine earth fruit, for example, belonged to such a treasure, but it was obviously of a higher level. Lord Tianqiu quickly organized an inventory and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang carefully browsed through it and selected a few treasures. In this way, he spent another 4 million sacred elixirs, leaving only 17 million sacred elixirs. He planned to keep the 17 million sacred elixirs until he became an Earth-level member. You can wait in this nest for a while. The things you want and the remaining sacred elixirs will be delivered to you in 10 days, Lord Tianqiu said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded, slightly, looking forward to it. Next, it was time for Shui Dong King to choose the treasures. Shui Dong King could also get 50 million sacred elixirs, so he had to make full use of them. In the end, he also chose several treasures and used 2 secret skills, spending nearly 40 million sacred elixirs. It could be said that they had squandered a lot of their sacred elixirs. After selecting the sacred elixirs, they waited quietly in the nest. Sure enough, on the 5th day, someone delivered the things they had bought to them. Then they went to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang sat quietly with his legs crossed. In front of him were purple fruits that emitted a delicate fragrance. The fruit was not big, only the size of an infant's fist. However, it contained a lot of pure divine power. Is this the divine power fruit? Looking at the purple fruits in front of him, Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with a strange light. After hesitating for a long time, he finally reached out his hand, grabbed one of the divine power fruits, and swallowed it. The divine power fruit melted as soon as it entered Jian Wushuang's stomach and turned into a vast amount of pure divine power that flowed in his body. There was too much divine power, and it was too vast. Indeed, just as Lord Tianqiu said, an earth-level divine power fruit has a vast amount of pure divine power. Consuming 1 fruit is equivalent to absorbing 3 million sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with surprise. He immediately began to refine the divine power fruit. In less than an hour, the pure power contained in the divine power fruit had been completely absorbed by him. He could clearly sense that the divine power in his body had increased by a level compared to before. At this speed, I'm afraid that I won't need more than a few divine power fruits before the accumulation of divine power in my body reaches its peak. Jian Wushuang was a little excited and immediately began to consume the remaining divine power fruits. 125. Jian Wushuang had spent 2 million sacred elixirs to exchange for 20 divine power fruits from Lord Tianshou. However, in reality, he did not need 20 divine power fruits at all. Just by consuming the 7th divine power fruit, Jian Wushuang's divine power had exceeded his limit and he had broken through the bottleneck. Yes, Jian Wushuang had broken through. He had broken through from an advanced divine master to a peak divine master. This step was only a small realm, but it still greatly improved Jian Wushuang's strength. Jian Wushuang stood proudly on a vast sea, and in front of him was a small island that was only a few hundred miles in size. Looking at the island, Jian Wushuang's body began to surge with divine power. He did not use any swordsmanship or any techniques. He just formed a palm with one hand and clapped it forward. The palm contained divine power that had reached the level of a peak great divine master. Boom! The sky and earth changed color. The palm was infinitely enlarged and covered the entire island. As the palm descended, the small island in the middle of the sea, which was only a few hundred miles wide, was crushed. The earth trembled and countless waves were swept up crazily. In the blink of an eye, the island had disappeared. Such power! Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. He did not use any means at all. He just relied on divine power to easily crush the island in front of him. This was impossible before he made the breakthrough. In terms of the strength of my divine power, I am now 6 or 7 times stronger than an advanced great divine master. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Although the increase of 6 or 7 times might not necessarily mean that Jian Wushuang's overall strength had also increased by 6 or 7 times. His battle strength had greatly increased. At this moment, Jian Wushuang moved his mind. Swish, 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 swish. Streaks of gray streamers rushed out. These gray streamers shuttled rapidly in the void. It was impossible to see the specific trajectory of their convergence with the naked eye. However, under Jian Wushuang's control, in just a moment, the streaks of gray streamers floated in front of him and stopped. These streams of gray light were actually gray magic swords. Each of these gray magic swords was only about 2 feet long. The edges of the swords were very thin, but they contained the power of reincarnation and the aura of a treasure. They were extremely powerful. There was a faint gray airflow around the swords. It felt like a gray fog. Chapter 2964. Strength skyrocketed. This gray magic sword was called the Star Luo sword. It was a 3rd grade superior, holy, treasure grade magic weapon that Jian Wushuang had exchanged for 5 million sacred elixirs from Lord Tianshou. A total of 18 Star Luo swords floated in front of Jian Wushuang. In order to control 18 superior holy treasures at the same time, one had to have a very strong soul. Secondly, controlling 18 3rd-grade superior holy treasures and controlling 18 superior holy treasures were 2 completely different things in terms of strength consumption. Even if an ordinary immortal saint wanted to control 18 superior 3rd-grade holy treasures at the same time, his divine power would be exhausted in 2 or 3 moves. Although Jian Wushuang was only a divine master, his divine power was too vast. It was far beyond what the immortal saint could compare with. Controlling 18 superior 3rd-grade holy treasures at the same time did not pose too much pressure to him. It's also the 4th sword formation of the Samsara sword formation. I'd like to see the difference between using 18 3rd-grade superior holy treasures and 18 superior heavenly treasures. With a hint of curiosity, Jian Wushuang immediately controlled the 18-star Luo swords in front of him and combined them at the fastest speed. The 18-star Luo swords combined to form a Cyan Divine sword that was less than 2 meters long. The Cyan Divine sword was filled with the power of the law of reincarnation. Even before it flew out, its terrifying aura alone was enough to make an ordinary immortal saint despair. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed at it from afar. The Cyan Divine sword turned into a cyan arc light and instantly rushed out. Whoosh! The arc light traveled over 10,000 meters and mercilessly lifted up 2 huge waves wherever it passed. However, the cyan arc light was unstoppable and destroyed everything in front of it. The ear-piercing sound of the void-piercing explosion was even louder. In the end, the green arc light did not directly hit the material body. It only penetrated the void. The specific power had not been fully displayed, but Jian Wushuang already had a vague idea of what it was. If my senses are correct, using 18 superior third-grade holy treasures to perform a move of the Samsara sword formation, Ice and Snow World, is about 10 times more powerful than using superior heavenly treasures previously. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a strange luster. More than 10 times. Just because he changed his magic weapon. The power is too strong. Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. When I fought with the Star Sea Saint, I used all my trump cards and fully performed the Samsara sword formation. However, the Samsara sword formation must be a sword formation, and it must be performed by my own standard magic weapon. I guided the supreme sword essence of the Blood Mountain sword, but I couldn't increase the power of the Samsara sword formation, so the power of the Samsara sword formation couldn't threaten the Star Sea Saint. But it's different now. With these 18-star Luo swords, the power of the 4th level of the reincarnation sword formation will increase by more than 10 times. It won't be weaker than the strongest swordsmanship I use when I fully guide the sword essence. In other words, I should be able to fight Star Sea Saint head-on with this reincarnation sword formation alone. Once I guide the sword essence to fight Star Sea Saint head-on, Star Sea Saint will definitely be no match for me. And this is before my breakthrough. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. Before his breakthrough, he was confident that he could defeat the Star Sea Saint with the help of the sword formation formed by the 18-star Luo swords combined with his swordsmanship. However, now that he had reached the peak Great Divine Master level and his overall strength had improved a lot, his battle strength should have far surpassed the Star Sea Saint. I've made a breakthrough in my realm and tested the power of the Star Luo sword. My next target is the 5th sword formation of the Samsara sword formation. To get this heavy sword formation, I must first become an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang muttered. The authority of an Earth-level member was much higher than that of an ordinary member. But to become an Earth-level member, one must first have a certain level of strength. Secondly, one must complete 3 ordinary-level, 3-star missions alone. Jian Wushuang knew this, so he immediately went to the secret nest number 385. The secret nest was still quite deserted, and few people came here on weekdays. As for Xue Dongqing, who had been staying with Jian Wushuang all this time, after he exchanged the sacred elixir for treasures from Lord Tianshou, he went into seclusion and never came out, so Jian Wushuang naturally would not disturb him. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was doing a promotion mission, which required him to complete alone. It was useless even with Xue Dongqing. Jian Wushuang went directly to the counter. Elder Qiu, give me a list of tasks, Jian Wushuang said. Elder Qiu raised his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang, then threw him a token. After taking the token, Jian Wushuang glanced at it briefly, then slowly shook his head. There were not many missions recorded in the token. There were only 2 3-star missions. Although they were 3-star missions, they did not put any pressure on Jian Wushuang at the moment. Moreover, the rewards for these 2 missions were average. It did not interest Jian Wushuang at all. Elder Chiu, can you give me a more detailed list of missions? Preferably 3-star missions or above. It doesn't matter if they are not from this territory, Jian Wushuang said. There are indeed only 2 3-star missions around this nest. However, there are many 3-star missions outside this territory. You can see for yourself. Elder Chiu took out a brand new token and handed it to Jian Wushuang. There were many missions recorded on this token. There were more than 200 ordinary 3-star missions. There were enough missions for Jian Wushuang to select. The only regret was that these 3-star missions were far away from the nest. Jian Wushuang had to go through the wormhole inside the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to get there. Moreover, the wormhole was not open for free. He had to pay a big price for it. These missions, Jian Wushuang carefully browsed through the missions in the token and soon locked onto 3 of them. Just these 3 missions, Jian Wushuang said, and returned the token to Elder Chiu. At the same time, he explained the 3 3-star missions he had taken. One person taking 3 missions at the same time, and they are all 3-star missions? Marquis Jian, what do you want to do? Elder Chiu asked in a deep voice. Nothing. I just think it's troublesome, so I want to complete all 3 promotion missions at the same time. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Promotion mission? You mean you want to complete all 3 missions alone? Elder Chiu immediately looked over. Chapter 2965. Promotion mission, yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. After hearing Jian Wushuang's answer, Elder Chiu's expression became strange. Elder Chiu was an immortal saint himself. He could tell at a glance that Jian Wushuang was only a divine master. As for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, even if it was an ordinary 3-star mission, it had to be at least a top-notch false saint. Could it be that this divine master had the battle strength of a first-rate false saint? Of course. Elder Chiu had some doubts in his heart. But what he did not know was that Jian Wushuang's battle strength was far more than that of a false saint. Although he was puzzled, Elder Chiu would not ask too much. He just followed the normal procedure and said, Heavenly Sword Marquis, there's something you have to remember. It's one thing to complete the promotion mission alone on the way. But in the process of the mission, you need to use the mirror token to record the whole process. Use the mirror token to record the whole process? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes, only in this way can the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance determine whether you really completed the promotion mission alone. For example, if your mission is to kill an expert, you don't have to record anything else. But you have to use the mirror token to record the whole process of the battle between you and the expert, said Elder Chiu. Of course, you don't have to worry about it. The images recorded by the mirror spiritual talisman are top secret. No matter what you did or how you did it, no one will know about it. The only thing we need to know is whether you completed the task alone. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He could barely accept the fact that it was just a chance of a fierce battle. After all, it was just an ordinary 3-star mission, so it should not pose much of a threat to him now. He did not need to use all his strength to expose his many trump cards. Go. Elder Chiu waved his hand. Jian Wushuang immediately set off. The Green River Realm was an area far away from the number 385 nest in the Endless Territory. Jian Wushuang had paid a price to come here through the wormhole of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In an ancient sect, whoosh, a majestic sword light mercilessly slashed down. The sect-protecting formation that had protected the sect for a long time was split in half by the sword light, and the power of the divine power spread wildly. After that, a human figure charged into this sect-like lightning. Who is it that can break into my Green River Palace? You're courting death. Kill him. The entire Green River Palace instantly stirred up, and a large number of Green River Palace experts rushed out, including the 5 immortal saints within the Green River Palace. Amongst these 5 immortal saints, one was a peak false saint. The 5 of them joined hands and blocked in front of that human figure. But in the end, that human figure only slashed out with a tyrannical sword. That sword easily crushed the void, crushing everything. It also crushed the combined attack of the 5 immortal saints from the Green River Palace. The 5 immortal saints from the Green River Palace were sent flying on the spot. 2 of them even spat out fresh blood. The figure did not have any obstacles. He broke into the inner part of Green River Palace and into the many cultivators under the command of Green River Palace. Finally, he found a brown-haired demonic youth in the crowd. This brown-haired demonic youth was Jian Wushuang's target. "It's you!" Killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He swung his blood mountain sword like an electric arc and chopped off the head of the demonic youth. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang soared into the sky and left. No one from the Green River Palace dared to stop him. Among the 3 3-star missions that Jian Wushuang had received, the first mission was to kill a great divine master under the protection of the Green River Palace. Mission completed. In the dark and cold void. Phew, a sorry figure, with his life the fastest speed in that crazy escape. This figure was a young man with fair skin and a thin and weak figure. The aura that this young man exuded was quite tyrannical. He was a peak false saint, and his combat strength was not ordinary. However, at this moment he was being hunted like a stray dog. It was Jian Wushuang who was chasing him. "How can I be found when I have hidden in this place?" And the person who found me, obviously just a deity, but combat strength, how can be so strong? The young man's face was aghast, and his heart was full of shock. He has been hiding here for a long time, and no one has found him for so many years. But today, not only has someone found him, but the god who found him, it was terrible. It was indeed terrifying. He was clearly only at the deity realm, but the moment he attacked, he brought along endless sword intent and unleashed a shocking sword attack that crushed the young man. The second sword attack had severely injured the young man. If it were not for the fact that his life-saving methods were not bad, he would have died under the second sword attack. But now, although he was still alive, he was being pursued by that divine master. "He's faster than me." No. The young man was completely terrified. As Jian Wushuang closed the distance between them, his fear gradually turned into despair. In the end, Jian Wushuang caught up with him and attacked again. This time, Jian Wushuang used the Samsara sword formation. The terrifying Samsara sword formation shattered the young man's divine body with just one attack. The second task was completed. It was a vast and boundless arena. This arena was more than enough for 2 powerful, true saints to fight on. There were countless spectators around the arena. On the arena, Jian Wushuang, who was wearing a gray robe and a gray mask, pointed his long sword and easily defeated a peak divine master in front of him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the 88th victory. As the host announced the result, the spectators around the ring burst into cheers. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Countless people were calling his name. However, Jian Wushuang's expression was extremely cold. Soon, he saw his 89th opponent enter the ring. This opponent was also a divine master, but he was a rare, invincible divine master. However, in the end, the invincible divine master still lost to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang easily won 89 battles, followed by the 90th and 100th battles. In less than 3 days, Jian Wushuang had won 100 battles. The third mission, to win 100 battles in the star battlefield, was also successfully completed. This mission was the easiest among the 3 3-star missions that Jian Wushuang had received, but the reward was not low. Chapter 2966. Earth-level members Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, nest number 385. Wearing a mysterious gray mask, Jian Wushuang came to the old man again. Hand in the task. Jian Wushuang took out his identity token and the mirror token that had recorded 3 tasks. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you've completed all 3 tasks? And all of them alone? Elder Chiu looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. The process of the task is in the mirror token. Jian Wushuang said calmly, I'm not qualified to look at the mirror token. How about this? You wait here for a while. I'll pass the mirror token to the high-level experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to make a judgment, Elder Chiu said. How long will it take? Jian Wushuang asked. Not long, 3 days at most, Elder Chiu said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He was not in a hurry for 3 days. Jian Wushuang immediately waited in the nest. 3 days passed quickly, and the results came out. Heavenly Sword Marquis, this is your new identity token. From today on, you are an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and you have the authority of an Earth-level member. Elder Chiu handed an identity token to Jian Wushuang. His expression was somewhat humble. What a joke! A divine master could become an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Even a fool would know how great this divine master was. How could a mere person in charge of a secret lair compare to such a task? After receiving the identity token, Jian Wushuang was quite delighted. He immediately headed straight for the treasure pavilion. Watching Jian Wushuang leave, Elder Chiu could not help but sigh. A divine master can complete 3 ordinary 3-star missions alone and become an Earth-level member. Heavenly Sword Marquis is definitely one of the top super geniuses in the divine beginning world. He is definitely qualified to enter the 3 palaces and become the core genius disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. But the strange thing is, even though he is so talented, why is there no instruction from above? Elder Chiu thought it was a little strange. The mirror token that Jian Wushuang used to complete the mission was judged by the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. If Jian Wushuang could complete 3 3-star missions alone, even the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would be eager to recruit such a super genius. However, the result he got was only that Jian Wushuang could become an Earth-level member without any instructions. It was as if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance did not care about such a super genius at all. Maybe there are other factors. Elder Chiu sighed and did not think much about it. The golden light figure in Treasure Pavilion, which was Lord Tianxue, gathered in front of Jian Wushuang. Lord Tianxue. Jian Wushuang bowed respectfully. Heavenly Sword Marquis, congratulations on becoming an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You can also enjoy the authority of an Earth-level member here, Lord Tianxue said. Lord Tianxue, I want the 4 forms of the Samsara sword formation that I mentioned to you before, Jian Wushuang said directly. Yes, the 4 forms of the sword formation require 15 million saint pills with the privilege of being an Earth-level member, Lord Tianxue said. Jian Wushuang was prepared and immediately took out an interspatial ring. Lord Tianxue took the interspatial ring, scanned it with his consciousness, and nodded slightly. Wait here. Someone will deliver the 4 forms of the sword formation to you in 10 days. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him, but his expression suddenly changed. He remembered the origin of Lord Tianxue. Lord Tianxue was the only weapon spirit in the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. He was knowledgeable and could identify any treasure as quickly as possible. He had obtained a special treasure a long time ago, but he had never appraised it. Sir, Tianxue, I have a treasure here. I hope you can appraise it, Jian Wushuang said. Take it out. Sir Tianxue appeared very calm. Jian Wushuang flipped his palm, and a baby-sized black exotic beast statue covered in the power of destruction rules appeared in his hand. Jian Wushuang had obtained this black exotic beast statue in the secret realm of the Pill Sun Sacred World. He had obtained 3 precious treasures, including the cloud pattern armor. He had used the token that contained teleportation to save his life in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Only the black beast statue remained. Jian Wushuang had always thought that the black beast statue was extraordinary, but he did not know what it was. Now, Jian Wushuang, brought the black beast statue to Lord Tianshou. Lord Tianshou glanced at the black beast statue with a strange look in his eyes. "You can get such a treasure?" Lord Tianshou's voice was obviously a little surprised. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang understood that this treasure was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, Lord Tianshou would not have said so. "Lord Tianshou, this treasure—" Jian Wushuang had just opened his mouth. "This treasure has some history. Under normal circumstances, a little guy like you would not have had the chance to come into contact with such a treasure. It's also a fortuitous opportunity for you to get it." Lord Tianshou praised. "I can help you appraise this statue, but the cost of appraising it is relatively high." "How much?" Jian Wushuang asked. 5 million sacred elixirs." Lord Tianshou stretched out 5 fingers. Jian Wushuang was shocked. 5 million sacred elixirs, just to appraise this treasure? When appraising the earth divine fruit, Lord Tianshou only said that he would take 500,000 sacred elixirs. The difference between 500,000 and 5 million was 10 times. Could it be that the real value of the statue was 10 times higher than that of the earth divine fruit? How about it? Do you want me to appraise it for you? Lord Tianshou looked at him. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. 5 million sacred elixirs was not a big number for him. He wanted to know what the black beast statue was. "Sir Tianshua, this is 5 million sacred elixirs." Jian Wushuang took out an interspatial ring again. This time he completed 3 3-star missions in one go and received a lot of rewards. In addition to the remaining sacred elixirs, he still had a lot of them, so he could easily take out 5 million sacred elixirs. After taking the interspatial ring, Sir Tianshua said directly, "This black beast statue originated from a top special life form in the beginning divine world, the Destruction Beast God." Destruction Beast God. Jian Wushuang was surprised. It has been many years since the divine beginning world was born. During this long time, countless creatures have been born. Chapter 2967. Destruction Beast God Statue. Among the endless creatures, there are all kinds of bloodlines and races. In the absolute beginning divine realm, the 4 divine races are the most famous. They can be called the 4 most powerful races with very strong bloodlines. However, although the bloodlines of the 4 divine races are strong, they are still made up of a great race. In the absolute beginning divine realm, the special life forms have the highest bloodlines or life levels, Lord Tianshua said. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard of a special life form. What is special about a special life form? It is unique between heaven and earth. Their innate talent cannot be matched by ordinary bloodlines. Even the most ordinary special life form can be dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than human cultivators if they are in the same realm as humans. And among these unique creatures, there are some famous ones. Among them is the Destruction Beast God. This Destruction Beast God was born very early in the absolute beginning divine realm. It has already fallen. Although it has fallen, no one dares to forget how terrifying it is. The Destruction Beast God was born for destruction. It is a favored child of the law of destruction. Since it was born, it had an extremely high level of understanding of the law of destruction. Moreover, this kind of understanding makes it so that it doesn't need to cultivate. As it grows, it will naturally improve. The Destruction Beast God can completely comprehend the destruction rules as soon as it reaches adulthood and become the master of the destruction rules, Sir Tianshua said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He could completely comprehend a complete destruction rule as soon as he reached adulthood and become the master of the destruction rules? This talent, no wonder it can be called the master of the destruction rules, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. After all, he was a perfect chaotic creature, and his life level was far above that of many special creatures. However, even he did not have the ability to become a rule master when he reached adulthood. He also needed to cultivate and improve himself slowly. The natural talent of the destruction beast god was simply terrifying. Many years ago, the destruction beast god roamed the divine beginning world with astonishing combat strength and left a great reputation. However, because it was too talented in the destruction rules, some experts refined treasures based on its divine body and even left behind its corpse, scales, and bones. These treasures all contain the destruction rules. At the same time, there are people who refine special treasures to comprehend the destruction rules, such as stone tablets and statues, which are imitated from the divine body of the destruction beast god. However, they can only imitate its actions, but not its god. The statue you are taking out is imitated by the destruction beast god. The charm contained in it is probably less than 1,000th of that of the destruction beast god at its peak, Sir Tianxua said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood and frowned. It's only 1,000th of its charm, but it still contains such a strong power of destruction rules. Of course it's strong. Lord Tianxua smiled faintly. The destruction beast god at its peak is on par with the top super-existences in the divine beginning world. It can be said to be one of the strongest people in the divine beginning world. Even if it's only 1,000th of its charm, it's enough for many powerful immortal saints to study it for a long time. The statue in your hand is definitely a once-in-lifetime treasure for cultivators who have comprehended the destruction rules. The earth divine fruit is much more useful for cultivators who have comprehended the earth rules, so its value is naturally more shocking. Jian Wushuang was delighted. He knew that the black beast statue was extraordinary. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. I didn't expect that the black beast statue would be the most precious of the 3 special treasures from the secret realm, Jian Wushuang murmured. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the destruction beast god statue should be of little use to you. You can choose to sell it to me. As for its value, I can give you 500 million sacred elixirs with your authority as an Earth-level member. How about that? Lord Tianxua looked over. 500 million. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. The divine earth fruit had only sold for 100 million sacred elixirs, and in the end it was split equally between him and Shuedong King. However, the destruction beast god statue could sell for 500 million sacred elixirs. He owned 500 million sacred elixirs alone. There's no rush for this statue. Jian Wushuang shook his head. I'm still weak, and I've already obtained most of the resources I need. I want exchange for this statue for the time being. When I need to exchange for sacred elixirs, it's not too late for me to do so. In that case, I won't force you. Go. Lord Tianxua waved his hand. Jian Wushuang bowed respectfully to Lord Tianxua, then turned and left. After coming out of the secret nest, Jian Wushuang was still quite excited. With the destruction beast god statue worth 500 million sacred elixirs, I have a huge amount of money in my hands. I must use this money in the most reasonable way to maximize its value. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. There's no rush. I just reached the realm of peak great divine master not long ago, and now I have the 4-layered sword formation of the Samsara sword formation. Let's see the power of the 4-layered sword formation first. Jian Wushuang immediately found a hidden void. Jian Wushuang temporarily opened a cave mansion in the void, and then he began to comprehend the 5th-layered Samsara sword formation. The first level of the Samsara sword formation was called the Horn of Heaven, the 2nd level of World Sink, the 3rd level of Samsara Drunk, and the 4th level of Ice and Snow World. The 5th level of the sword formation was called Saint Slaying. Jian Wushuang did not know why Sword Master Tongxin named the 5th level of the sword formation. However, one thing was that the power of the 5th level of the sword formation was much stronger than the 4th level of the sword formation. It was a completely different concept, the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, the power of the 5th sword formation was so strong that it was naturally more complicated and difficult to comprehend. Most importantly, it had a higher requirement for the comprehension of the samsara rule. After Jian Wushuang comprehended it, he soon learned that if he wanted to truly use the fifth sword formation, his comprehension of the samsara rule had to be at least at the true saint level. A true saint was not an ordinary false saint. Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time rule and the reincarnation rule was only at the false saint level. He had just reached the true saint level, but there was still a big gap between him and a true saint. Chapter 2968. 80 years. I didn't expect the fifth sword formation to have such a high requirement for the reincarnation rule. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. His control of the fourth level of the reincarnation sword formation, the world of ice and snow, had long been perfect, so he thought he should be able to control the fifth sword formation. But in the end, he was still far from comprehending the samsara rules. Even though he had already obtained the fourth level of the sword formation, his comprehension of the samsara rules did not meet the requirements, and he could not use it. There's no rush. I have nothing to do now anyway. At most, I'll go into seclusion for a period of time. When my comprehension of the samsara rules reaches the true saint level and meets the requirements, it won't be too late for me to come out of seclusion. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a light, but he had already made up his mind. On the same day, he immediately went to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to meet Sir Tianxia. He spent a lot of sacred elixirs and exchanged for a lot of treasures from the treasure pavilion that were of great help in comprehending the samsara rules. After that, he began his seclusion. This time, he was obviously not going to stop until he displayed the fifth level of the samsara sword formation. His comprehension ability was extremely high, and he had a total of 3 heaven-sealing diagrams in his hands. As long as he calmed his heart to comprehend, his comprehension of the laws would increase tremendously. Now that he had exchanged for a lot of consumable treasures from the treasure pavilion to improve his comprehension of the samsara laws, his improvement speed was naturally faster and more frightening. The further he went in comprehending the rules, the more difficult it became. Especially after reaching the level of the Immortal Saint, it was extremely difficult to make even a small amount of progress, let alone a big improvement. For ordinary cultivators, even some genius experts, it would definitely take a long time to raise the comprehension of a rule from the ordinary false saint level to the true saint level. It would take at least thousands of years, at most tens of thousands of years. However, Jian Wushuang, it did not take that long. In just 80 years, Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the reincarnation rule had reached the true saint level as he wished. This was because during these 80 years, he had spent a lot of energy to improve his divine power and his comprehension of the space-time rule and sword principle. Otherwise, it would not have taken him 80 years. Jian Wushuang stood calmly in the void. In front of him was a vast mountain range. With a slight wave of his hand, streams of cyan light immediately rose up. These cyan lights were stargaze swords, which had reached the level of a top-grade, third-grade, holy treasure. A total of 18 stargaze swords were lined up side by side. Condense. As Jian Wushuang uttered the word, the 18 stargaze swords immediately condensed together at the fastest speed. In an instant, an earth-shaking rumble sounded, and a huge spiral tunnel that emitted the power of endless reincarnation rules appeared between heaven and earth. This spiral tunnel was like the reincarnation tunnel that led to reincarnation. It was mysterious, vast, and unfathomable. However, right at this reincarnation tunnel, a dazzling green light suddenly shot out. This green light was extremely long, and it brought along a gigantic green tail. It was at least tens of meters long, but its volume was not big. The green light was extremely fast, so fast that it was inconceivable. In the blink of an eye, it had penetrated through the void in front of it, and finally, it struck a towering mountain in the distance. Bang! A hole was immediately pierced through the middle of the mountain. But the cyan lights came out from the other end of the mountain and continued to hit the next mountain. Bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded. The bright cyan light pierced through a total of 8 giant mountains in an instant, and its power slowly dissipated. Jian Wushuang, who had seen all of this, had an unprecedented glint in his eyes. As expected, the 5th level of the sword formation is much stronger than the 4th level. It's worth the 80 years of hard work I put in to improve the reincarnation roll. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, feeling extremely excited. The power of the 4th level of the reincarnation sword formation, the world of ice and snow, was already extraordinary. It was comparable to the most powerful absolute arts created by many peak fall saints. As for the 5th level of the sword formation, the Saint Slayer, its power was definitely more than 10 times that of the world of ice and snow, or even more. Without a doubt, the power of the 5th level of the sword formation was definitely comparable to the most powerful absolute arts created by true saints. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, the 5th level of the sword formation was even slightly stronger than the most powerful absolute arts created by the 1-star peak true saint star sea saint who had fought with him before. It was slightly stronger. When my realm had not broken through and the reincarnation sword formation had not been greatly improved, I could face the star sea saint head-on. Now that my realm has broken through, the key point is that the 18 underworld blood divine swords in the reincarnation sword formation have all been replaced by the Star Luo sword. Their power has soared. Previously, I could only use the 4th sword formation, but now I can use the 5th sword formation. In addition, over the past 80 years, I have improved in the rules and sword principle. Who among the rank 1 true saints can stop me now? Let alone a rank 1 true saint. Even if I were to encounter an ordinary rank 2 true saint, I'm afraid I can still defeat him now. A mere divine master was able to defeat a rank 2 true saint? This was simply inconceivable to others, but it was not impossible for Jian Wushuang, who was a perfect chaotic creature. Unfortunately, although my strength has improved a lot over the past 80 years and my divine power has reached the limit of a divine master, I have not been able to directly break through to the saint level. Jian Wushuang sighed quietly. After all, divine masters and immortal saints were 2 different concepts. Of course, Jian Wushuang was eager to break through. Previously, he had cultivated all the way because his comprehension of sword principle and rules far exceeded his own realm. Therefore, as long as he had accumulated his divine power to the limit, he could naturally break through. It had always been the case. But now that he had reached the limit of the divine master realm, he found that it was not the case. Now, although he had accumulated his divine power to the limit, he did not directly break through to the saint realm. It was not because he did not want to, but because he could not do it. If an ordinary cultivator's understanding of Tao and comprehension of Tao reached my level, he could easily break through to the saint realm. But I seem to be different. Now, whether it's my understanding of Tao, my comprehension of rules, or even all kinds of methods, I'm far better than an ordinary immortal saint, but I can't break through. I feel that I'm still lacking something, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He knew that what he lacked was not only an opportunity, but also something else. In other words, he still had room for improvement. Chapter 2969. Shui Dongqing's good friend, no rush, take your time, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. It had been less than 300 years since he was born. It was incredible that he had reached the limit of a divine master in such a short period of time. The immortal saint was so much stronger than a divine master. How could he break through so easily? Jian Wushuang was also very patient. However, after controlling the 5th level of the samsara sword formation, Jian Wushuang did not plan to continue his closed-door cultivation. Let's go and do the mission, Jian Wushuang muttered. Based on his own judgment, his current battle strength should be comparable to a 2nd rank true saint, and this strength was already the threshold of the heaven-grade members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Of course, Jian Wushuang wanted to become a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance as soon as possible. In order to become a Heaven Grade member, he had to complete 3 Earth Grade, 3-star missions alone. Jian Wushuang had never really encountered Earth Grade missions, especially 3-star Earth Grade missions. He did not know how difficult the missions were, so he did not dare to be too careless. Shuedong King. Jian Wushuang took out a token and began to send a message. Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, are you not in closed door cultivation? Shuedong King quickly replied, Yes, I just came out of closed door cultivation. I want to ask you what you have been doing recently. Jian Wushuang smiled and communicated with Shuedong King. Shuedong King was a good friend of his, and they had a certain friendship. They had completed the mission to kill the 3 Shadow Saints and obtain the divine Earth Fruit. After selling the fruit to Lord Tianshou, Shuedong King had obtained 50 million sacred elixirs. He had used the 50 million sacred elixirs to exchange for many secret skills and cultivation treasures, and his strength had improved a lot. In the 80 years that Jian Wushuang had been cultivating in seclusion, Shuedong King had also completed 3 ordinary 3-star missions and become an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I had completed 1 Earth-level 1-star mission before, and he brought me to join a small team. Our team has just received a 3-star Earth-level mission. Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, why don't you join us? Shuedong King said, 3-star Earth-level mission. Jian Wushuang's heart stirred. What he thought really came true. He was now a bit curious about an Earth-level 3-star mission. He did not know how difficult and deep the mission was. The best way was to join hands with someone to complete a 3-star mission. It turned out that Shuedong King had accepted an Earth-level 3-star mission with someone and had even taken the initiative to invite him. Sure, where are you? Jian Wushuang asked. Shuedong King immediately sent his location to Jian Wushuang, who immediately rushed over. This was a relatively remote territory in the Endless Territory. A total of 7 figures were gathered in a great canyon. Most of the 7 figures were wearing gray robes and masks, and all of them had powerful auras. Even the weakest one was at the peak false saint level, and 2 of them were even more powerful, true saints. Whoosh! Without wearing a mask, Shuedong King stood up. Captain, I just contacted a good friend of mine and told him that we're about to complete a 3-star Earth rank mission. He's on his way here right now, Shuedong King said. The captain of this team was a tan man over 2 meters tall, and his aura was extremely violent. This burly man carried a huge axe on his back. Hearing the words of the Shuedong King, this burly man nodded slightly. This mission is quite special. Not only is there a 2-layered mission, but the most important thing is that the reward for this mission is much more than the same 3-star Earth rank mission. It's almost 10 times more. Such a high reward mission is naturally more dangerous. We naturally have to be more careful. The stronger the squad, the better. Now that there's an expert interested in joining, it's naturally the best. Oh right, how's your good friend's strength? Stronger than mine, Shuedong King said directly. Oh. The valiant man's eyes lit up. The other members of the squad at the side also looked over. All of the experts in their team were Earth-rank members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Their strength was also very impressive. Even the weakest of them was a peak false saint. And Shuedong King's strength should be second only to those 2 true saints in the team. His battle strength was almost on par with that of the weakest true saint. Now that Shuedong King himself said that his good friend was stronger than him, did that not mean that his friend had the battle strength of a true saint? If there really is an expert at the true saint level joining us, then our team's lineup will increase by quite a bit, and our chances of completing this mission will be even greater, the tough man said with a smile. My friend has already left. He will arrive here soon, Shuedong King said. In that case, let's wait for him here, the tough man said with a smile, appearing to be very patient. The 7 people of the team were waiting quietly in the valley. Half a day later, a figure in a gray robe, wearing a gray mask and emitting a dark aura, rushed over from a distance. Soon, he appeared in front of the 7 people in the valley. "Ha ha, brother of the heavenly sword Marquis." Shui Dongking laughed and immediately came forward to greet him. "Shui Dongking," Jian Wushuang said, and he also looked at the other people in the team. He found that the other 6 members of Shui Dongking's team, including the 2 stronger true saint experts, were looking at Jian Wushuang coldly. "Shui Dongking, is this the good friend you mentioned before?" The tough man, who was the team leader, asked. "Yes, he is my good friend, Heavenly Sword Marquis," Shui Dongking said with a smile. However, the members of the team could not smile because they had already sensed the aura that Jian Wushuang was exuding. "Divine Master." Yes, the aura that Jian Wushuang was exuding was only at the Divine Master level. It could not be helped. He was a Divine Master. Although the black stone that Xian Shin Daoist refined for him could change his divine power aura and increase his divine power aura by 2 levels, it was only effective for those below the Immortal Saint level. Right now, the black stone was completely unable to make him emit the aura of the Immortal Saint. A mere Divine Master, of course, was nothing in the eyes of the 7 people in this squad. "Shui Dongking, are you playing with us? You want a Divine Master to join our squad? Shui Dongking, are you joking? Shui Dongking, give us an explanation." Cold voices rang out one after another, and the gazes these people used to look at Shui Dongking turned cold. Shui Dongking's expression changed, but he immediately said, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of fooling you. This good friend of mine is indeed only at the Divine Master level, but his combat strength is extremely outstanding." Chapter 2970. 3 moves. Is he very powerful? The other 6 members of the team looked at each other in dismay, but their eyes were still cold. Humph! A low humph suddenly sounded. It was the team leader, the tough man. "Shui Dongking, you know how dangerous this mission is. With our team's current lineup, it's uncertain whether we can complete this mission safely. Do you want us to bring a burden with us at this time?" The tough man said, "Burden?" Jian Wushuang wore a strange expression under his mask. "Captain." Shui Dongking was also anxious. "You have to believe me. The brother of the Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance." An Earth-level member? The 6 people in the team immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled and took out his identity token. He really is an Earth-level member. A Divine Master became an Earth-level member? How is that possible? It's impossible. He must have completed 3 ordinary 3-star missions of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in some special way. Otherwise, a Divine Master like him would never have completed 3 ordinary 3-star missions alone. The few people in the team immediately began to doubt. They had no choice but to doubt. One had to know that they were all Earth rank members. They had all completed 3 ordinary 3-star missions alone. Even if it was only an ordinary mission, once one reached 3-star, the difficulty coefficient would greatly increase. Even a peak false saint would have to be very careful in order to have any hope of completing it. How could a reverent god have the ability to complete such a mission? The people in the team did not believe it. At this time, the tough man stepped forward and said, "Shui Dongking, you have joined our team for a long time. Since you have been doing well in our team, I can give you some face and take a step back." "Ah, chow!" "Captain." A person immediately walked out. Heavenly Sword Marquis. The tough man stared at Jian Wushuang. "It'll give you a chance to fight with Ah Chow. As long as you can survive 3 rounds without getting hurt, we'll recognize your strength. Otherwise, you'd better leave." 3 rounds? Sure. Jian Wushuang smiled, not caring about it. He knew that with his Divine Master realm, it was not difficult for him to avoid suspicion. So he was mentally prepared. In the void in the center of the valley, Jian Wushuang and Ah Chao were facing each other at a certain distance. The other members of the team were watching from not far away. Ah Chao, make sure you don't kill this little guy. Yeah, he's a good friend of the Shuedong King. Give him some face and don't kill him. Hurry up and get rid of him. The Peak Falls Saints in the team were still, smiling casually. Jian Wushuang revealed a playful smile under the mask. As for Ah Chao, his eyes were extremely cold. Kid, don't worry. For the sake of the Shuedong King, I won't kill you. But it'll let you know that there's an insurmountable gap between a divine master and a Peak Falls Saint. As soon as Ah Chao finished his words, his figure suddenly rushed out. Ah Chao seemed to be quite thin and weak, but as soon as he moved, his violent aura burst out and instantly transformed into an ancient, fierce beast that charged at Jian Wushuang. When he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, he formed a claw with one hand. He directly slashed at the void. It was as if the void was about to be completely torn apart. Jian Wushuang could clearly see 5 scarlet rays of blood light attacking his face. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, formed a fist with his right hand, gathered divine power, and then stretched it out. Bang! A low sound of collision was heard. Ah Chao suddenly shook his body. His right palm was a little numb and even slightly painful. He looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and then pounced forward again. This time, he used 2 palms at the same time. The 2 palms cut through the void, bringing with them 2 scarlet flowing lights. It was like a gorgeous meteorite cutting through the void. However, the meteorite looked unusually cold. Jian Wushuang's body swayed slightly. With the help of the space-time rule, he had dodged to the side and easily dodged a Chaos 2 claws. After 2 consecutive attacks, Jian Wushuang had also received 2 attacks from Ah Chao. At this time, before Ah Chao could launch a 3rd attack, Jian Wushuang took the initiative to attack. He also launched an ordinary punch. However, this punch contained not only his extremely powerful divine power, but also a large amount of the power of the reincarnation rule. One had to know that his current comprehension of the reincarnation rule had already reached the true saint level. Bang! It was clearly an ordinary punch, but it was magnified at a terrifying speed in the void. In the end, it even covered half of the void. The terrifying might completely covered Ah Chao within. Facing such might, even a Peak Falls Saint like Ah Chao had a hint of shock in his eyes. Next, he sank into the might that filled the sky, and a large amount of divine power continuously scattered. It took a long time for Ah Chao to break free from the power, but he looked a bit embarrassed. After breaking free, Ah Chao did not continue to attack. Instead, he retreated to the side of the void. He looked at Jian Wushuang with a serious look instead of contempt, but he was more shocked. The other members of the team who were watching the battle around the battlefield were laughing, but now they could not laugh. They looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. 3 moves. Yes, Jian Wushuang had only exchanged 3 moves with Ah Chao. However, in these 3 moves, 2 moves, Ah Chao was the one who initiated the attack, but Jian Wushuang easily blocked or neutralized it. In the last move, Jian Wushuang took the initiative to attack, forcing Ah Chao into a sorry state. Although Ah Chao did not have the time to use all of his strength, judging from the 3 exchanges, this good friend of Shuedong King and the Divine Master in front of him, although he was only at the Divine Master level, his battle strength was indeed extraordinary. At the very least, he should be at the Peak Falls Saint level. Can a Divine Master really contend with a Peak Falls Saint? Genius, Heavenly Sword Marquis, must be a very great genius. To be able to fight against a dynasty for 3 rounds without falling behind. His strength is not considered weak. Previously, these people thought that Jian Wushuang, a divine master, would be a burden to their team, so they did not agree. But now, Chapter 2971, Dragon Flame World, Shuedong King, your good friend is really strong. He will be included in this mission, the tough man said directly. Thank you, Captain. Shuedong King was delighted. In fact, he was glad that Jian Wushuang was on his team. He knew Jian Wushuang's battle strength very well. 80 years ago, Jian Wushuang fought with a saint at the peak of rank, one true saint, the Starsea Saint. He was only at a disadvantage. In his team, even their captain could not have such battle strength. It was a great blessing for his team that Jian Wushuang could join them to complete this mission. Of course, Xue Dongqing would not take the initiative to explain. Heavenly Sword Marquis. The tough man looked at Jian Wushuang and said, I am Mantai. You can call me Captain. From now on, you are a member of our team. Barbarian King Team? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. This time, our team has accepted a 3-star Earth-level task, which is very special and difficult. Although our team's battle strength is good, we still have to be careful. During the process of the task, I hope you will absolutely follow my instructions, the tough man said. As long as I'm not stupid enough to be cannon fodder, it's no problem, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Of course not, the tough man said with a smile. These are the other members of our team. You already know Xue Dongqing and Ah Chao. You should also know the others. Jian Wushuang immediately got to know the others. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you just joined our Barbarian King team. I'm afraid you don't know what mission we have accepted. Xue Dongqing, tell him in detail, the tough man said. Okay. Xue Dongqing nodded and began to tell Jian Wushuang. After a while, it's about time. We should set off. The tough man stood up. The other 7 members of the team, including Jian Wushuang, were also ready. Let's go. The tough man gave the order, and the 8 members of the Barbarian King team immediately headed to the nearby Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair. Through the spatial impulse in the lair, the Barbarian King team of 8 quickly appeared at the location of their mission, the Dragon Flame World. The Dragon Flame World was a special territory. This territory was not occupied by human cultivators, but by exotic beasts. There were all kinds of powerful exotic beasts here, and there were many of them. Among them, the most famous and powerful one was the Dragon Flame Beast. The Dragon Flame Beast was not a beast with a high bloodline among the beasts in the beginning divine realm, but it was not weak either. After all, it could carry the word dragon, so it was more or less related to the bloodline of a true dragon. According to the information the Barbarian King's team got from the mission, there were more than 30 Dragon Flame Beasts in the Dragon Flame World. Among these 30 Dragon Flame Beasts, 6 of them were still in the growth stage. They were so weak that they could not even fight against the Immortal Saint. However, the remaining ones could contend against the human Immortal Saint. Among them, there were 16 Dragon Flame Beasts that were comparable to a human cultivator's first-level True Saint. In addition, the strongest 3 Dragon Flame Beasts in the Dragon Flame World could even contend against a second-level True Saint. The first mission the Barbarian King team received this time was to kill a Dragon Flame Beast that had reached the first-level True Saint. In the void of the Dragon Flame World, the 8 members of the Barbarian King team continued to fly forward. Be careful, this Dragon Flame World is a territory controlled by exotic beasts after all. There are many exotic beasts here, and most of these exotic beasts hate us human cultivators. Once they discover our arrival, they might directly kill us. Although most of the exotic beasts are very weak, there are too many of them. Once we are targeted by some of the exotic beasts and fall into a big battle, we will not be able to get out of it in a short period of time. The disturbance will be greater and greater, and more exotic beasts will be attracted to us. Although our squad is not weak, it is nothing in front of billions of exotic beasts. Therefore, we must not linger in the battle at any time. If you encounter an exotic beast, don't fight if you can. If you do, kill it quickly. Do you understand? The tough man's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. I understand. The 7 people in the team, including Jian Wushuang, nodded heavily. They were in the exotic beast territory, so they knew the consequences if they were surrounded by countless exotic beasts. Roar! An angry roar suddenly sounded, shaking the sky. Exotic beasts have found us! The tough man's face darkened. Look at this aura. It's an exotic beast that's comparable to the Immortal Saint, but it's not a dragon flame beast, King said solemnly. Kill him directly, the tough man ordered. Their team immediately crushed the exotic beast and killed it in less than 2 breaths. Then they left as fast as they could. In a flash, the 8 members of the Barbarian King team had been in the Dragon Flame world for 3 days. During these 3 days, they had encountered many exotic beasts and fought with them several times. However, they killed them as fast as they could and did not encounter much trouble. According to the mission report, there is a dragon flame beast that is comparable to a true saint in the forest ahead, the tough man said. Jian Wushuang and the others looked up and looked at the forest at the end of their line of sight. The forest was extremely vast and hid the aura of many exotic beasts. The missions issued by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance usually had detailed mission descriptions and some information. For example, the mission they intercepted this time included the location of the dragon flame beasts in the dragon flame world. The dragon flame beast with true saint battle strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this is the territory of exotic beasts. We must kill the dragon flame beast as soon as possible and then leave, the tough man said with a serious tone. How about this? Later, I, Puyu, and King will directly attack the dragon flame beast. Ah, Chow, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you guys are slightly weaker, so there is no need to fight the dragon flame beast head-on. Just 2 people and 3 people will stay around to prevent the dragon flame beast from escaping. Yes. No problem. Everyone in the Barbarian King team nodded in unison. Immediately, the 3 strongest people in the Barbarian King team directly charged into the forest. Among these 3 people, Barbarian Tai was the team leader, and his combat strength was the strongest, close to the peak of rank 1. Although Puyu was wearing a mask, it was clear that she was a woman with a pretty temperament. She was the 2nd true saint in the team, and her combat strength was naturally second only to Barbarian Tai, which was the tough man. As for King, after selling the divine earth fruit and obtaining a large number of sacred elixirs, his strength had soared after exchanging for treasures. He was not much weaker than an ordinary true saint. If the 3 of them worked together, they would be able to kill the dragon flame beast without any mishaps. Chapter 2972. Kill the dragon flame beast boom! A violent roar resounded across the sky and broke the silence of the dense forest. Along with a loud dragon roar, an extremely violent aura suddenly rose. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and a large number of towering trees, which were 300 meters tall, were easily lifted up like seedlings. A huge monster really appeared in the world. Is that the dragon flame beast? Jian Wushuang and Chao stood in the void at the edge of the dense forest. They both looked at the fiery red monster in front of them. This huge monster was like a lion. It had a huge and ferocious head, and its body was covered with red scales. It also had a pair of huge wings on both sides of its body. These wings were dragon wings. It was surrounded by raging flames which burned everything. Anyone standing around it could feel the scorching heat. Dragon Flame Beast at the true saint level has a strong aura, Jian Wushuang muttered. Look, the captain and the others are attacking. Chaos eyes were shining. In the void in the middle of the dense forest, the tough man, Puyu, and King had already attacked with all their strength. The 3 of them surrounded the Dragon Flame Beast and displayed their monstrous strength, frantically attacking to kill it. Although the Dragon Flame Beast was a true saint beast, its combat strength was only around a first-level true saint. Facing the combined attacks of the 3 of them, it naturally could not resist, especially Mantai, who was the strongest of the 3. He held a golden axe tightly in his hand. The golden axe was covered with layers of golden thunder, as if the golden thunder god was alive. He waved the golden axe repeatedly, each time as if a golden divine thunder had descended. It was extremely powerful and invincible. The power contained in the golden axe suppressed the dragon flame beast again and again. Several times when the dragon flame beast wanted to rise, it was pressed down to the ground by the golden axe. The strength of this captain is not bad. He is very close to the Star Sea Saint, Jian Wushuang murmured. In terms of strength, the barbarian king was only close to the Star Sea Saint, but it was still slightly weaker. With the help of Puyu and Shuedong King, the dragon flame beast could not escape even if it wanted to. In just a moment, the dragon flame beast was covered in wounds under the attack of the three people. Obviously, it could not hold on for long. Is it going to be killed soon? The barbarian king team's eyes were filled with anticipation as they watched the dragon flame beast escape. But right at this moment, dong, 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 a low and deep sound suddenly came from the void not far away. At the same time, a similarly powerful and violent aura slowly rose from the void. The 8 members of the barbarian king team immediately looked towards the void. At the end of the void, an ugly black-armored beast covered in pitch-black scales was rushing over. The low thud, thud, thud was the footsteps of this black-armored beast. The aura of this black-armored beast was extremely powerful. Another true saint beast. Not good. Damn it, there's another true saint beast near this dragon flame beast. The expressions of the barbarian king team became ugly. They were currently trying their best to kill the dragon flame beast, so they naturally did not want any other beasts to disturb them. If it was just some weaker beasts, such as a few ordinary saint beasts, they would be able to deal with them easily. But in the end, it was a true saint-level exotic beast. True saint-level exotic beasts. Besides the 3 people who were currently surrounding and killing the dragon flame beast, who else could contend against them? Whether it was Barbarian King, Piu, or Shuedong King, the 3 of them were at the most critical moment. The dragon flame beast was about to be killed. If any of them left at this time, the dragon flame beast would easily find an opportunity to escape. By then, all their efforts would have been in vain. 10 breaths, at most 10 breaths, we can kill the dragon flame beast. Ah, Chow, Heavenly Sword Marquis, the 5 of you, think of a way to stop the black-armored beast. The barbarian king shouted. As the leader of the barbarian king team, this was his best judgment at the first moment. The 3 of them continued to kill the dragon flame beast, while Jian Wushuang and the others tried to stop the black-armored beast. In just 10 breaths, the 5 superior false saints should be able to hold on. Kill! Stop him! Evil creature, die! The 5 superior false saints, including Jian Wushuang, moved at once. The 5 of them appeared in front of the black-armored beast and then attacked. Except for Jian Wushuang, the other 4 immediately displayed their strongest strength. Boom! 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 5 powerful attacks were directed at the black-armored beast. Jian Wushuang's attack was also included. Although he did not use his full strength, the power of his casual attack was not inferior to the full strength of a superior false saint. In the face of these 5 attacks, the black-armored exotic beast spat out 2 streams of black air from its nose. Then its body moved strangely like a demonic charm. Swish, 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 swish. The black-armored exotic beast left several afterimages in the void, but its body easily passed through the attacks of the 5 people. What? This speed, it's so fast. This beast's speed is too fast. Ah Chow and the other 3 people were shocked, but the black-armored beast had already appeared in front of him. 2 sharp claws flashed like 2 streams of black light. Jian Wushuang was the only one who could see some shadows, but the other 4 people did not have time to react. Puff! 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 The black-armored beast easily flashed twice, but only twice. Ah Chow and the other 4 peak false saints were hit by the sharp claws of the black-armored beast. Although their divine bodies were not shattered, the 4 of them were severely injured. they all spat out blood. The 4 of them also retreated in a sorry state. In addition, the black-armored beast did not only attack the 4 of them, but also the 5 of them at the same time. Jian Wushuang was also one of the targets of the black-armored beast, but unfortunately, its sharp claws were blocked by Jian Wushuang. Human, the black-armored beast, stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. An exotic beast at the true saint level was not much inferior to a human cultivator in terms of intelligence. When it first saw Jian Wushuang and the others, it knew that Jian Wushuang's aura was the weakest, but it did not expect that the weakest human. Instead, it blocked its attack head-on. Chapter 2973. True Saint Battle Strength. Human, die! The black-armored beast's brutal aura rose again. It turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Jian Wushuang again. Heavenly Sword Marquis, be careful! Someone immediately warned him. Jian Wushuang just smiled and flew out. In the void, Jian Wushuang and the black-armored exotic beast's speed burst out. Bang! Bang! Clang! Several sounds of collision resounded in the void. Jian Wushuang had already fought with the black-armored exotic beast several times. In the void, the afterimages of the 2 people constantly burst out. Terrifying! The speed of this black-armored exotic beast is too terrifying. In terms of attack power alone, this black-armored beast is probably only comparable to an ordinary first-rank true saint, and might even be inferior. However, its speed is far faster than an ordinary first-rank true saint. With such speed, if this black-armored beast wants to kill us, it will definitely slaughter us. With the speed of this black-armored beast so terrifying, I can immediately do it. After all, the talent of this beast is different from us human cultivators. However, the key point is, how can the speed of this Heavenly Sword Marquis be so fast? Look, he can completely keep up with the speed of the black-armored beast, and even fight it head-on without being at a disadvantage. The 4 members of the Barbarian King team who had been pushed back were stunned. They had just joined hands to block the black-armored beast. But in one move, the black-armored beast had seriously injured them and pushed them back. But now, Jian Wushuang alone had blocked the black-armored beast. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions still resounded in the sky. Jian Wushuang had blocked the black-armored beast. And on the other side, the Barbarian King Puyu and Shuedong King were also attacking the Dragon Flame beast with all their strength. The Dragon Flame beast had been seriously injured. Previously, the Barbarian King estimated that they could kill the Dragon Flame beast within 10 breaths. But in fact, it did not take them 10 breaths. In just the 8th breath, the Barbarian King's huge axe struck the Dragon Flame beast's huge head. Sparks flew in all directions. Although the Dragon Flame beast's body protection ability was extremely strong, half of its head was still chopped off by this axe. Then, the killing moves of Puyu and Shuedong King followed. The Dragon Flame beast was finally killed. It's finally dead. Looking at the Dragon Flame beast that was already killed, the Barbarian King, Puyu, and Shuedong King were pleasantly surprised. Then, they also noticed the scene in the void. Heavenly Sword Marquis. He stopped a true saint-level exotic beast by himself. And this black-armored exotic beast is so powerful. The Barbarian King's eyes were full of surprise. Puyu was also very surprised. Shuedong King was not surprised at all. He was very clear about Jian Wushuang's battle strength. Jian Wushuang could even fight a true saint at the peak of rank 1. So what if he stopped an ordinary true saint-level exotic beast? Roar! 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 From time to time, a series of beast roars or hisses could be heard from the surrounding void. Apparently, a large number of exotic beasts had begun to gather in their direction. The Dragon Flame beast has been killed. Let's not tangle with these exotic beasts and leave quickly. The Barbarian King shouted in a low voice. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Shuedong King called out to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and easily got rid of the black-armored exotic beast. "Let's go." Everyone in the Barbarian King team immediately left. The black-armored exotic beast did not dare to chase after them. An hour later, in a remote void, everyone in the Barbarian King team stopped. "I killed the dragon flame beast, and its body is in my interspatial ring. This mission is much easier than I expected," the Barbarian King said with a laugh. "That's true, but it's mainly because our team is very strong," Puyu said with a smile. "Yes, it's all thanks to Heavenly Sword Marquis." The Barbarian King immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. He was not the only one. Everyone else could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. Everyone present saw the scene clearly. If Jian Wushuang had not stopped the black-armored beast by himself, they would not have been able to kill it so easily. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, I doubted your strength before, but now I apologize to you. And this time it's all thanks to you," the Barbarian King said directly. "So do we," the Peak False saints beside them said one after another. They had mixed feelings at the moment. When they first saw Jian Wushuang, they did not put him in their eyes at all. Even though Jian Wushuang did not lose in the 3 head-on battles with Ah Chao, they only approved of him and allowed him to join the team, but they still felt a little proud. After all, they were mortal saints and Jian Wushuang was only a divine master. But now, after the battle with the black-armored beast, the immortal saints in the Barbarian King team no longer had any arrogance. What a joke! Apart from the Barbarian King, Puyu and Shuedong King, who had true saint battle strength and were not afraid of the black-armored beast. The other 4 people would definitely die if they fought against the black-armored beast alone. However, Jian Wushuang had stopped the black-armored beast alone. His strength was obviously much stronger than theirs. True saint, this Heavenly Sword Marquis definitely has the battle strength of a true saint. These people were secretly shocked and looked at Jian Wushuang with strange eyes. It was incredible that a divine master had the battle strength of a true saint. Monster. This was the evaluation of Jian Wushuang in the hearts of everyone present. "Captain, what happened before is over. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about this mission first," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Okay." The Barbarian King nodded and then became serious. "As I said before, this mission is very special. There are 2 stages. The first stage is to come to the Dragon Flame world and kill a Dragon Flame beast that is comparable to a true saint. Now that we have completed this mission, we have 2 choices. The first is to give up the second stage of the mission and leave the Dragon Flame world with the corpse of the Dragon Flame beast. We will return to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's nest to hand over the mission. Although we haven't completed the complete mission, we can still get a total of 20 million sacred elixirs, even if we only complete the first stage of the mission. If the 8 of us split the 20 million sacred elixirs, each of us will be able to get quite a bit." At this point, the Barbarian King stopped and looked at the reactions of the people around him. The members of the Barbarian King team also looked at each other at this moment. They all had their own thoughts. Chapter 2974. The second phase of the mission, 20 million sacred elixirs, was indeed not a small amount. There were 8 people on their team. If they split it equally, each of them would be able to obtain 2,500,000 sacred elixirs, which was already quite a large amount. However, even though they were in the same team, the strength of the people in the team was different, and their roles in the process of killing the Dragon Flame beast were also different. Therefore, it was definitely impossible to split the sacred elixirs equally. For example, the Barbarian King was the leader of the Barbarian King team and was widely recognized as the strongest. The reason why he was able to kill the Dragon Flame beast was largely that he had suppressed the Dragon Flame beast. He had contributed so much, so he must have received more sacred elixirs. Secondly, Jian Wushuang, Puyu, and Shuedong King had contributed a lot, so they naturally received more sacred elixirs. As for the remaining 4 people, they did not contribute much, so they did not share much. Therefore, it was not acceptable for the weaker peak false saints to take only 20 million sacred elixirs. Captain, isn't there a second option? The peak false saint named Ah Chow looked over. The second option is to continue to complete the second stage of the mission, the barbarian king said in a low voice. The reward for the second stage of the mission is 10 times that of the first stage, which is 200 million sacred elixirs. Hearing this number, everyone present, except Jian Wushuang, could not help exclaiming, 200 million sacred elixirs. You must know that the divine earth fruit that Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongking had obtained was enough for many powerful immortal saints who had comprehended the rules of the earth to fight for. However, if they exchanged it with Sir Tianxua, it's only $100 million worth of sacred elixirs. And the reward of this second stage mission, unexpectedly, was 2 divine earth fruit. For most true saints, such a large sum of sacred elixirs was already an astronomical figure. Many true saints who had reached the 3rd or 4th rank would not be able to produce so many sacred elixirs. Only those above the 5th rank in the immortal saint has stood in the top level of the immortal saint, perhaps only has this ability. 200 million sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He was also a little surprised. After all, this was only an Earth-level task. Although it was a 3-star task, the reward should not be so ridiculous. With 200 million sacred elixirs, he believed that even many 1-star and 2-star heaven-level tasks could not have such a high reward. There must be something wrong. Jian Wushuang firmly believed that the second phase of the mission was not to be looked down upon for such a high reward. Everyone in the Barbarian King team knew this, so when they learned about the second phase of the mission's reward, although they were excited, they did not lose their minds. Captain, what is the second phase of the mission? Shui Dongking asked. Previously, the Barbarian King had only told them about the first phase of the mission. As for the second phase of the mission, they had only heard about it from the Barbarian King. However, no one knew the details of the mission. This mission, the Barbarian King frowned. I don't know the details of the mission. It's just that after we complete the first phase of the mission, we will take the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast and stay in the Dragon Flame world for another month. After that, we can leave. Stay for another month? That's simple. The members of the Barbarian King team were all stunned. It looks simple, but the reward for this mission is 200 million sacred elixirs. The difficulty must be extraordinary. Moreover, we don't know the details of this mission. It's filled with all kinds of uncertainties. That's why I'm a little hesitant to continue with the second phase of the mission, said the Barbarian King in a deep voice. Let's discuss it together. The 8 members of the Barbarian King team immediately began to discuss. They did not know the details of the second phase of the mission, so they were not confident at all. However, the reward of 200 million sacred elixirs made them very tempted. After a simple discussion, everyone had an idea. 200 million sacred elixirs. If we complete it, the 8 of us can split it. Each of us can get at least 20 million sacred elixirs. This is a huge amount of money. For this huge amount of money, I'm willing to give it my all. A Chow was the first to speak. I'm willing to give it my all. Haha, it seems to be the same. The members spoke one after another. They were all willing to give it their all and continue to complete the second stage of the mission. They could not resist the temptation of 200 million sacred elixirs. Even though they knew that this mission was no small matter, they were willing to give it a try. I'm willing too. Shui Dongking also spoke. Jian Wushuang was the only one among the 8 members of the Barbarian King team who did not express his opinion. Jian Wushuang immediately smiled when he noticed the gazes of the people around him. Since everyone is interested, I'll naturally accompany you to the end. In the end, he would only be able to get a few tens of millions of sacred elixirs. He did not care too much about it. After all, the Destruction Beast statue he appraised from Lord Tianzhou was worth 500 million sacred elixirs. He just did not exchange it. The 8 of them reached an agreement. Then they began to discuss the specific plan for the next step. Here was a stretch of void not far from the dragon flame world. In this void, there was a black shrine floating. In the shrine, several figures wearing the same clothes gathered together. It's been more than 10 days since the mission started. The first phase of the mission should be almost complete. What's the result? A middle-aged man wearing a triangular helmet spoke. His voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire shrine. Sir, there are a total of 34 teams that have accepted the mission that we issued in the Dragon Flame world. 13 of these 36 teams have completed the first phase of the mission. As for the other 23 teams, a man in black beside him said respectfully, the members of the Barbarian King team did not know that they were not the only team that had accepted this mission. There were a total of 34 teams. Moreover, these 34 teams were all in the Dragon Flame world right now. It was just that they had not seen each other yet. Of the remaining 23 teams, 3 teams were defeated by the exotic beasts on the way to the mission. The remaining 20 teams were too slow. Most of the first-rank true Saint Dragon Flame beasts in the Dragon Flame world have already been killed by the other teams. Send a message to the team leaders who killed the Dragon Flame beasts and ask them if they are willing to continue with the second phase of the mission. As for those who haven't completed the first phase of the mission yet, tell them that their mission has failed and ask them to leave the Dragon Flame world immediately. The middle-aged man with the triangular helmet said coldly, Yes. The black-clothed man nodded and immediately sent the message. Chapter 2975. His Highness, after a short while, the man in black received a reply from each team. My lord, among the 13 teams that have completed the mission, only 1 team has given up. The other 12 teams are all willing to continue with the second phase of the mission. As for those that have not completed the first phase of the mission, they have already begun to leave, the man in black said. 12 teams. The man in the triangular helmet nodded slightly. As expected, the attraction of 200 million sacred elixirs is really huge. Only one of the 13 teams is willing to give up. Looks like they all want to complete the mission. Tell them to rest and adjust for 10 days in the Dragon Flame world. The second phase of the mission will begin in 10 days. Yes. The man in black nodded respectfully. At this moment, The man in the triangular helmet's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately stood up. His Highness Qian Qin has entered the wormhole and will arrive soon. What? So fast? Everyone in the divine hall was shocked. Let's go. Follow me to welcome His Highness Qian Qin. The man in the triangular helmet immediately led the people in the divine hall outside. In front of a majestic wormhole, the man with the triangular helmet and 6 men in black under him stood there respectfully and waited quietly. After a short while, the wormhole in front of them erupted with a blinding light. Then a figure slowly stepped out of the wormhole. The person was dressed in a black robe and was only about 7 meters tall. He carried a battle saber on his back. His face was handsome and his eyes were long and narrow. As soon as he appeared, his sharp eyes immediately swept toward the triangular-shaped battle helmet man and the others. Greetings, Your Highness Qian Qin. The triangular-shaped battle helmet man and the 6 black-clothed men immediately bowed respectfully. However, both the triangular-shaped battle helmet man and the 6 black-clothed men had already reached the true saint level, especially the triangular-shaped battle helmet man whose aura had reached the 3rd level true saint. He was definitely a true expert. The aura emitted by the black-robed young man, His Royal Highness Qian Qin, who made them bow respectfully, had yet to reach the true saint level. That's right, His Highness Qian Qin was merely a false saint, a peak false saint. However, it was this peak false saint who made the 7 true saints in front of them, including the man in the triangular helmet, extremely respectful. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Let's go in and talk, Prince Qian Qin said. The man in the triangular helmet immediately led Prince Qian into the divine hall. Your Highness, this is the target of your Highness' mission this time. It contains the information of 12 squads of experts. The man in the triangular helmet handed a jade slip to Prince Qian. Thank you for your trouble. Prince Qian nodded slightly, but casually threw the jade slip to the side. Your Highness, aren't you going to take a look? The man in the triangular helmet asked in puzzlement. Some of the strongest cultivators are only first-level true saints. What's there to look at? This mission isn't difficult at all for me, His Highness Qian said. His words were very casual. He was not boasting, but it was true he did not take it to heart at all. When the man with the triangular helmet saw this, he could only sigh in his heart, but he did not doubt Prince Qian's strength at all. As expected of the top genius from the Heaven and Earth Palace, he's clearly only a peak false saint and has just broken through not long ago, but he doesn't put ordinary first-level true saints in his eyes. The man with the triangular helmet thought. Right. How much longer until the mission starts? Prince Qian asked. 10 days. The man in the triangular helmet replied. I'll stay here for 10 days. When the mission starts, you can call me. His Highness Qian replied. Yes. The man in the triangular helmet nodded. His Highness Qian immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of comprehension. Only 10 days, yet he still didn't forget to comprehend. He's already a genius disciple of the Heaven and Earth Palace, yet he still works so hard. The man in the triangular helmet sighed in his heart before he left. This triangular-shaped man was only an expert from the outer circle of the War Sky Alliance. He had no access to the true core of the War Sky Alliance. He had only heard of the 3 palaces of the War Sky Alliance, but he did not know much about them. If he knew more, he definitely would not think this way. One had to know that the 3 palaces of the War Sky Alliance were the top genius gathering camps in the beginning divine world. Those who could enter the 3 palaces were all super geniuses at the monster level. With so many super geniuses gathered together, there was naturally competition. Moreover, this competition was exceptionally intense and even crazy. In such an environment, naturally no one dared to relax. Each and every one of them fought with their lives. Yet this Prince Qian was just like this. 10 days. Although it was short, this Prince Qian was still in the midst of comprehending. Very quickly, 10 days had passed. The triangular-shaped battle helmet man once again appeared in front of this Prince Qian. Prince Qian, the time has already passed. Your Highness can set off now. The triangular-shaped battle helmet man respectfully said, Amen. Prince Qian acknowledged. His gaze had already opened. After a long while, this Prince Qian passed through the spatial passageway and descended into the Dragon Flame world. The experts of the 12 teams who were still in the Dragon Flame world did not know that such a genius expert had arrived. Only the man with the triangular helmet and the black-clothed men under him started to pity them. 200 million sacred elixirs is indeed a big temptation. Unfortunately, not everyone can get such a big reward. I wonder how many of the 12 teams will survive after His Highness Qian's massacre. In a vast void in the Dragon Flame world, Buzz, a young man wearing a black robe and carrying a saber, appeared here. He had a jade slip in his hand. The jade slip contained the information of the experts who were still in the 12 teams in the Dragon Flame world. It also included the positions of the 12 teams. His Highness Qian still did not look at the information of the experts of the 12 teams. Instead, he looked at the positions of the 12 teams. Then, he directly rushed toward the team closest to him. This was a barren plain without any signs of life. The land of this plain had already turned completely yellow, not to mention human cultivators. Even the strange beasts of the Dragon Flame world rarely lived in this barren plain. However, One of the 12 teams was currently hiding in this barren plain. This team had a total of 6 people. Chapter 2976. Easily killed a cave dwelling that had been temporarily opened up. The 6 experts of the team gathered together. Although there were only 6 people in this team, their lineup was extremely strong. There were 3 true saints of the first rank alone, and the remaining 3 were also extremely powerful peak fall saints. They had also killed a true saint-level dragon flame beast, even though they had been hiding here. This mission is really strange. They didn't tell me the details of the second phase of the mission and just let us stay in the dragon flame world for another month. Could it be that something big will happen in the dragon flame world within this 1 month? A true saint expert said, "Who knows? I've been an Earth-rank member of the War Sky Alliance for a long time, and I've received quite a few missions. However, I've never encountered such a strange mission. I wonder who the War Sky Alliance is issuing the mission to. What are they thinking about?" Another person said, "All right, stop complaining." The leader of the team, a bald old man, said, "No matter what we will encounter in this mission, we only need to stay here for a month. At most, we can hide here for a month. No matter what happens in the outside world, don't go out. As long as we can stay here for a month, we can get a total of 200 million sacred elixirs." Upon hearing the 200 million sacred elixirs, the eyes of the other members of the team turned scarlet. In fact, very few people were willing to accept missions like this, where they did not even know the details of the mission. But this time, it was because the reward of 200 million sacred elixirs was too attractive. No one could resist the temptation of 200 million sacred elixirs. At this moment, His Highness Qian, who had just arrived in the dragon flame world, had already arrived in the wilderness and arrived outside the cave abode where the team was located. Boom! A majestic divine power from the body of Prince Qian swept up and directly toward the cave to the impact. Hiding in the cave, the 6 people immediately reacted. Whoosh! 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 6 figures shot into the sky at once. In the void, the 6 strong men of this squad, one by one, glared at the black-robed young Prince Qian in front of them. "Where is the boy? Dare to destroy my 6 people's cave. Seek death." A peak false saint immediately shouted. His Highness Qian's gaze was cold as he swept across the 6 people in front of him. He coldly said, "I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to hand over the dragon flame beast's corpse that you've killed before and leave the dragon flame world. The second is to die." Hearing this, the 6 people in this team were so angry that they laughed. Haha, where did this idiot come from? He's just a peak false saint. Yet he still dares to speak so shamelessly in front of the 6 of us. He's really courting death. Don't waste your breath on him. Kill him before. Kill. The 3 weaker peak false saints in this 6-man team immediately moved. 3 majestic auras directly pressed down on Prince Qian. As for the 3 true saints in the team, they just watched with faint smiles on their faces. They had no intention of making a move. In their eyes, both sides were peak false saints. With 3 against 1, this black-robed man with a battle saber on his back was dead for sure. But suddenly, Prince Qian made his move. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the 3 peak false saints charging over. The battle blade behind him was instantly unsheathed. Whoosh! A blade light slashed out mercilessly. This blade light was clearly just casually slashed out, but it contained the endless power of the laws of darkness. The power of the laws of darkness was far denser than these peak false saints had imagined, and the blade light even grew bigger along the way. It instantly engulfed the 3 peak false saints. Careful! The 3 peak false saints also sensed it, and they instinctively attacked with all their strength, trying to block this blade light. But in the end, the blade light mercilessly swept past, and the 3 peak false saints were all killed, leaving behind 3 cold corpses. What The other 3 true saints who were in the air not far away were all shocked when they saw the scene. 1 against 3, and he killed 3 peak-false saints with a blade. What kind of battle power was this? It's your turn. Prince Chen's expression was cold. With a flash, he appeared in front of the 3 true saints, as if he had teleported. Block him. The bald elder, who was the team leader and the strongest of the 3 true saints, was the first to react. He brandished a huge hammer and smashed it out with boundless divine power. Divine lightning crackled and formed a lightning prison that charged toward Prince Chen. Prince Chen's gaze was still cold as he casually waved the battle saber in his hand. The lightning prison, which also carried the endless power of the law of darkness, instantly collapsed. However, this dark saber light continued to stand on top of the bald old man's divine body with shocking power. The bald old man was a first-level true saint after all, and his protective ability was not weak. However, under this saber light, chi, his divine body started to crumble. With one slash, the bald elder's divine body completely crumbled. Impossible. He's this strong. The other 2 true saints were completely stunned. One slash had caused the divine body of a rank 1 true saint to crumble. This strength had definitely surpassed the level of a rank 1 true saint. So, Princess Chen's figure once again flickered, and then shwa. Another 2 slashes descended. The 2 true saints did not even have time to react before they were swept away by the blade light, and their divine bodies also collapsed. In just an instant, the divine bodies of the 3 true saints in this team had already been directly destroyed. However, true saints could control their immortal bodies and rely on divine power to replenish their divine bodies. A large amount of divine power began to gather, and the bald old man's divine body was the first to recover. However, after recovering, the bald old man was extremely terrified. Too terrifying. This person's strength is too terrifying. He destroyed my divine body with a single slash. Although I can reassemble my divine body, reassembling it once would consume close to 30% of my divine power. If that's the case, he would only need 4 slashes at most to truly kill me. Run. The bald old man did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to flee. He knew very well that this black-robed young man's strength was only that of Prince Chen's. He was not someone he could contend against, not to mention him alone. Even if the 3 true saints joined forces, they would not be able to contend against him. They would only be easily killed by the other party. He's the strongest in this team. The dragon flame beast's corpse should be on him. A sharp light flashed in Prince Chen's eyes as he instantly chased after the bald old man. The purpose of this trip was that his mission was not to kill all the experts from the 12 squads, but to kill the corpse of the dragon flame beast in the hands of the 12 squads. Chapter 2977. Slaughter, no. Spare me. The bald old man let out a shrill scream. He wanted to beg for mercy from Chen, but it was too late. Chen chased after the bald old man and slashed again. The bald old man did not have any room to struggle. His god body collapsed again. Then, when the bald old man's body reassembled, the saber light continued to slash out. This happened only 3 times. The bald old man's body reassembled 4 times, but his divine power was completely exhausted. In the end, he was still killed by His Highness Chen. After the bald old man died, His Highness Chen picked up his interspatial ring. He scanned it with his consciousness and nodded slightly. The dragon flame beast's corpse was indeed in the bald old man's hands. Those 2 fled really quickly. His long and narrow eyes glanced at the distant void. At the same time that he killed the bald old man, the divine bodies of the 2 true saint companions of the bald old man had already reassembled. They immediately fled and could not care about the life and death of the bald old man at all. His Highness Chen also had no way to chase after them. After all, it would indeed take some effort to kill a true saint expert who had an immortal body. Even if he was much stronger than the bald old man and could destroy the other party's divine body with one strike, the other party could still reconstruct his divine body. Under such circumstances, he could only focus on the bald old man alone. 12 teams, 1 team has been dealt with. There are 11 left. A cold smile appeared on Prince Chen's lips, and then he set off again. In the void outside the dragon flame world, in the black Dutch shrine, the triangular-shaped battle helmet man and the 6 black-clothed men under his command were all gathered together. In front of them was a huge mirror image. In the mirror image, the scene of what happened to Prince Chen in the dragon flame world. Too powerful. Prince Chen is too powerful. Prince Chen is only a peak fall saint and not a true saint. He doesn't even have an immortal body yet. But when he killed a rank 1 true saint, it was as if he killed a chicken. With 1 slash, he destroyed a powerful rank 1 true saint's divine body. As expected of a super genius from the Heaven and Earth Palace, his combat power is really strong. The 6 black-clothed men were continuously praising and sighing. Clearly, the scene that appeared on the screen made them feel extremely shocked. As for the triangular-shaped battle helmet man, his expression was also quite interesting. Heaven and Earth Palace. As far as I know, the Heaven and Earth Palace is only the lowest amongst the 3 most core palaces of our Sky War Alliance. Above them are the Primal Palace and the Primal Chaos Palace. The geniuses of these 2 palaces are truly terrifying, especially the Primal Chaos Palace. Rumor has it that as long as a super genius from the Primal Chaos Palace doesn't die, he or she will definitely be able to comprehend a law and become the Master of Laws. Master of Laws. The 6 black-robed men looked at each other, their eyes filled with endless shock. In their eyes, it was already heaven-defying enough for Prince Chen to easily kill a first-level true saint as a peak fall saint. However, he only came from the Heaven and Earth Palace, which was the lowest of the 3 palaces. They could not imagine how terrifying the geniuses from the Primal Palace and Primal Chaos Palace, who were even higher than the Heaven and Earth Palace, were. Those teams in the Dragon Flame world are going to be in big trouble. The man in the triangular helmet sighed quietly. The truth was true as the man in the triangular helmet had expected. This Prince Chen was too powerful. He was so powerful that he had definitely surpassed the level of a first-level true saint. Although he was alone, he could do whatever he wanted in the Dragon Flame world. Moreover, he still had the positions of the 12 teams. According to the positions in the Jade Slip, he went to them one by one. First, he asked them to hand over the corpse of the Dragon Flame beast. If they did not agree, he would take action immediately. Under his thunderous methods, the teams could not resist at all. One by one, the teams were mercilessly massacred by His Highness Chen. In fact, as long as these teams brought the Dragon Flame beast's corpse and stayed in the Dragon Flame world for a month, they would be rewarded with 200 million sacred elixirs. However, only 10 days had passed in this month, and 1/3 had passed. 8 out of the 12 teams had already been defeated. The Dragon Flame beast corpse in the hands of these 8 squads had also fallen into the hands of Prince Chen. 12 days after the mission began, this Prince Chen had found the 9th squad hidden within the Dragon Flame world, and this squad was surprisingly the Barbarian King squad. Bang! Similarly, majestic divine power rose from Prince Chen's body, directly charging toward the cave abode where the 8 Barbarian King squads were hiding. The 8 Barbarian King team members were immediately alerted and appeared in the void. The Barbarian King team members stared at Prince Chen with strange expressions. Jian Wushuang was also looking at Prince Chen. This man, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Although he sensed that the man's aura was only at the peak of the false saint realm, His sense of smell from the long years of slaughter and crisis told him that this black-robed young man was not simple. "Who are you?" The barbarian king's voice was cold as he stared at Prince Qian. "You don't have the right to know my name." Prince Qian appeared a little arrogant. "I'll give you two choices. First, hand over the dragon flame beast's corpse and leave the dragon flame world. Second, die." What a joke! The barbarian king roared, but he did not care about his identity as a true saint. He took a step forward and attacked. As soon as the barbarian king attacked, the terrifying power immediately pressed down on Prince Qian. At the same time, the huge axe on his back appeared in his hand. Everyone in the barbarian king team was shocked when they saw the barbarian king's attack. From what they knew, Mantai was someone who cared about his identity. His opponent was only a peak-fall saint. Under normal circumstances, Mantai would not attack by himself. Even if he wanted to attack, he would not do his best in the beginning. But now the barbarian king's aura sword. A layer of pale golden armor appeared on his body. The giant axe in his hand was also very powerful. Obviously, the barbarian king had used his full strength and unleashed his strongest battle strength. This was even more surprising. Only Jian Wushuang could understand the barbarian king's intention. The barbarian king must have realized that this man is not to be trifled with, so he attacked with his full strength. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and stared at the black-robed young man who was only a peak-fall saint. Suddenly, the black-robed young man, who was also Prince Qian, attacked. He only attacked casually, but when the dazzling saber light appeared in the world, everyone in the barbarian king team was shocked and furious. Chapter 2978, Concealing One's Aura? That slash was too bright and dazzling. However, at the same time it appeared too dark. It was as if there was no end to the darkness, and the sky was boundless. Wherever the slash went, everything seemed like a piece of paper. Not good. The barbarian king turned pale with fright. Although Jian Wushuang could tell that the barbarian king was not weak, so he had tried his best from the beginning. He was still shocked when his opponent attacked him. This saber attack carried an earth-shaking power that even he could not help but feel suffocated. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his strongest axe, using all of his power to block the saber attack. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. At the same time, the barbarian king's body started to shake crazily. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his divine body almost collapsed. The barbarian king did not say anything and immediately retreated. Prince Qian glanced at the barbarian king in surprise. "You could take my attack head-on, but your divine body didn't collapse. You're not bad. Die." A stern shout suddenly sounded, and two figures appeared behind Prince Qian at some point in time. These two figures were none other than Puyu and King. Both of them had the battle power of a true saint. When they saw that Prince Qian's strength was extraordinary, they immediately launched a sneak attack to kill him. However, Prince Qian had already noticed it. Ridiculous! His Highness Qian smiled faintly and casually waved the battle saber in his hand. It was like a black moon that directly covered both Puyu and King. The black moon contained a shocking blade intent. Puyu's divine body immediately collapsed from that. As for King, he only possessed the combat strength of a true saint. He was not a true saint and had yet to control his undying body. Once his divine body collapsed, he would definitely die. Fortunately, King had obtained 50 million sacred elixirs in one go. He had used them to exchange for many treasures from Lord Tianshou, including a powerful protective treasure. Because of this protective treasure, he survived the attack and did not die immediately. However, he also spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. He could not be more miserable. King. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he immediately stepped forward. He did not care who died in the barbarian king team, but Xue Dongking had a good relationship with him. Brother Heavenly Marquis. Xue Dongking's face was pale. He was so weak that he could barely stand. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said in a deep voice, "This man is too strong. We can't fight him. It's up to you." "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded and then looked at Prince Qianqin. Prince Qianqin's target was the corpse of the dragon flame beast. After destroying the divine body of Puyu and severely injuring Xue Dongking, he had already charged toward the barbarian king again. He could see that the barbarian king was the strongest in the barbarian king team. 80% of the corpse of the dragon flame beast was beaten up by the barbarian king. Boom! Boom! Facing the terrifying power of Prince Qianqin, the barbarian king could not resist at all. In just a moment, his body collapsed and began to reassemble for the first time. Prince Qianqin stood at the place where the barbarian king's body reassembled. He waited for his body to finish reassembling before he attacked again and caused the barbarian king's body to collapse for the second time. But at this moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly came from the void next to him. His Highness Qianqin glanced at the void next to him and found that the aura coming from the person who came to kill him was only that of a divine master. A divine master? His Highness Qianqin had a strange look on his face. However, at the same time that this divine master moved, the god power aura on his body suddenly soared. At the same time, a large amount of golden god power condensed behind him, forming a 30,000 feet tall golden emperor phantom. The golden eyes of the golden emperor phantom looked down on everything, causing Prince Qianqin to be a little surprised. The 7-star secret technique, the Heaven Punisher, and the 9 luminary star armor had all been used. Hua! An ice-cold sword light flew over like an arc of lightning. Prince Qianqin did not care at first. He just waved his right hand, and the battle saber in his hand mercilessly descended. This saber also contained great power, enough to easily kill a peak-fall saint. Even an ordinary first-level true saint's divine body would probably collapse under the saber. Using such a saber to kill a supreme god was simply overkill, but in the end, clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. His Highness Qianqin actually felt his right hand sink. This was because it was affected by a huge force. Prince Qianqin raised his head in surprise and saw a cold gray mask. Humph! With a low shout, Prince Qianqin swept his saber essence and moved his body instantly. Whoosh! 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 As if teleporting, Prince Qianqin moved through the void. The strange and dark saber light appeared behind Jian Wushuang and slashed toward his head. However, the saber light did not touch anything solid. Afterimage. Prince Qianqin was shocked. He had already noticed that a large number of sword shadows were attacking him. Prince Qianqin also drew his saber instantly. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of metal-like sounds were heard in the void. Every time they collided, a surge of divine power burst out. In the surrounding void, the Barbarian King team members, including the Barbarian King and Puyu, whose divine bodies had been reconstructed, were also shocked. This speed. Fast, too fast! What a terrifying speed. Previously, the captain also burst out his full speed, but now the speed burst out by the black-robed young man and Heavenly Sword Marquis is at least 10 times faster than the captain's full speed. Moreover, the power unleashed by the two of them, the members of the Barbarian King team, could clearly sense the terrifying power contained in the sword light and saber shadow. The power of any saber move was ridiculously strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the void, the two figures who had exchanged more than 100 head-on blows finally pulled away. A strange light flashed in Prince Qianqin's eyes as he stared at Jian Wushuang with bright eyes. It seems that I was wrong. I thought you were just a divine master. but now it seems that you are the most powerful expert on this team. Your battle strength is probably at the peak of a rank 1 true saint. However, your ability to hide your aura is really amazing. I can't see through it at all. Hide your aura? Jian Wushuang smiled wickedly. He did not hide his aura at all. His true realm was only that of a divine master. However, His Highness Qian Chun thought that he was too strong and was beyond the realm of a divine master, so he thought that he was just hiding his aura. Chapter 2979. Second Level True Saint. I thought this mission was not challenging at all, but now it seems that I'm lucky enough to meet you, which makes this mission a little more interesting. Prince Qianqin grinned. His figure suddenly swayed. Whoosh! Even Jian Wushuang could only see a flash of black light. So fast! He's even faster than before. Jian Wushuang was shocked. At the same time, he found that His Highness Qianqin had already appeared beside him, and a beautiful saber light lit up. The saber light was gorgeous and colorful, leaving a vast saber river in the void. The saber river was boundless, but it was exuding a terrifying power. This saber! Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He could clearly sense that the power of this saber was much stronger than the many saber lights that Prince Qianqin had displayed before. This saber had completely exceeded the scope of a first-rank true saint. Humph! With a cold snort, Jian Wushuang immediately made his move. Boundless divine power surged out from his body, and endless sword essence gathered in the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. As he swung his sword, a large number of space-time blades with sword shadows immediately emerged, clearly, forming a huge blade storm in the blink of an eye. It was the 9th move of space-time swordsmanship, Storm. It was also the strongest sword move that Jian Wushuang had created so far. In the past 80 years, as Jian Wushuang's understanding of space-time rules and sword principle improved, the power of the first move of Storm also greatly increased. The great sword Storm had completely covered the void in front of him. However, the brilliant blade river directly swept past, and the sword Storm directly collapsed from the center. Jian Wushuang's sword move also collapsed instantly. In terms of absolute arts, the storm move that I created is ultimately too low level. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. After the brilliant blade river destroyed the sword storm, it continued to attack him, forcing him to continuously retreat. It took him a long time to stop. However, after he stopped, he waved his hand. Swish! 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 Streaks of cyan streamers rushed out. These cyan streamers shuttled through the void rapidly and then floated in front of Jian Wushuang. These gray streamers were cyan longswords. They were star luo swords. There were a total of 18 star luo swords. Each of them emitted the aura of a third-grade superior holy treasure. Condense! As Jian Wushuang uttered the word, the 18 star luo swords immediately condensed together at the fastest speed. In an instant, rumble, an earth-shaking rumble sounded, and a huge spiral tunnel that emitted the power of endless reincarnation rules appeared between heaven and earth. This spiral tunnel was like the reincarnation tunnel that led to reincarnation, mysterious, vast, and unfathomable. However, in the reincarnation tunnel, a brilliant green light was faintly discernible. Go! Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and the faintly discernible green light in the reincarnation tunnel suddenly shot out. The green light was extremely long and carried a huge green tail. It was dozens of meters long, but it was not large in size, but it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of Prince Qianqin. 5th level of the reincarnation, sword formation, saint beheading. Prince Qian's expression became a little grave as he seemed to have seen the extraordinary nature of this sword formation. Immediately, he swung the battle blade in his hand. With this swing, endless darkness was directly covered over. Clang! A low and deep sound of metal colliding sounded. The reincarnation sword formation formed by the 18 star luo swords paused for a moment before it was immediately sent flying backwards. However, Prince Chen's body suddenly sank. His right arm, which was holding the saber, sank and he took 3 steps back. This sword formation is so powerful. Prince Chen was shocked. Again, Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Under the control of his will, the Samsara sword formation, which had been sent flying, once again turned into a cyan-colored flowing light and shot out. Boom! Boom! The cyan light and the huge cyan tail appeared in front of His Highness Chen again. Haha, good timing. This is interesting. His Highness Chen was not surprised. His divine power surged, and his aura immediately rose. Then he charged out with his saber and fought head-on with the reincarnation sword formation. At the same time, His Highness Chen collided with the reincarnation sword formation. Jian Wushuang tightened his grip on the Blood Mountain sword, and a supreme sword essence suddenly rose. This sword essence was supreme, like the ruler of sword principle, dominating the world. With the help of the sword essence, Jian Wushuang's battle strength instantly soared to a new level. He glanced at Prince Chen with a bright light in his eyes. Kill! With a low shout, Jian Wushuang dashed out in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Numerous cold and sharp sword lights were directly displayed in Jian Wushuang's hands. He had already used many secret skills, and now he had guided the sword essence. His battle strength and essence realm had reached their peak. Each of the sword lights displayed was ridiculously strong and astonishingly fast. The densely packed sword lights crazily attacked Prince Chen. Although Prince Chen's strength was shocking, he did not dare to ignore Jian Wushuang's sword lights. He had to spare a lot of energy to resist them. However, under Jian Wushuang's control, the reincarnation sword formation also attacked him time and time again. The reincarnation sword formation contained terrifying power, and even he did not dare to underestimate it. Prince Chen was embarrassed. Dang! 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 Clang! Only to see a continuous sound from the battlefield from the middle of the transmission. Barbarian king team of people, but have been staring blankly. Isn't that a little too strong? He's too strong. The black-robed youth who used the saber has terrifying saber techniques, and his comprehension of the laws of darkness has reached an unbelievable level. Although he's only a peak fall saint, his battle strength has definitely surpassed that of a first-rank true saint. Yes, he definitely has the battle strength of a second-rank true saint. A peak fall saint has battle strength comparable to a rank 2 true saint? Where did this monster come from? The members of the Barbarian King team could not help exclaiming in surprise. However, if the strength displayed by Prince Chen only shocked them, then it would be completely unbelievable. However, Jian Wushuang, who fought with Prince Chen in a head-on battle and even had a slight advantage, was completely incredible. After all, Jian Wushuang was only a divine master. Heavenly sword mark, I think I'm dreaming. It's impossible. It's impossible. I've never seen a divine master who could fight with a rank 2 true saint, unless he hid his aura. Chapter 2980. Fierce battle hiding his aura? Right at this moment, everyone in the Barbarian King team began to doubt whether Jian Wushuang was hiding his aura. It could not be helped. The battle strength that Jian Wushuang displayed was too terrifying. It was already comparable to a second-rank true saint. How could he only be a divine master with such terrifying battle strength? It was not just the Barbarian King team. Outside the Dragon Flame world, the triangular-shaped man in the Dark Temple and his 6 men in black were gathered together. In the mirror image in front of them, Jian Wushuang and Prince Chen were fighting head-on. The 2 of them were engaged in a heated battle, and it was obvious that Prince Chen was slightly below them. How is this possible? Among the experts of the 12 teams, There is actually someone who is on par with Prince Qianqin and even has a slight advantage? You must be joking. The man in the triangular helmet and his 6 subordinates were stunned. What really stunned them was the divine power aura that Jian Wushuang emitted. Divine Master, this man is just a divine master? A black-clothed man exclaimed. No, it can't be a divine master. He must have deliberately concealed his aura. Quick, find out who this man is and his specific realm. The man in the triangular helmet ordered. Yes. A black-clothed man answered immediately and immediately handed a piece of information to the man in the triangular helmet. We've investigated it clearly. This person is called Heavenly Sword Marquis. He and a peak-fall saint in his team, named King, came from the 385th layer. According to the information, Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed only at the Divine Master level, the black-clothed man said respectfully. He is indeed only at the Divine Master level. The man in the triangular helmet was stunned. The few black-clothed men were also at a loss. In the beginning divine realm, geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. They were all clear about this point. For example, His Highness Qianqin was clearly a peak-fall saint. Moreover, he had just broken through not long ago. Yet his battle prowess was comparable to a second-level true saint. This kind of talent could be considered to be the best in the entire beginning divine realm. That was why he was qualified to join the Heaven and Earth Palace. He would become a prince of the Heaven and Earth Palace. However, no matter how heaven-defying Prince Qianqin was, he was still a peak-fall saint. The difference between a peak-fall saint and a second-level true saint was only 2 levels. They could still accept it. However, the Heavenly Sword Marquis who appeared in front of them and could contend against Prince Qianqin was only a divine master. There was a difference of 3 realms between a divine master and a second-level true saint. There was a huge difference between them. How could they accept this? Yes, sir. A black-robed man looked at the man in the triangular helmet carefully. Quick! Contact the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Union and tell them that we have found a super monster. A super monster that is even stronger than Qianqin. No, it is 10 or even 100 times stronger than your Qianqin. The eyes of the man in the triangular helmet shone with an unprecedented light. Send the message. Yes. The black-clothed men immediately sent the message while trembling. The man in the triangular helmet stared at the mirror image in front of him. In the mirror image, Jian Wushuang and His Highness Qianqin were already fighting head-on. Clang! 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 The two had been fighting crazily hundreds of times in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 figures finally separated again. Haha, awesome, awesome. Wearing a black robe and holding a saber, His Highness Qianqin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He did not change his expression at all because he was slightly at a disadvantage in the fierce battle. As for Jian Wushuang, he looked very serious. This guy is just a peak-fall saint, but his battle strength is so amazing. I have perfectly displayed the 5th level of the reincarnation sword formation, Saint Slayer, and my own sword skills. But when I fought with him, I only gained a slight advantage. I can see that he has more powerful skills that he hasn't used yet, Jian Wushuang murmured. He had lived for 2 lifetimes and had lived until now. He had fought countless battles with others and had encountered countless dangers and tribulations. His intuition had always been very accurate. Right now, he felt that this black-robed young man in front of him should still have some tricks up his sleeve. As expected, this black-robed young man, His Highness Qianqin, moved once again. You, come and receive another strike from me. His Highness Qianqin's voice shook the sky and reverberated with a rumble. While he was speaking, he had already raised the saber in his hand high up. When he raised it, a powerful saber intent instantly started to gather in his saber. There was also a large amount of black air flowing out from his divine body, causing the void around him to turn completely dark. Even his eyes became pitch black and deep, like the stars in the sky and earth. Standing there, His Highness Qian had not swung his saber yet, but the terrifying saber essence and power had already suffocated the experts of the barbarian king team around the battlefield. It was also quiet in the sky and earth. This saber move! Jian Wushuang stared at His Highness Qian with a hint of shock in his eyes. He could feel the shocking power contained in the saber. This power made him a little shocked. Die! Prince Qian finally attacked. He waved the saber in his hand. The world was still calm, but under this tranquility, a Milky Way swept out directly. This Milky Way came from the 9 heavens. It was beautiful, magnificent, and majestic. As soon as it appeared, the experts of the Barbarian King team were instantly intoxicated and could not extricate themselves for a long time. Even Jian Wushuang had never seen such a beautiful and intoxicating saber light. He was almost absent-minded, but after experiencing countless life-and-death battles, he was able to remain absolutely rational. When the Milky Way attacked, he immediately made his move. Swish! The 18-star Luo swords exerted their power to the maximum. The power of the Samsara sword formation suddenly soared and pierced through. But the result was bang! With a loud sound, the Samsara sword formation shook crazily and directly collapsed, turning back into 18 divine swords. Sure enough, the power of this move is too strong. The Samsara sword formation can't withstand it. I'm afraid that even if I use Storm, I won't be able to block this move head-on, Jian Wushuang muttered, but his eyes were exceptionally calm. Seeing that the beautiful Milky Way was about to reach him, Jian Wushuang gently raised his hand. Buzz! The power of time and space suddenly burst out. Space-Time Divine Skill 1 Heaven Skill. Chapter 2981. Heaven and Earth Palace. Qian, the heaven-designated skill, could freeze time and space for a short period of time. This move was one of Jian Wushuang's trump cards. With Jian Wushuang's current divine power and comprehension of the space-time rules, ordinary immortal saints would not be able to resist this move. However, Jian Wushuang did not use heaven-designated skills to attack Prince Qian. Instead, he used it to attack the dazzling Milky Way, which was the saber technique Prince Qian used. Buzz! Affected by the heaven-designated skill, the space-time around the dazzling Milky Way froze, and the Milky Way stopped in its tracks. Although the time-space stagnation had disappeared in an instant, and the brilliant Milky Way continued to sweep out, Jian Wushuang had already dodged to the side. Whoosh! The brilliant Milky Way passed through the void where Jian Wushuang had been, but it did not touch the corner of Jian Wushuang's clothes. Jian Wushuang easily dodged the most powerful move of His Highness Qian. Awesome! Qian stared at Jian Wushuang with a gleam in his eyes. My move is not only powerful, but also locked onto him during the process. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to dodge my move. He had to face my move head-on, but he dodged it? It's the secret skill he just used. His Highness Qian was very knowledgeable, so he could see the reason at a glance. He just used a secret skill, causing the space-time where my saber light was to pause for a short time. This pause also caused me to lose my lock on him, so he was able to dodge it easily. What a strange secret skill. His Highness Qian praised in his heart. What he admired was the secret skill Jian Wushuang just used. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's face was also extremely solemn. As he had expected, Prince Qian had hidden his trump card. Just like that saber move, the power was really terrifying. If he did not have the heaven-designated skill, he would probably have to take out the mountain and river design to block it. Whoosh! Prince Qian moved forward again, but he only took 2 steps before he stopped in front of Jian Wushuang. Heaven and Earth Palace, Qian. Prince Qian directly told Jian Wushuang his name and origin. Heaven and Earth Palace. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. but he also understood. He had long guessed that this black-robed young man had an extraordinary background and was likely from the three palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Now it seemed that this was the case. A peak false saint with the battle strength of a second-rank true saint, this is the genius of the three palaces of Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and it's only the lowest level of Heaven and Earth Palace. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. He had met Long Yun and Shui Yu, who also claimed to be from the Palace of Heaven and Earth. However, he only knew about Long Yun and Shui Yu, but he did not know how strong they were. After all, they had never shown their true strength. Only Shui Yu showed some of his strength and easily killed a rank 1 true saint, but that was nothing. Now that he had seen Qian with his own eyes and witnessed his strength, Jian Wushuang knew how high the level of the genius of the Heaven and Earth Palace was. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Jian Wushuang said his name. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are very strong, really strong. With you, I can't kill the rest of your team. It seems that I can't get the Dragon Flame Beast's corpse. His Highness Qian sighed. Qian, you want the body of the Dragon Flame Beast for the mission of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, right? Jian Wushuang looked at him. Yes. His Highness Qian nodded directly. As expected. Jian Wushuang was not surprised at all. He had just heard His Highness Qian mention the word mission. So he had guessed the origin of His Highness Qian. The mission I received this time is to come to the Dragon Flame world and snatch the Dragon Flame Beast's corpse in your hands. There were a total of 12 teams in the Dragon Flame world that originally had the Dragon Flame Beast's corpse. But during these 12 days, I've already found 8 teams and defeated all of them. The Dragon Flame Beast's corpse in their hands naturally fell into my hands. Originally, you were the 9th team that I found, so the results should be the same as the other 8 teams. But I didn't expect there to be an expert like you and your team. It seems that I won't be able to complete the task this time, Prince Qian said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was stunned, but everyone in the Barbarian King team was shocked. They did not know until now that there were so many teams that had accepted the task of killing the Dragon Flame Beast. Moreover, since those teams could kill the Dragon Flame Beast and obtain its corpse, their battle strength would not be much weaker than their teams. But in the end, 8 teams had been defeated by this expert called Qian. They had no doubt that their squads would have followed in the footsteps of the 8 squads if it were not for Jian Wushuang. Qian, did you just say 100%? Does that mean that even if you don't get the Dragon Flame Beast's corpse, you will only lose some of your mission quotas? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, although this mission is not very challenging for me. After all, I have to deal with 12 squads at once, so it is inevitable that I will fall behind. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance won't judge me as a failure just because I have 1 or 2 less Dragon Flame Beast corpses. They will only judge my mission completion quota. Now, I definitely won't get the Dragon Flame Beast corpses in your team, so I can only complete 90% of the mission quota. Of course, I will only get 90% of the mission reward in the end, Prince Qian said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. It's only 10% of the mission reward. It's nothing to me. To be able to fight with an expert like you is already a big harvest for me. Prince Qian had already put his saber back into its scabbard. He crossed his arms and looked at Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'll remember you. If we have the chance to meet again, we'll fight again. Goodbye. After saying that, Qian turned around and left. Jian Wushuang and the Barbarian King team watched Qian leave quietly. No one dared to chase after him. Qian from the Heaven and Earth Palace? Interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled, but he was a little curious. He was curious about the 3 palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. After witnessing the strength of the 3 palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Jian Wushuang was naturally curious about the 3 palaces. However, despite his curiosity, Jian Wushuang still did not plan to join the 3 palaces. After all, he had too many concerns. Chapter 2982. Was he really a divine master? Outside the dragon flame world in the dark temple, he has retreated. His Highness Qian has chosen to retreat. He has no choice. Heavenly Sword Marquis is no weaker than him. His Highness Qian has already used his most powerful move, but he hasn't been able to hurt the Heavenly Sword Marquis at all. With such an expert, how could His Highness Qian have the chance to kill the experts of that team and get the corpse of the dragon flame beast? You're right. The 6 black-clothed men were talking leisurely. They all knew that Prince Qian had tried his best. It was not because he was not strong, but because Jian Wushuang was too strong. The appearance of Heavenly Sword Marquis was completely unexpected. It's normal that Prince Qian could not complete the 100% task quota. After that, we have to report this matter to the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and let them handle this matter in person, the man in the triangular helmet said to himself. In addition, Heavenly Sword Marquis in the Dragon Flame World, the 9th team that His Highness Qian found ended in failure. However, he was not discouraged and continued to look for the 10th team. Obviously, there was no expert like Jian Wushuang in the other teams, so there was no room for him to fight against His Highness Qian. His team was directly defeated, so the dragon flame beast's corpse naturally fell into his hands. In a flash, a month had passed. In a remote plane in the dragon flame world, someone from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has sent me a message. The 1-month deadline has passed. Our mission has been completed, so we can leave now, the Barbarian King said with a pleasantly surprised smile on his face. Everyone in the Barbarian King team was also pleasantly surprised. After all, the reward for the second phase of the mission was 200 million sacred elixirs. Now that the mission was completed, the 200 million sacred elixirs would belong to their team. This was an astronomical figure for them, so they were naturally overjoyed. Of course, the reason why our Barbarian King team was able to complete the second phase of the mission is mainly because of the existence of the Heavenly Marquis brothers, the Barbarian King added. Yes, it's all thanks to the Heavenly Marquis brothers. The others also looked at Jian Wushuang with awe in their eyes. They knew very well that if it were not for Jian Wushuang, they would not have been able to complete the second stage of the mission. Even when Prince Qian came to kill them, many people in their team would have died, including the strongest one. Their captain, the Barbarian King, would probably die on the spot. Everyone, I propose that half of the 200 million sacred elixirs be given to the Heavenly Marquis brother. How about it? The Barbarian King said. No problem. I agree. The second stage of the mission can only be completed by the Heavenly Marquis brother. It's only right that he gets half of the reward. Everyone in the Barbarian King team nodded in agreement. Heavenly Marquis brothers, what do you think? The Barbarian King looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, since everyone is so polite, I'll accept the 100 million sacred elixirs. Seeing this, the Barbarian King and the others also smiled. Let's go and hand in the mission. The 8 members of the Barbarian King team directly headed out of the Dragon Flame world with smiles on their faces. In the void outside the Dragon Flame world in the dark shrine, whoosh, a black-robed figure appeared out of thin air in the shrine. Welcome, Your Highness Qian. The triangular armored man and the 6 black-robed men under him had already bowed and waited. That black-robed figure was naturally His Highness Qian, who had just returned from the Dragon Flame world. All of you stand up. His Highness Qian waved his hand, and everyone immediately stood up. You all saw the process of this mission, right? Princess Qian looked at the triangular-shaped man in the helmet. We saw it. The triangular-shaped man immediately said, this mission, because of our negligence, there were some unforeseen circumstances which caused Princess Qian to not be able to complete 100% of the mission quota. However, We have already reported the truth of what happened here. I believe that the lords of the three palaces will reasonably determine your mission quota based on the actual situation here. Yes. His Highness Chen nodded slightly. I'm not worried about the mission quota. The less. What I want to say is that Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed quite strong, and his methods of concealing his aura are truly brilliant. I've fought with him for so long, but I haven't been able to see his specific realm at all. Do you know what his realm is exactly? Is he a first or second rank true saint, or is he a peak false saint like me? His Highness Chen was indeed curious. He had always thought that Jian Wushuang must have been concealing his aura, and he also had his own speculation about Jian Wushuang's true realm. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang should be a true saint. Perhaps he was only a first-rank true saint, but it was unlikely that he was a second-rank true saint, because he could see that Jian Wushuang's divine power was far inferior to a second-rank true saint. However, it was also possible that Jian Wushuang was just a first-level false saint like him. If that was the case, then Jian Wushuang's talent was no less than his. However, in his opinion, there were very few geniuses like him who could enter the heaven and earth palace of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. There were very few geniuses like him in the entire divine beginning world. It was very unlikely that a genius like him could appear anywhere in the endless territories. Therefore, he did not think that Jian Wushuang was a peak false saint. Hearing what Prince Chen said, the man in the triangular helmet and the 6 men in black behind him looked at each other with strange expressions. What? Say something. Is Heavenly Sword Marquis really a peak false saint? Prince Chen frowned slightly. He saw the changes in the expressions of the men in the triangular helmet. Your Highness Chen. The man in the triangular helmet hesitated for a moment before he finally spoke. According to the information we received from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Heavenly Sword Marquis should be just a divine master. What did you say? Chen immediately looked at the man in the triangular helmet. His eyes were filled with a strange light. Divine master? You said that Heavenly Sword Marquis is only a divine master? An expert who can fight me to a standstill and leave me helpless is only a divine master? Are you playing with me? His Highness Chen's voice was cold. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. I don't dare. The man in the triangular helmet shook his head repeatedly. Your Highness, according to the information we received from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, this Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed just a supreme being. He once participated in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment as a supreme being. During that assessment, he once killed a peak false saint with his supreme being level. At that time, his combat strength had already reached the true saint level. Chapter 2983. Higher UPS, he killed a peak false saint in the assessment? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't mention him in the report you gave me. Prince Chen said in a low voice, Your Highness, we only found out after careful investigation. During the assessment, Heavenly Sword Marquis did kill a peak false saint in the Supreme Divinity Realm. His combat strength was comparable to a normal true saint. At that time, Princess Longyun and Princess Xueyu, who also came from the Heaven and Earth Palace, saw it with their own eyes. The man in the triangular helmet said, Longyun and Xueyu, the two of them? Prince Chen's expression changed. He was also a genius from the Heaven and Earth Palace, so he naturally knew about Longyun and Xueyu. At that time, Prince Longyun and Prince Xueyu were also shocked by the talent of Heavenly Sword Marquis. They decided on the spot that Heavenly Sword Marquis could definitely enter the Primitive Palace, and even had a chance to enter the Primal Chaos Palace. Therefore, the two of them immediately went to invite Heavenly Sword Marquis, but he rejected them. Royal Highness Longyun and Royal Highness Xueyu had no choice but to report this matter to the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. For some unknown reason, The higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance have yet to make any movements. However, they have concealed quite a bit of information about Heavenly Sword Marquis. We only found out about this matter because this mission concerns you, Royal Highness Qian Qin, said the man in the triangular helmet. Is that so? His Highness Qian Qin raised his eyebrows and asked, How long has it been since the last test? 80 years, the man in the triangular helmet said. Hearing this, His Highness Qian Qin's pupils shrank. In other words, during these 80 years, Heavenly Sword Marquis still hasn't broken through to the Immortal Saint level, but his battle strength has soared again. Before, he only had the battle strength of a first-level True Saint, but now he has the battle strength of a second-level True Saint. Is it enough to fight with me? That's right, but it doesn't exclude the fact that he had hidden his strength 80 years ago, the triangular-shaped battle helmet man said. Humph, no matter what, Heavenly Sword Marquis is an out-and-out super genius. Long Yun and Shui, you were right. If he really is just a divine master, then with the battle prowess he has displayed now, he can easily join the Primal Palace. It's not even a problem for him to join the Primal Chaos Palace. I just didn't think that my luck would be so good. In the entire beginning divine world, there are billions of geniuses in a single era. Only a dozen or so are qualified to join the Primal Chaos Palace. But this time I actually met one. Prince Qian Qin sighed inwardly. The Heaven-Earth Palace and the Primal Chaos Palace were both places where geniuses gathered, but the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The Primal Chaos Palace's super genius was definitely more than 100 times stronger than him, and it was even more than that. Such a genius was rare in the entire beginning divine realm. He was lucky to have met one. Your Highness Qian Qin, we have reported the matter of Heavenly Marquis Sword in detail. I believe that the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will know how to handle it properly, said the man in the triangular helmet. How else can we get out? Such a super genius is coveted by every major force in the beginning divine world. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is no exception. If I'm not wrong, those old fellows of the 3 palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance are already thinking of ways to rope in the Heavenly Sword Marquis, said His Highness Qian Qin with a strange smile. Forget it. I've already completed my mission. The rest of the matters have nothing to do with me. I'll let those old fellows handle it themselves. As for Heavenly Sword Marquis, although I admire his talent, the competition among the 3 palaces is already very intense. There's even a limited number of spots in the Chaos Palace. If he were to take another spot, the competition among us would be even greater. Therefore, it's best if he doesn't join us. After saying a few words, Prince Qian Qin left. The vast beginning divine world was vast and boundless, and there were many places in the beginning divine world that were still in a state of chaos. At this moment, in a chaotic void, 3 ancient and powerful existences were gathered together. Any one of these 3 existences was enough to intimidate an entire region. Any one of them was enough to make the immortal saint kneel and tremble. This just came from the endless territory. Take a look. A 3-eyed man over 3 meters tall, with bronze skin, casually threw out a token. As soon as the token was thrown out, a huge mirror image immediately appeared. In the image, it was the fierce battle between Jian Wushuang and Prince Qian Qin in the Dragon Flame world. The 3 super existences looked at the scene in the mirror image with great interest. I know this little guy. His name is Qian Qin, and he comes from the Heaven and Earth Palace of our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although he's not the best among the many little guys in the Heaven and Earth Palace, he's still very outstanding. Moreover, he just broke through to the Immortal Saint not long ago. Logically speaking, he should have completed the experiential learning mission by now, a green-haired woman said. Her voice was soft and gentle, making people feel as refreshing as a breeze. He is indeed on a training mission. The content of this mission is rather simple. The 3-eyed man briefly recounted the contents of Princess Qian Qin's mission. Then he continued, originally this training mission didn't have much pressure on him. As long as he is careful not to let those who possess the dragon flame beast's corpse escape, he will be able to complete the 100% mission. However, it is clear that his luck isn't that good. Haha, I can see that. An old man with white hair smiled. The 12 teams were originally made up of several peak fall saints and 2 or 3 first-rank true saints. But now he has encountered an extremely powerful little guy in this team. The old man had already seen the scene in which Jian Wushuang used the reincarnation sword formation and his own swordsmanship to fight head-on with Princess Qianqin, and he faintly gained the upper hand. This little guy with a sword is comprehending both the reincarnation rule and the space-time rule at the same time, and he is using his own swordsmanship and sword formation to perfectly combine the two rules. Not bad, the green-haired woman said in surprise. You should pay attention to the aura that the little guy is emitting, the three-eyed man said. This aura, Divine Master? The green-haired woman and the vicissitudes of life elder were both surprised. It can't be. He fought Qianqin head-on and didn't lose at all. In the end, he's just a reverend god-level expert. The green-haired woman immediately looked at the three-eyed man. Is this little guy's realm certain? He was certain before, but now he's a little uncertain. The three-eyed man shook his head and began to explain. Previously, when this little guy participated in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment, he displayed extraordinary talent. He killed a peak fall saint with his divine master level cultivation. At that time, we thought that he should be a peak genius. But now, Chapter 2984. I will go there personally. Right now, this little guy is at the same level as Qianqin when he's at the Supreme God Realm. He has the battle strength of a second-level true saint, and he's not weak among the second-level true saints. He directly crossed 3 levels, and there's also the great realm of the Supreme God Realm and the Immortal Saint. With such a terrifying ability to cross levels, even the top monsters of the Primal Chaos Palace can't compare to him. The three-eyed man said in a deep voice. The green-haired woman and the vicissitudes of life elder nodded slightly. Indeed, the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces were full of geniuses and all kinds of monsters. For example, the peak geniuses of the Chaos Palace could only be described as terrifying. However, even the peak geniuses of the Chaos Palace could not cross 3 levels at once like Jian Wushuang, who could rival a second-level true saint. No one in the Chaos Palace could do that. It's precisely because he can't do it that I have to wonder if he has really cultivated a special breath-holding technique and whether he has reached the realm of the Immortal Saint, the three-eyed man said solemnly. The green-haired woman and the vicissitudes of life elder looked at each other and smiled faintly. What they saw now was only a mirror image sent by someone else, not Jian Wushuang. They had not really felt the aura from Jian Wushuang, so they could not be sure whether Jian Wushuang was a divine master or not. In fact, when this little guy completed the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment, the 2 disciples of the Heaven and Earth Palace who were present at the time had already sent an invitation to him, but he rejected it. Although the talent he displayed at that time was extraordinary, at most, he could only join the primitive palace. According to the rules of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, since he had already been invited once unless the other party was really too dazzling, he wouldn't invite him a second time. Therefore, we haven't made any moves over the years, but now, if this little guy had already broken through to the Immortal Saint realm, it would be fine. But if he really is just a divine master, then such a monster is rare in the entire history of the beginning divine realm, not to mention in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. He is definitely qualified for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to send out a second or even a third invitation, the three-eyed man said solemnly. The green-haired woman and the weathered elder nodded in unison. Indeed, if he really was just a divine master, then such a supreme monster was enough for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to spend a great price to rope him in and nurture him. How about this? Since no one can determine this little fellow's true realm, then this old man will personally make a trip. The weathered elder suddenly stood up. You will personally make a trip? The three-eyed man and the green-haired woman looked over in astonishment. Hee, This little fellow's comprehension of the laws of space-time isn't weak, and he is also skilled in the Tao of the sword. Unfortunately, the level of the absolute art he created is too weak. I can just give him some pointers. This way, if he really is a super genius, he will definitely feel grateful under this old man's guidance. When that time comes, this old man will invite him again, and the chances of him agreeing to it will be much higher. The old man laughed. The three-eyed man and the green-haired woman nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to make a trip, the three-eyed man said. It's no trouble. This old man hasn't been to the endless territories for a long time. I'll just take this trip as a way to relax. The weathered elder smiled, and his figure flashed as he disappeared from the spot. In one of the heaven-cleaving Alliance's nests, the 8 members of the Barbarian King team were already handing over their tasks. After the handover, they got 220 million sacred elixirs as they wished. Haha, more than 200 million sacred elixirs. I've never seen so many sacred elixirs in my life, the immortal saint named Chao said in surprise. Shoo, keep your voice down. The Barbarian King shouted. Chao stuck out his tongue. Brother Heavenly Marquis. The Barbarian King walked directly toward Jian Wushuang. According to what I said before, of the 220 million sacred elixirs, 100 million are given to you directly after completing the second stage. As for the 20 million sacred elixirs in the first stage, it will be counted as 4 million sacred elixirs according to your previous contribution. What do you think? The Barbarian King was seeking Jian Wushuang's opinion. If Jian Wushuang asked for more sacred elixirs, he would agree directly. Forget about the 4 million sacred elixirs. I only want the 100 million, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. That's good. The Barbarian King naturally smiled. Everyone immediately began to distribute. Jian Wushuang received 100 million sacred elixirs, and the remaining 120 million sacred elixirs were divided equally among the Barbarian King and the other 7 people. In the end, each of them received a significant amount of sacred elixirs. Everyone was quite happy. Brother Heavenly Marquis, this task has been completed, and next, the Barbarian King looked at Jian Wushuang again. Next, I want to explore on my own, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Hearing this, the Barbarian King and the others looked at each other. Although they felt a little regretful, they could understand. Jian Wushuang's strength was obvious. He could easily complete a 3-star Earth-level task alone, so there was no need for him to stay with this team. To put it bluntly, this team was nothing but a burden to Jian Wushuang. In that case, we'll take our leave again, the Barbarian King said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Brother Heavenly Marquis, let's meet again in the future, Shuedong King said. Okay. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and then separated from the Barbarian King team. When they separated, Jian Wushuang could still vaguely hear the Barbarian King team members talking to Shuedong King. Shuedong King, it's all thanks to you introducing such a powerful friend to our team. Otherwise, our team wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed and get so much reward. Yes, your good friend is really amazing. It's funny that we thought your friend was just a divine master and would become a burden to us. But now it seems that we are his burden. Hearing the voices behind him, Jian Wushuang could only smile helplessly. And then, the Earth-level 3-star mission usually only faces some first-rank true saints. This mission is just special, and the reward is so great that it is more difficult. But I can still complete it. In other words, with my strength, it shouldn't be difficult to complete an ordinary Earth-level 3-star mission, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He had completed a special 3-star Earth-level task with the Barbarian King team, so Jian Wushuang had a basic understanding of this level of task. Next, he naturally had to take 3 3-star Earth-level tasks alone. After completing 3 3-star Earth-level tasks, he could become a Heaven-level member and his authority would be even greater. Chapter 2985. Different time and space, however, before I continued to accept the 3-star, Earth-level task. I got 100 million sacred elixirs. I can go to Lord Tianshou and see if I can exchange them for something good. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately went to the treasure pavilion. Sir Tianshou, I need some sword skill manuals that can be used to observe and comprehend, and also involve the space-time rules, Jian Wushuang said directly. He knew very well what he lacked now. It was the absolute art that he created. The sword skill, the first move of the storm, was too weak. He really needed to create a stronger absolute art now. This absolute art had to be able to perfectly display his comprehension of the space-time rules. There are too many sword skills related to the space-time rules in my treasure pavilion. I'll give you a list first. Take a look for yourself. Lord Tianshou took out a list and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang glanced at it casually, but he could not help staring at it. The list given by Lord Tianshou was indeed full of various sword skills related to the power of the space-time rules. The key point was that there were so many swordsmanship manuals on the list that there must be at least tens of millions of them. Is it all here? Jian Wushuang could not help looking at Lord Tianshou. No, this is only a part of it. After you have selected this list, if you are not satisfied, I will give you a second list, Lord Tianshou said straightforwardly. Jian Wushuang was speechless. Then he said directly, Lord Tianshou, the sword skill manuals I want are of a higher level, preferably created by a true saint expert. No problem. Lord Tianshou was silent for a moment. Then he took out another list and gave it to Jian Wushuang. There were fewer sword skill manuals on this list, but there were still tens of thousands of them. Jian Wushuang selected a few sword skill manuals and browsed through them for a while, but he secretly shook his head. It was true that these sword skills involved the rules of space-time, but the power of the rules of space-time was not very profound. It was not too difficult for Jian Wushuang, so it was naturally less helpful. Even though the sword skill manuals were of a higher level, Jian Wushuang was still somewhat dissatisfied. Although these sword skill manuals are extraordinary, I'm afraid there are only a few of them that can enlighten me and help me a lot. Most importantly, I don't know which direction I should go. Jian Wushuang frowned. At first, he wanted to ask Lord Tianshou to recommend to him which sword skill he should choose, but he was unfortunately rejected by Lord Tianshou. According to Lord Tianshou, he could judge the sword art that would help him the most according to Jian Wushuang's current situation. However, he would not tell Jian Wushuang that he would have to pay a price, at least 100 million sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang was helpless about this. Forget it. It won't be long before I become a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. By then, heaven-grade members will have more authority, and the value of the treasures they can exchange for will be higher. When that time comes, I will carefully come here and choose a sword art manual that is suitable for me to comprehend. Jian Wushuang muttered. He had already made up his mind. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Jian Wushuang returned to the counter of the secret lair. Accept the mission, Jian Wushuang said directly and took out his identity token at the same time. In front of the counter was a demonic youth with long purple hair. The demonic youth glanced at Jian Wushuang with a faint silver luster in his eyes and did not pay much attention to it. However, when he took the identity token from Jian Wushuang, his expression suddenly changed. Heavenly Sword Marquis? You are Heavenly Sword Marquis? The devilish, purple-haired young man stared at Jian Wushuang. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. Oh, it's like this. The devilish, purple-haired young man immediately reacted. Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, not long ago, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance sent an order saying that a lord from the headquarters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has personally rushed to the Endless Territory to see you. Therefore, he asked us to inform you when we see you. If you have nothing urgent, please wait here for a moment. I'll immediately send a message to the higher-ups. The Lord will come to see you soon. A big shot from the headquarters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance wants to see me. Jian Wushuang was startled and immediately became alert. However, he immediately relaxed. He could tell that the big shot from the headquarters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was not here to find trouble with him. After all, if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance wanted to harm him, they would not have told him to wait here in advance. Now, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance probably had only one purpose. Jian Wushuang had vaguely guessed the purpose of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. How long will it take for the big shot to arrive? Jian Wushuang asked. It shouldn't take 3 days, the purple-haired demonic youth said. The headquarters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was indeed very far from the endless territory, but there were many space passages in between. It did not take too long to travel from the headquarters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to the endless territory. 3 days was enough. Well, I'll wait here for 3 days, Jian Wushuang agreed. 3 days passed quickly. Mr. Heavenly Marquis Jian, the Lord has arrived. Please follow me. The purple-haired demonic youth appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and led him to the inner hall of the nest. There was almost no light in the dark room. Under the guidance of the purple-haired demonic youth, Jian Wushuang came to the dark room. As soon as he arrived, Jian Wushuang saw an old figure with his back facing him. The old figure was not tall and he was very thin. He had his hands behind his back and did not emit any aura. However, the moment Jian Wushuang saw the old figure, he felt as if he saw a complete space-time. Yes, a space-time that was completely independent and incompatible with the surrounding world. This space-time was so strange that Jian Wushuang was stunned at the first moment. He did not expect that there could be 2 space-time in the world at the same time. One was the space-time under the natural circulation of the heavenly Tao. What he saw now was clearly a new space-time, formed by the old figure with great means. In this new space-time, except for himself, no one else's space-time power would have any effect. The move that Jian Wushuang was good at, the heaven-designated skill, caused the space-time to be temporarily frozen. However, no matter how powerful his move was, even if it was 10 or 100 times stronger, it would not affect the old figure at all, because the old figure was completely in a new time and space. Chapter 2986. Embryonic form of swordsmanship. My lord, the heavenly sword marquis, has arrived. The violet-haired devilish youth stared at the elderly figure, his eyes flashing with reverence. You may leave. The elderly figure waved his hand, and the violet-haired devilish youth immediately turned around and left. After his death, the elderly figure slowly turned around, revealing an elderly face. He had white hair and looked like he had entered his twilight years. However, his vitality was abnormally strong. His deep eyes were like black explosions, full of vigor. His aura was extremely unique, as if he had been through endless wind and rain. He had experienced vicissitudes of life. At this moment, the vicissitudes of life elder were staring at Jian Wushuang with interest. As expected, he is only a divine master. The vicissitude elder felt a trace of joy in his heart. He had just come, so he was not too sure about Jian Wushuang's talent and strength. Because they had not seen Jian Wushuang in person before, they could not determine whether Jian Wushuang was really just a divine master. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he could sense that Jian Wushuang was indeed just a divine master. If an existence like him could not see any flaws, then Jian Wushuang must be just a divine master. I am Mo Shan from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces, the weathered elder said. Heavenly Sword Marquis, greetings, sir. Jian Wushuang was extremely respectful. When he saw the weathered elder Mo Shan, he could already tell that the latter was a genuine rule master. Rule masters were the top existences in the entire divine beginning world. They were all super experts who could intimidate everyone. How could such a super expert come to the endless territory in person? Little guy, look at this first. Mo Shan waved his hand casually, and a huge mirror image immediately appeared around him. In the mirror image, Jian Wushuang and Prince Qian Chen were fighting head-on. Jian Wushuang was very familiar with this scene and recognized it at a glance. What Jian Wushuang did not know was why Mo Shan took out the mirror image token. Little guy, you have a good understanding of the reincarnation rule and have obtained a sword formation that is very suitable for you to use. You have perfectly displayed your understanding of the reincarnation rule. But in terms of the space-time rule, you have a lot of room for improvement, Mo Shan explained. Let's not talk about the space-time rules, just in terms of swordsmanship. If I'm not wrong, it shouldn't be too long for your comprehension of the sword principle to reach the second stage, the boundless sword tree. It's not too long, Jian Wushuang admitted. That's right. His comprehension of the sword principle is not very high, but the power of your sword tree is very strong. It's not surprising that your foundation is too strong. Although you have just broken through, the boundless sword skill in your body is at least 20,000 feet high. Only such a powerful boundless sword tree can make your swordsmanship so strong, Mo Shan said with a smile. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Mo Shan seemed to have seen through him with just a mirror image of his fierce battle with Prince Qianqian. His comprehension of the sword principle was indeed not very high. As for why his swordsmanship was so powerful, that was his innate advantage. His boundless swordsmanship was 3,300 feet tall, which was much more powerful than many top true saints. Your comprehension of laws and sword Tao has already surpassed divine masters, and some have even reached the true saint level. Logically speaking, you should already have the conditions to break through to become an immortal saint. However, it is precisely because your talent is too high and your potential is too great that you still have some room for improvement. If I'm not wrong, the space for improvement lies in the absolute art you created. You must create a stronger absolute art so that your strength can be saturated. Only then can you find an opportunity to make a breakthrough, Mo Shan added. It's like this. Jian Wushuang nodded. I'm also thinking of creating a stronger sword art. Since you want to create swordsmanship, I can give you a suggestion, Mo Shan said. Jian Wushuang, listen carefully. You can try to tear and cut your swordsmanship, Mo Shan said. In the picture, when you were fighting with the little guy, the sword essence that you burst out was mainly sharp. Even the natal magic weapon in your hand is most terrifying because of its sharpness. The sword essence and magic weapon are both the same. Naturally, the swordsmanship that you created should be mainly about tearing and cutting. Or, if you have the time and energy, you can even create a complete set of swordsmanship. Create a complete set of swordsmanship? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes. Mo Shan smiled and said, swordsmanship can be used to attack, defend, cut, and explode. It can be involved in all aspects. It's only because of the relationship between your sword essence and the use of magic weapons that I mind you taking the path of tearing and cutting. But in fact, if you have the time and energy and good perception, you can try to create a complete set of swordsmanship that involves all aspects. Once such swordsmanship has an outline, it can be improved and perfected as one's comprehension of the rules and swordsmanship improves. The power of this swordsmanship will naturally become stronger and stronger. In the future, you don't need to spend so much time creating new swordsmanship. Not only can it save time, but it can also make your swordsmanship more complete. Upon hearing Mo Shan's words, Jian Wushuang's expression became solemn. Creating a complete sword art and improving it in the future? It was not that Jian Wushuang had not thought of this method. However, a complete sword art must involve all aspects and have a complete embryonic form. This embryonic form was the most important. Just like how a person built a house, how high and how strong the building was depended on the foundation. If the foundation was not firm, the house could easily collapse. The same was true for swordsmanship. If Jian Wushuang really wanted to complete the step mentioned by Mo Shan, it would not be easy. After all, his current swordsmanship involved the rules and sword principles, which were unfathomable. Under such circumstances, it was not difficult for him to just create an embryonic form. The key was that this embryonic form had a lot of room for growth. It would be much more difficult for him to keep improving. Previously, Jian Wushuang did not have the confidence to create such an embryonic form of swordsmanship. But now, despite Mo Shan's suggestion, he still did not have the confidence. Little guy, your talent is very high. This embryonic form of sword principle should not be difficult for you. At most, it will only take a little time. But if you continue to pursue a higher level of swordsmanship, it will be easy for you to create more powerful swordsmanship now. But it will be difficult in the future, Mo Shan said. Chapter 2987. Gold-splitting secret manual. Jian Wushuang's expression changed again. Indeed, he felt that it was getting harder and harder to create a new sword skill. For example, the space-time sword skill had a huge threshold from the 7th movement. Every time he wanted to create a new sword skill, it was extremely difficult. After the 9th move, the first move, the storm, it was even more difficult to create the 10th move. Sir Mo Shan, to tell you the truth, I do have the idea to create the embryonic form of swordsmanship, but I have never received the guidance of an expert in the sword principle of emission, and there is nothing I can do indirectly. It's too difficult to create the embryonic form of swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Learn from it. Mo Shan smiled. It's easy to learn from it. There are all kinds of secret manuals on sword principle in the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Many of them can be used as a reference for you. I know a secret manual that will be of great help to you. Which secret manual? Jian Wushuang asked. This secret manual is called the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual. It was created many years ago by an expert named Gold Splitting. Mo Shan smiled. Gold splitting. Jian Wushuang's expression did not change. Obviously, he had never heard of it. Gold splitting, the gold splitting master. When he was alive, he was very famous in the divine beginning world. Not only was he a rule master, but he was also one of the top rule masters, second only to the legendary Saint Realm Master, Mo Shan explained. And this gold-splitting master was a rule master who had completely comprehended the laws of time and space. In addition, his forte was also sword Dao. The void sword technique he created was one of the top sword techniques in the divine beginning realm, although it still focused on cutting and tearing. This sword technique also involved many aspects. The gold-splitting secret manual was the precious legacy left behind by the gold-splitting master. During this period, not only did it contain his own void sword technique, but it also included his understanding of the laws of time and space as well as sword techniques. He even dissected the laws of time and space and sword Dao in great detail and recorded them in the gold-splitting secret manual. For example, he dissected the first stage of the space-time rule, the space-time illusion body, and the second stage, the space-time blade, into a total of 1,000 copies. Each copy represented a space-time blade which was extremely detailed. It was the same with the sword principle. It even included how to combine the space-time rule and sword principle perfectly. It was explained in detail in the gold-splitting secret manual. Upon hearing Mo Shan's words, Jian Wushuang's eyes became fervent. Previously, when he was in the treasure pavilion, he had no idea what to look for, so he had no idea where to start. But now, after hearing Mo Shan's gold-splitting secret manual, the space-time rule was perfectly combined with the sword principle, and he even dissected it perfectly, including the void swordsmanship created by the gold-splitting master. Just by listening to this secret manual, Jian Wushuang knew that it was very useful to him. Whether it was comprehending the space-time rule, comprehending the sword principle, or even creating the embryonic form of the swordsmanship, it could be of great use. Master Mo Shan, the gold-splitting secret manual is so amazing. Its value must be very shocking, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course the complete gold-splitting secret manual is precious, but as far as I know, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has long divided the gold-splitting secret manual into 4 volumes, so that the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can have more opportunities to exchange for treasures. If it's a single volume, its value should not be much higher. As for how much it is worth, you have to ask Master Tianshou, Mo Shan said with a smile. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but in his heart he also noticed how Mo Shan addressed Sir Tianshou. Mo Shan, as a rule master, also called Sir Tianshou respectfully. Obviously, Sir Tianshou's status in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was much higher than that of an ordinary rule master. In fact, it's very easy to learn from him. The most important thing is still guidance. Mo Shan suddenly became serious. Having an expert by your side to guide you and blindly exploring and cultivating alone are 2 completely different things. Jian Wushuang understood. He did not deny this point. With an expert's personal guidance, people could avoid many detours and unnecessary steps. They could spend all their time changing places, so they would naturally grow faster. Little guy, I have already introduced that I come from the 3 palaces of Heaven-Cleaving. The 3 palaces of Heaven-Cleaving are full of geniuses, and there are countless experts. Any genius disciple who joins the 3 palaces of Heaven-Cleaving will receive the greatest amount of training and will naturally receive the best guidance. Do you want to go to the 3 palaces of Heaven-Cleaving with me? Mo Shan looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was a little excited, but his pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly woke up. This Mo Shan! On the surface, Jian Wushuang still looked the same, but he was secretly surprised. He had guessed that this important figure from the headquarters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance came to him, probably because he valued his talent and wanted to invite him to join the 3 palaces of Heaven-Cleaving. He had been keeping an eye out for him. However, when he saw Mo Shan, the latter did not mention this matter at all. Instead, he was very friendly and did not put on any airs as he gave him some pointers and suggestions. These pointers and suggestions were indeed helpful to him. In particular, Mo Shan told him about the gold-splitting secret manual, which made him very moved. It made him very grateful to Mo Shan. However, Mo Shan changed the topic and asked him to join the 3 Heaven's-Cleaving palaces in a different way. He was so tempted that he almost agreed. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang said solemnly, Master Mo Shan, I'm sorry. I don't plan to join the 3 Heaven-Cleaving palaces for the time being. Oh. Mo Shan narrowed his eyes and looked surprised. Little guy, I know that 2 geniuses of the Heaven and Earth Palace have invited you, but they are only disciples of the Heaven and Earth Palace. They don't know much about the 3 palaces. Moreover, with your talent, it's possible for you to enter the strongest Chaos Palace. The resources that the disciples of the Chaos Palace have are far beyond those of the Heaven and Earth Palace and the Primitive Palace. The 2 little guys don't know about it, so they can't explain it to you. But I can tell you one by one. Mo Shan was ready to tell Jian Wushuang some of the resources that the disciples of the Chaos Palace had. But before he could start, Jian Wushuang shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, Master Mo Shan. I really don't want to join the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. Mo Shan frowned and did not continue. He took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Little guy, you have to think carefully. According to the rules of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, as long as you were rejected once, you won't be invited again. I came here personally because of your amazing talent. If you refuse me, then in the future. Chapter 2988. What a pity! What a pity! Although Mo Shan did not finish a sentence, his meaning was clear. Under normal circumstances, the Heaven-Cleaving Union would only invite the same genius once. Only those super geniuses who are very, very talented would have the opportunity to invite him a second time. For example, Jian Wushuang, a divine master, had the battle strength of a second-rank true saint. It was incredible. He was the kind of genius who could be invited a second time. However, if Jian Wushuang refused the second time, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would never invite him a third time. In the history of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, there had never been a genius who had invited the same genius 3 times. Hearing Emo Shan's words, Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. It was not that he was not interested in the 3 palaces. He also knew that entering the 3 palaces to cultivate was much faster than cultivating alone. There would be more room for growth and more achievements in the future. However, he had too many concerns, so he did not dare to appear in the eyes of the top experts of the major forces. Master Emo Shan, I'm sorry. Jian Wushuang said one last word, bowed respectfully, and then turned to leave. Emo Shan looked at Jian Wushuang's back, still frowning, but he did not ask him to stay. Until Jian Wushuang left, Emo Shan began to ponder. I have already used a special method to guide him, and it seems that he is obviously interested in the Chaos Palace, but in the end he still refused. Emo Shan's expression was quite strange. He had been watching Jian Wushuang's reaction. When he saw that Jian Wushuang was tempted by his words, he thought it was going to be a success. He did not expect Jian Wushuang to reject him at the last moment, and so, completely, he did not even have time to finish talking about the rights and benefits of some disciples of the Chaos Palace. Obviously, there was no room for negotiation. He was obviously tempted, but he refused to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Could it be that this little guy has a grudge against a big figure of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and has many concerns? Emo Shan muttered. No matter what, Jian Wushuang was only a divine master, and he was just a little guy to the huge Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Such a little guy would never have a deep grudge with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Even if there was a grudge, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would probably not continue to blame him because of his high talent. Under such circumstances, Jian Wushuang still had so many misgivings. In his opinion, there was only one possibility, which was that Jian Wushuang had a deep personal enmity with an expert of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The second invitation was rejected, so the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will definitely not invite him a third time. It seems that this super genius is destined to be unable to become a disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. What a pity, what a pity. Emo Shan secretly praised him and then left. In the treasure pavilion, the golden light shadow, Lord Tianshou, gathered in front of Jian Wushuang. Lord Tianshou, I want to ask you to find the gold-splitting secret manual, Jian Wushuang said directly. Gold-splitting secret manual? Lord Tianshou's expression changed. It was left by an extremely powerful rule master, the gold-splitting master. It's a secret manual that combines the space-time rule and sword principle. By the way, it also contains the void swordsmanship created by the gold-splitting master, Jian Wushuang said immediately. I know. Lord Tianshou nodded slightly. You're quite capable. The gold-splitting secret manual is not only extraordinary, but it's also the most suitable for you. Who taught you? Well, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly but did not answer. Lord Tianshou shrugged. It's useless to tell you. There is indeed a gold-splitting secret manual in the treasure pavilion, and all 4 volumes are available. However, even the first level of the 4 volumes of the gold-splitting secret manual requires the permission of a heaven-level member to exchange for it. What? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The first volume required the permission of a heaven-level member? Was the level of the gold-splitting secret manual so high? With my current strength, completing 3 Earth-level 3-star missions should be nothing. It won't take long for me to become a heaven-level member, Jian Wushuang murmured. Then he asked, Sir Tianshou, how many sacred elixirs do you need to exchange for the first volume of the gold-splitting secret manual? Not much. 800 million. Sir Tianshou said directly. Jian Wushuang could not help being stunned. 800 million sacred elixirs? Just 1 volume? This is too expensive. Jian Wushuang could not help but click his tongue. He thought that he had just completed the special 3-star Earth-level mission and obtained 100 million sacred elixirs, which was enough. If he really could not, he he still had the Destruction Beast God statue. If he exchanged for the Destruction Beast God statue from Sir Tianqiu, he could also exchange for 500 million sacred elixirs, which added up to 600 million. However, he did not expect that with 600 million sacred elixirs in hand, he could not exchange for the first volume of the gold-splitting secret manual. "It seems that I have to find a way to get some sacred elixirs," Jian Wushuang murmured. For now, if he wanted to get enough sacred elixirs as soon as possible, he had to find a way to complete the task. Jian Wushuang came to the hall of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and began to read the 3-star Earth-level tasks. The endless territory was vast and had endless territories. There were countless secret nests of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In such a vast territory, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance naturally issued many 3-star Earth-level tasks. Jian Wushuang began to read carefully. "This mission is quite difficult. With my strength alone, I can barely complete it, but the final reward is only 20 million sacred elixirs. It's too little. Although the reward is very high, with 50 million sacred elixirs, the place to go is one of the truly forbidden places. Even a rank 2 or 3 true saints could die or be lost forever. I'm not afraid of death. It's not easy to kill me, but it's too difficult to be lost forever. Forget it. This mission is too risky. It's not suitable." Jian Wushuang read carefully and finally decided on 3 missions. These 3 missions were all 3-star Earth-level missions, which were quite difficult, especially the last one. The first and second missions were all rewarded with 40 million sacred elixirs. As for the third mission, the reward was 100 million sacred elixirs, which added up to 180 million sacred elixirs. If I can complete all 3 missions with the sacred elixirs I have and sell the Destruction Beast God statue, I can barely make up 800 million sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. Soon he went to accept the task. Chapter 2989. Godless Sea Area. The sky was dark. Below was a vast sea area. It was not only huge, but also unusually quiet. Whoosh! A figure appeared around the sea area and looked ahead. "Is this the Godless Sea Area?" Jian Wushuang muttered. The Godless Sea Area was also in the Endless Territory, but it was a relatively prosperous territory. There were many experts in this territory. It was said that there were many bandits hidden in the Godless Sea Area during the period. These bandits had very high levels of strength, including many immortal saints. "It's been a year," Jian Wushuang murmured. "I spent a year to complete the 2 3-star Earth-level missions. Now the Godless Sea Area is the last 3-star Earth-level mission. I hope everything will go smoothly." He had taken 3 3-star Earth-level missions in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although the first 2 missions had caused him some trouble along the way, he had only spent a little more time and effort. He still completed the 2 missions. The 2 missions added up to 80 million sacred elixirs, and now they were in his hands. Now he was doing the last task he had accepted. It was the most difficult and highest paid task, with 100 million sacred elixirs. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang quickly flew into the depths of the sea. In the center of the Godless Sea, there was an uninhabited island. The island looked very peaceful, but in fact it was just because someone had set up a magic array on the island. There was a team hidden on the island. There were more than 10 people in this team, and all of them were experts. There were 8 immortal saints alone, so of course they were only false saints. The team was led by 2 people. One was a bald old man in a white robe, and the other was a slightly chubby youth. "Uncle Lei, we've been hiding here for more than a year. How much longer do we have to hide?" The slightly chubby youth asked in a deep voice. "No matter how long we wait, we have to wait." The white-robed bald elder, Uncle Lei, spoke. "The Godless Sea Area is an incomparably vast sea region. There are no spatial passageways here. If we want to leave, we have to pass through the center of the Godless Sea Area. However, it's not like you don't know that the four overlords of the Godless Sea area are frantically searching for our tracks. Once our tracks are discovered by them, the experts of the four overlords will directly charge over. There's no way for us to stop them. But isn't hiding here a solution? The chubby youth said. Although the Godless Sea is huge and has many islands, the four overlords have many experts under their command. They will spread out and search the islands carefully. Sooner or later, they will find our island. 2 people have been to this island before, but they are only divine masters. They were bewitched by the illusory formation you set up, Uncle Lay. They couldn't see the reason. But if the next one comes as an immortal saint, Uncle Lay, I'm afraid your illusory formation won't be of much use, right? Uncle Lay's expression could not help but darken. Indeed, the illusory formation he set up on this island could bewitch ordinary divine masters, but it would be too difficult to bewitch an immortal saint. Once an immortal saint came to this island, he could definitely easily find them. As long as their whereabouts were exposed, it would be over. Don't worry, Master knows your situation here, so he made the arrangements long ago. He even paid a huge price to invite the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. We've been waiting here for a year. If nothing unexpected happens, the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance should be arriving soon. Once the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance arrive, we can leave this Godless Sea area. Uncle Lay said, Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The chubby young man narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. Right at this moment, whoosh, a figure rushed over from afar and appeared in the void above the island in an instant. Someone's coming. Be careful, hide your aura well. Judging from the aura that this person is emitting, he's only at the reverent God level. He shouldn't be able to see through the illusory formation Lord Lay set up. The experts in this group were discussing. Although they could not see the exact appearance of the figure above, they could feel the aura of the other party. They were not worried about a mere divine master. However, suddenly, the figure that had stopped in the void above the island suddenly accelerated and rushed down. What? He actually rushed in. Could it be that he saw through Lord Lay's illusory formation? The experts of this group were all shocked. Uncle Lay immediately activated the illusory formation, wanting to stop the other party. But in the end, the figure that rushed downwards was not affected by the illusory formation at all. Instead, it continued downwards, and in an instant, it passed through the illusory formation and appeared in front of the group. The experts in the team all took out their magic weapons and planned to attack. Stop, don't be rash. Uncle Lay shouted in a low voice and blocked the surrounding people. Then Uncle Lay glanced at Jian Wushuang seriously. After a long while, he finally said, Are you from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Sure enough. Uncle Lay was delighted. He had long known that the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were dressed like Jian Wushuang, who was wearing a gray robe and a gray mask. It was obviously the standard equipment for the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You must be here on a mission from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, right? Uncle Lay asked again. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded again and looked around. The mission I received was to protect a young master named Qin Dong and leave the Godless Sea alive. Which one of you is Qin Dong? I am. The slightly plump young man immediately stood up. Is that you? Jian Wushuang glanced at Qin Dong and said, From today on, you follow me, and I will take you out of the Godless Sea area alive. As soon as Jian Wushuang finished his words, the experts in the surrounding teams all had strange expressions on their faces. Little brother. Uncle Lay also looked over. May I know your name? Heavenly Sword Marquis, Jian Wushuang said. My little friend, Heavenly Sword Marquis, where are your teammates now? Uncle Lay asked. Teammates? No teammates. Jian Wushuang shook his head directly. No teammates? Are they teammates? Uncle Lay asked again. No, I took this mission alone, so naturally I am responsible for it. Jian Wushuang said directly. What? Uncle Lei and the experts around the team were shocked. Chapter 2990. Bloodblade Island, sir, are you joking? Can you complete this mission alone? Uncle Lei's expression turned cold. Do you know where you are right now? This is the Godless Sea area. There are as many experts here as the clouds. There are even some immortal saints. I, young Master Jia, am being pursued by the 4 overlords of the Godless Sea area. There are more than 10 immortal saints in each of the 4 overlords, and their leaders are said to be at the peak of rank 1 true saint. Uncle Lei was interrupted by Jian Wushuang with a wave of his hand before he could finish his words. I know what you are talking about. The mission information that I received has a detailed introduction. I know more about the strength of the 4 overlords than you do. However, since I have received the mission information and know that the enemy's strength is still daring enough to accept this mission, I naturally have the confidence to deal with it. You don't have to worry about that. Jian Wushuang's voice was extremely cold. His words also aroused the disgust of many experts in this team. One had to know that this team had many immortal saints. Their young master had so many immortal saints escorting him. But in the end, he could only hide on this small island and did not dare to show his face at all. And now a divine master had come to the heaven-cleaving alliance. He actually dared to say that he had the confidence to deal with it? In the eyes of most of them, this was a joke. Uncle Lei, what should we do? Young Master Qin Dong immediately looked at Uncle Lei. Uncle Lei's face was gloomy. He stared at Jian Wushuang, trying to see the change in his expression. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had been wearing a mask all this time. The only thing that was exposed was his eyes, which were unusually cold. He could not figure out why. This time the Master asked the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to issue a unique mission. That means that if anyone in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance accepts this mission, no one else will accept it during the mission period. However, if the other party wants to accept this mission, he must have the strength to complete the mission. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will also test the difficulty of the mission. And now, the Heavenly Sword Marquis has passed the examination of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and received this mission. That means that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance recognizes his strength and believes that he has the ability to complete this mission. Uncle Lei said in a low voice. Ability? No matter how powerful he is only a deity? Qin Dong could not help but ask. There's no other way. Now that the Heavenly Sword Marquis has arrived, we can't let him go back. Even if we go back, we won't have time to wait for the other experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to arrive. Therefore, we can only gamble. Uncle Lei said, Gamble? Qin Dong was stunned. We bet that Heavenly Sword Marquis is really confident in dealing with the 4 overlords, as he said. At the same time, we bet that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will not violate their principles. Whoever is sent to complete this mission must have the ability to do so, Uncle Lei said. So, we have to put our lives in the hands of the Divine Master. Qin Dong's face was a little ugly. There's no other way. Uncle Lei sighed and then looked at Jian Wushuang. May I ask how you want to take my young master away? Just follow me, Jian Wushuang said indifferently, but his body had already floated away. Qin Dong and Uncle Lei looked at each other in dismay. They did not hesitate to follow him, and the rest of the team naturally followed. Under Jian Wushuang's lead, the group left the island and headed directly to the edge of the Godless Sea area. On the way, the experts in the group looked a little unhappy. This guy wants us to leave the Godless Sea area so openly. Does he think that the 4 overlord spies are just for show? That's right. Without any disguise, the experts under the 4 overlords can recognize us as soon as they see us. Then they will attack us directly. How can he resist them then? It seems that this time we are doomed. These people were more or less dispirited. And just as they had expected, their group of people did not need any disguise to travel in the void of the Godless Sea area. They were easily discovered by one of the 4 overlords, the people of Blood Blade Island. In the Grand Palace, Island Master, we found the location of young Master Qindong, a thin old man reported. Found him. The Island Master of the Blood Blade Island was a young man with blood-red hair and a blood-red robe. His eyes were bewitching with red light. When he heard the report from the thin old man, the red light in his eyes was abnormally cold. Where did you find them? The Island Master of the Blood Blade Island asked immediately. They're in the void above the Godless Sea area. I don't know what's going on. Qindong and his guards are flying there without any disguise or disguise. It seems like they want to leave the Godless Sea area directly, said the skinny old man. Without any disguise? The Island Master of the Blood Blade Island raised his eyebrows. Qindong should have known that the 4 overlords of the Godless Sea area have their eyes on them. He has been trying to find their location for a whole year. Now, they have shown up on their own accord. And they are so unscrupulous. Yes, Qindong's people were too unscrupulous. It was because they were unscrupulous that Blood Blade Island Master became more worried. Could it be that the Qin family's experts have arrived? No, the 2 camps over there are currently in a stalemate. Moreover, they are both monitoring and intimidating each other. If either side makes any movements, the other side will not miss this opportunity. If the people over there made any movements, I would definitely have received the news. But now it seems that they haven't. Moreover, if they really want to rush over from there, it will take a longer time. It is impossible for them to arrive so quickly. The Island Master of Blood Blade Island tapped on the armchair with his fingers. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Did our people see any special experts among Qindong's guards?" "Yes," the skinny old man said. "According to the information from our spies, there is indeed one more person besides Qindong. That person is wearing a gray robe and a gray mask." Gray robe? Gray mask? The Island Master's face suddenly changed. Heaven-cleaving alliance. It's the Heaven-cleaving alliance. The Heaven-cleaving alliance has interfered. This is troublesome. The Blood Blade Island Master frowned. The Blood Blade Island Master definitely knew about the Heaven-cleaving alliance, which was famous and powerful in the beginning divine realm. Moreover, he had always respected the Heaven-cleaving alliance and did not dare to offend them. The gray robe and the gray mask were obviously the attire of the Heaven-cleaving alliance's experts. "Sir, our spies also sent news that the person wearing the gray robe mask is a divine master," the thin and weak old man said. Chapter 2991. Kill without mercy. What did you say? The Blood Blade Island Master's voice suddenly became excited. He looked at the thin and weak old man in surprise. "Our people did say so," the thin and weak old man said immediately. "Divine Master? Are you sure?" He saw clearly that the extra Heaven-cleaving alliance expert is just a divine master. The Blood Blade Island Master said in disbelief. "He's very sure, but it's also possible that that person intentionally concealed his aura, and our people can't see through it," the thin and weak elder said. "It's possible." The Island Master nodded. "But no matter what, since we've already found Qindong's location, for the sake of that huge bounty, regardless of whether the Heaven-cleaving alliance person concealed his strength or not, we have to give it a try." Pass down the order. Everyone set off immediately. With the order of the Blood Blade Island Master, the experts of the Blood Blade Island immediately moved. In the void above the vast sea, Jian Wushuang and his group were still moving forward without any fear. But at this moment, whoosh, 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 dozens of figures rushed over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. After the dozens of figures stopped, their powerful auras immediately pressed down on Jian Wushuang and the others. Looking at the group of experts, Jian Wushuang's eyes were still cold, but Qindong, Uncle Lei, and the guards of their team looked extremely gloomy. Blood Blade Island is one of the 4 overlords. The leader of the people of Bloodblade Island is Bloodblade Island Master. My God, half of the 30 people are immortal saints. Even the Bloodblade Island Master came here personally. How can we resist such a lineup? Bloodblade Island Master is said to be a true saint at the peak of rank 1. The guards were all filled with fear. Uncle Lei and Qin Dong were also very nervous. Haha, the boy of the Qin family finally let me find you. The Bloodblade Island Lord had a cold smile on his face, and his voice shook the sky. He glanced at the people in front of him, and when he saw Qin Dong, his eyes immediately lit up. Of course, he also saw Jian Wushuang. Is this the expert from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? The Bloodblade Island Lord also took a careful look at Jian Wushuang. He looked left and right and finally came to a conclusion. Divine Master, he is indeed just a Divine Master. The smile on the Bloodblade Island Master's face grew wider. Uncle Lei, what should we do? Qin Dong was so nervous that he was trembling. Don't be anxious. Let's look at the Heavenly Sword Marquis first. Since he is so confident, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Maybe he can really stop the Bloodblade Island Master. As long as he can stop the Bloodblade Island Master for a moment, I can take you away, young master. Uncle Lei said in a deep voice. He was a Peakfall saint, and among the Peakfall saints, he was an extremely powerful existence. As long as he did not meet a true saint, he was not afraid at all. Although there were more than a dozen immortal saints in front of him, the Bloodblade Island Master was the only true saint expert. If the Bloodblade Island Master was stopped by Jian Wushuang and could not free his hands, he was sure to take Qin Dong away. Under everyone's gaze, Jian Wushuang finally raised his eyes. I want to take this man away. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed without mercy. Jian Wushuang pointed at Qin Dong with one hand, and his cold voice came out of his mouth, wantonly spilling out in the vast sea. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, not only the Bloodblade Island, but also Qin Dong and the others were stunned. They had never expected Jian Wushuang to say such words as soon as he opened his mouth. He would kill anyone who stood in his way without mercy? Was he not too domineering? Do not forget, the people standing in front of him were all the top experts of Bloodblade Island. There are more than 10 false saints and a true saint at the peak of rank 1. How could he dare to say that he would kill anyone who stood in his way? Get lost! Jian Wushuang shouted angrily again, his voice rolling like thunder. You're courting death! The experts of Bloodblade Island were all furious. They were not frightened by a mere divine master. In an instant, many figures burst out. Seeing this scene, killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. If you don't get lost, you'll die. Boom! Jian Wushuang suddenly stepped on the void and shot out like a cannonball. As he shot out, a large amount of golden divine power began to roll out from his body. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, and 9 luminary star armor had been used at the same time. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and sword essence burst out. Whoosh! He directly slashed out. This sword seemed calm, but in fact, the moment it was slashed out, it had already brought Jian Wushuang's sword essence and the power of the 33,000-meter tall boundless sword tree to the maximum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of space-time rules condensed together with the sword essence, forming one space-time blade after another. Countless space-time blades fused with the sword essence. Space-time rules and swordsmanship were perfectly combined. Boom! A huge storm rose out of thin air. This storm was like the wrath of heaven and earth. After it swept out, it immediately set off a world-destroying tsunami on the surface of the sea. It was the 9th move of the space-time swordsmanship, Storm. This sword move! The experts of Bloodblade Island, who were full of killing intent and wanted to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot, changed their expressions when they saw the terrifying sword-edge storm. Even the master of Bloodblade Island was shocked. Such a terrifying sword attack made his heart palpitate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The huge blade storm covered all the experts of Bloodblade Island, and an endless sword essence burst out at the same time. This power was extremely terrifying. Even if it covered all the experts of Bloodblade Island and faced more than 30 people at the same time, the power was not something an ordinary expert could withstand. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A large number of sounds that sounded like the tip of a sword entering one's body rang out continuously, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. In an instant, nearly half of the more than 30 experts of Bloodblade Island were killed on the spot. The weaker ones were killed on the spot. Although the remaining people survived this sword blade storm, most of them suffered a portion of the power and did not feel good. But at this moment, be careful! A mournful roar suddenly sounded. A ghostly voice appeared behind a false saint of Bloodblade Island at some point in time. Then a sword light lit up. The false saint did not have time to react. The sword light had already passed through his neck, and his entire head was thrown away. Whoosh! A strange figure flashed and appeared next to the second false saint. With the same sword attack, the second head was sent flying again. Chapter 2992. Sweep. Hua, 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 hua. The strange figure kept on flashing with lightning, and in the void, heads were cut off one by one like wheat being cut off. In less than a breath's time, 8 of the 10 or so immortal saints of Bloody Blade Island had been killed on the spot. This terrifying slaughter speed scared the remaining false saints of Bloodblade Island to death. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure burst out again. Stop! Bloodblade Island Master let out a fierce roar. His eyes turned completely scarlet, and his body shot toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stopped the slaughter and glanced at Bloodblade Island Master. Then he held the sword with one hand. Buzz! A majestic sword shadow suddenly slashed out with a boundless sword tree, which was 3,300 meters tall. A scarlet saber appeared in the Bloodblade Island Master's hand. It was a blood saber. As he raised his hands, a vast blood chi rose. The Bloodblade Island Master seemed to be in a frenzy. At this moment, he had exerted the divine power in his hands to the maximum. Hua! The saber light slashed over and collided with the majestic sword shadow. Dang! A loud sound rang out. A terrifying shock wave swept out wantonly, raising the entire surface of the sea below. At the center of the collision, the Bloodblade Island Master's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, a terrifying force crushed his saber light easily and continued to strike his divine body. So, the Bloodblade Island Master was like a meteor falling from the sky and crashed into the sea below. A moment later, he rushed out of the sea again. However, after he rushed out of the sea, the madness and killing intent on his face had disappeared. What replaced it was shock. This guy is clearly just a divine master, but his strength is completely superior to mine. He's too strong. His strength is too strong, and his speed is also far faster than mine. I don't even have a 10% chance of winning in a fight with him. Let's run. Without any hesitation, the Bloodblade Island Master immediately turned around and fled. Since he was like this, the remaining undying saints on the Bloodblade Island, who had long been scared out of their wits, naturally fled frantically. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, watched them flee. He had no intention of pursuing them. He only slowly went forward to collect his spoils of war. It should be known that he had just killed a total of 8 immortal saints in an instant. This was also the largest number of immortal saints he had killed since he began cultivating. Even though the 8 immortal saints were only false saints and each of them had an average wealth of about 1 million sacred elixirs, it was still a considerable harvest. After all of this was done, Jian Wushuang turned to look at Qin Dong, Uncle Lei, and the others. It was a slow scene. In fact, From Jian Wushuang slaughtering the 8 immortal saints to forcing the Bloodblade Island Master to flee in panic, it was all done in a very short time. Qin Dong, Uncle Lei, and their guards were already stunned by the scene in front of them. To be exact, they were not stunned, but completely stunned. More than 30 experts, more than 10 immortal saints, and even the master of Bloodblade Island, a powerful true saint at the peak of Stage 1, were all sent out by Bloodblade Island. They had no confidence in dealing with such a huge lineup. Qin Dong and Uncle Lei were even praying that Jian Wushuang would be able to hold off the master of Bloodblade Island for a while. But what happened? In a split second, more than half of the experts of the Bloodblade Island had been killed, and only a few had escaped. The Bloodblade Island Master had been pushed back, and he had also fled in panic. And the one who had done all this was Heavenly Sword Marquis, who was only exuding the aura of a divine master. He! Qin Dong pointed at Jian Wushuang, his eyes glazed over. He did not know what to say. Young master, watch your behavior. Don't anger this lord, Uncle Lei shouted. Qin Dong was stunned, but he immediately realized what had happened and quickly withdrew his finger. However, he still could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, Uncle Lei managed to calm down. After exhaling, he walked toward Jian Wushuang. Thank you, Lord Heavenly Sword Marquis, for helping my young master defeat the Bloodblade Island, Uncle Lei said in awe. I'm just trying to complete my task. There's no need to thank me. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, All right, let's continue. After saying that, Jian Wushuang did not look back and directly rushed forward. Qin Dong, Uncle Lei, and the others immediately followed him. In contrast, Qin Dong and the others were nervous and worried that they would not be able to leave the Godless Sea area alive. But now that they had witnessed Jian Wushuang's strength, their emotions disappeared instantly. Uncle Lei, we have come to the right person, Qin Dong whispered. Yes, we have come to the right person. Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed very powerful. Judging from the battle strength he just displayed, he has at least the battle strength of a peak rank 1 true saint. He is even very powerful among peak rank 1 true saints. At least, the Island Master of Bloodblade Island is no match for him. With his protection, we should be able to leave the Godless Sea area smoothly, Uncle Lei said with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis is very powerful, but I'm curious. Is he really just a divine master, or has he been hiding his aura all this time? Qin Dong frowned. Well, he should be hiding his aura. If he's really just a divine master, then his talent is too terrifying. Such a terrifying genius has already entered the legendary 3 palaces of Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. How could he appear here? Uncle Lei said he also thought that Jian Wushuang should have concealed his aura. Then why did he conceal his aura? I feel that concealing his aura is not of much use. Qin Dong asked in puzzlement. Who knows? Maybe Heavenly Sword Marquis is used to playing the pig to eat the tiger? Uncle Lei said. Qin Dong was startled, then he smiled. Forget it. Whether Heavenly Sword Marquis conceals his aura or not has nothing to do with us. As long as we can leave the Godless Sea area in peace, we will be fine. When we return to the clan and resolve the internal conflict, I will lead the experts of the clan to wipe out the Godless Sea area and turn the 4 overlords of the Godless Sea area into stray dogs. Uncle Lei could not help but smile. Because of Jian Wushuang's absolute strength, Qin Dong, Uncle Lei, and the guards were much more relaxed. But in fact, Jian Wushuang knew that his mission was not so simple. He would probably encounter a lot of trouble later. Chapter 2993. Peak Level 1, 4 of them. On the vast sea surface of the Godless Sea area, the Island Master of the Bloodblade Island and the remaining few immortal saints of Bloodblade Island stood there, their faces extremely unsightly. They're here. The Island Master of the Bloodblade Island suddenly raised his head. At the end of the void in front of him, more than 10 figures were rushing over. Haha, Bloodblade Island Master. From the looks of it, you seem to be in a bit of a sorry state." Hearty laughter rang out. The person who had let out this laughter was a burly bald man. This bald man came before the island master of the Bloodblade Island. His violent aura was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the peak stage first true saint. Thanks. This is also the first time I've seen the island master of Bloodblade Island in such a state." Delicate laughter rang out. The person who spoke was a red-clothed young lady. This red-clothed young lady looked delicate and moving, but her eyes were extremely cold, just like the edge of a blade. "I've received news that your Bloodblade Island has already found the location of that Qingdong. Moreover, all of you have directly charged over. However, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that all of you haven't succeeded. Moreover, you've even suffered a small loss." Another black-robed handsome youth said in a low voice. The burly bald man, the red-clothed girl, and the black-robed cold youth were all peak rank 1 true saints. They were shockingly the rulers of the other 3 overlords of the Godless Sea area. "All right, the 3 of you, let's cut the unnecessary nonsense. The reason I called you here is to discuss with you how to kill that Qingdong," said the island master of Bloodblade Island. "Bloodblade, as far as I know, that young master of the Qin family doesn't have many experts with him. He doesn't even have a true saint. With the strength of your Bloodblade Island, as long as you find their existence, it should be very easy to kill them, right? How did it become like this?" The burly bald man asked. "I also thought that it was a must. In the end, I didn't expect the Qin clan to use such a great method to invite an expert from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to help." The Bloodblade Island master said in a low voice, "Heaven-Cleaving Alliance." The expressions of the burly bald man, the red-robed girl, and the black-robed, cold-looking young man all changed. "Is this expert from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance very strong?" the red-clothed girl immediately asked. "But on the surface, he doesn't look strong. He's only at the Divine Master level, but he must have hidden his aura. His combat strength is so strong that, to put it bluntly, he's much stronger than any one of the 4 of us," the island master of the Bloodblade Island said. "Once this expert from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance makes a move, he directly massacred many experts of our Bloodblade Island with great methods. Let alone divine masters. Even the immortal saint of our Bloodblade Island has no chance to struggle in his hands. In just an instant, more than half of the people of our Bloodblade Island were slaughtered by him. Even the immortal saint was killed by 8 of them. When he made his move, he only casually swung his sword. That terrifying power still completely crushed me. I estimate that this person's strength should have already reached the limit of a rank 1 true saint, and he should be very close to a rank 2 true saint. So powerful." The bald man, the red-robed girl, and the cold-looking, black-robed young man all turned solemn. "Bloodblade Island Master, if you say it like this, any of us who meet that expert from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will be slaughtered." The red-robed girl said seriously, "The 4 overlords of the Godless Sea area were about the same level of strength. That expert from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance could easily slaughter everyone from Bloodblade Island. After killing so many experts from Bloodblade Island, naturally, he could also slaughter the other 3 overlords. It's like this. That's why I've gathered them together now." The island master of the Bloodblade Island said seriously, "Although that person from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is powerful, he is only one person after all. In a one-on-one fight, none of us is his match. However, if 4 of us fight one person, he will only be crushed by us. 4 against 1. The burly bald man, the red-clothed girl, and the black-robed, cold-looking youth looked at each other in dismay before nodding secretly. Indeed, according to what the island master had said, none of them would be enough for that expert from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to slaughter them. Thus, they could only join forces from all 4 sides and join forces completely. However, if the 4 peak Tier 1 true saints attacked at the same time unless they encountered a Tier 2 true saint, otherwise, they would be able to suppress him. The 3 of you, this time the other faction of the Qin clan, has given us quite sufficient rewards. Even if we join forces from all 4 sides and split the rewards, we will still receive quite a lot of rewards. How about it? Whether we join forces or not, you can decide. The Bloodblade Island Master said, "We can join forces." The burly-bald man said, "I have no objections." The red-clothed girl nodded. "In that case, let's work together." The cold-looking young man in the black robe agreed. The 4 of them reached an agreement. Soon, the experts of the 4 overlords of the Godless Sea area set off immediately. Jian Wushuang and his group had been flying at high speed in the Godless Sea area. They did not hide their tracks at all. It was certainly not difficult for the experts of the 4 overlords to find them. Soon, whoosh, 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 a large group of experts rushed over from the front and arrived in front of Jian Wushuang and the others in the blink of an eye. Oh no! It's the people of the Bloodblade Island again. Except for the Bloodblade Island, the others, Luo God Island, Monster Snow Island, and Black Wind Island. Oh no, the 4 overlords of the Godless Sea area are all here. Qin Dong's guards were all stunned. How is this possible? How can this be? Uncle Lei's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. The 4 overlords of the Godless Sea area usually fight for benefits. They have deep grudges against each other. But why are the 4 overlords working together today? Benefits. It must be for benefits. Qin Dong's expression was also extremely unsightly. It looks like the people over there have invested a lot of capital and given extremely high rewards. This is why the 4 overlords can forget about their past grudges and work together to kill me. How ruthless! Looking at the many experts of the 4 islands in front of them, especially the 4 peak Tier 1 true saints standing at the very front, Qin Dong's guards could not help but feel a sense of despair. Of course, they had not completely lost hope yet. After all, they still had a chance of survival. This chance of survival was the man in a gray robe and a gray mask standing in front of them, Lord Heavenly Sword Marquis. Uncle Lei also looked at Jian Wushuang. Now, Jian Wushuang was their only hope. Only Jian Wushuang could let them live. Are all the experts of the 4 overlords gathered? Jian Wushuang's face under the mask was extremely cold, and his body emitted an unusually cold and black aura. His eyes showed no emotion as he glanced at the people in front of him. He had long guessed that this mission was not so simple, so he was not too surprised by the appearance of these experts. Chapter 2994. Destroy. When Jian Wushuang looked at the experts of the 4 overlords, the experts of the 4 overlords also stared at him. Is he the expert of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? The burly bald man narrowed his eyes. He doesn't look very impressive. The black-robed, cold-looking young man said, "His aura is indeed at the Divine Master level." "How strange," the red-robed girl said. "The 3 of you, don't underestimate him. His combat strength is far stronger than any of us," the Island Master of Bloodblade Island said seriously. "Don't worry. We're not stupid," the red-robed girl said with a smile. "Cut the crap. Let's attack directly," the burly bald man said in a low voice. Okay. The 4 of them communicated with each other and made up their minds. Kill. As the master of Bloodblade Island shouted, the experts of the 4 overlords, including the 4 peak rank 1 true saints, all attacked at the same time. For a moment, a terrifying aura burst out one after another, pressing down on them from all directions. The moment they attacked, Jian Wushuang also moved. His eyes were cold, and his body turned into a stream of light as he dashed out. His eyes were unusually cold as he stared the people in front of him. There are many experts from the 4 overlords. There are more than 20 immortal saints and 4 true saints at the peak of rank 1. With so many experts, as long as these 4 peak of rank 1 true saints can hold me back, the others can directly kill me. Qindong's subordinates won't be able to resist for long. Once Qindong is killed, my mission will fail. I can't give them a chance to fight. I have to use all my strength to defeat them. Even if I can kill them, I have to intimidate them so that they won't dare to continue fighting. Jian Wushuang thought quickly and made up his mind. Boom! A vast golden divine power surged wildly. Jian Wushuang had already used the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment skill, and the 9 luminary star armor. His battle strength immediately rose to the peak. Then he waved his hand. Swish! 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 Streams of cyan streamers, formed by the Star Luo swords, rushed out. These cyan streamers shuttled rapidly in the void and then floated in front of Jian Wushuang. Condense! Jian Wushuang uttered a word, and the 18-star Luo swords immediately condensed together at the fastest speed. In an instant, rumble, an earth-shaking rumble sounded, and a huge spiral tunnel with the power of endless reincarnation rules appeared between heaven and earth. This spiral tunnel was like the reincarnation tunnel that led to reincarnation. It was mysterious, vast, and unfathomable. However, in this reincarnation tunnel, a brilliant green light was faintly discernible. Go! Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and the faintly discernible green light in the reincarnation passage suddenly burst out. The green light was extremely long and carried a huge green tail. It was dozens of meters long, but it was not large in size, but it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of the burly bald man who was the fastest. This sword formation, the burly bald man's pupils constricted. He was a true saint at the peak of stage 1. He had extraordinary knowledge and sharp senses. The moment Jian Wushuang's reincarnation sword formation burst out, he had already sensed that the power of this sword formation was extraordinary. The burly bald man did not dare to be careless. His body was instantly filled with an evil aura, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. As he held the huge axe with both hands, Hua! The axe, which seemed to be able to split mountains and break mountains, suddenly descended. The axe shadow reached the sky and collided with the green light. Dang! A low sound of collision rang out. The moment the huge axe in his hand came into contact with the green light, it has already struck. What? The expression of the burly bald man suddenly changed, and his gaze became extremely shocked. He could feel the terrifying power contained within the green light. This power completely surpassed his, completely crushing him. But one had to know that he was a peak stage, rank 1 true saint, and his forte was power, yet he was completely crushed? Rank 2. This is the power of a rank 2 true saint. The burly bald man let out a cry of surprise, but the green light continued to charge toward his body. Bang! The green light hit the burly bald man's body, and the burly bald man spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body shot backward like a cannonball. With just one attack, the burly bald man's body was heavily injured. However, before he could stabilize himself, the cyan light shook slightly and then came at him for the second time. This time, the bald man did not even have the chance to wave his axe to defend himself. Bang! Under the terrifying power contained in the cyan light, the bald man's divine body finally collapsed. This scene stunned the Blood-Blade Island master, the red-robed girl, and the black-robed, cold-looking young man who was about to rush to Jian Wushuang. Their expressions were also very interesting. In just 2 moves, the divine body of the Lord of the Luo God Island, who has the strongest attack power among the 4 of us, actually collapsed. The red-robed girl muttered, "Whoosh!" A large amount of divine power began to gather crazily. In just a moment, the body of the burly bald man has formed again. However, After his divine body was formed, he did not stop for even a moment. Instead, he fled backward at his fastest speed. As he fled, he hissed, "Bloodblade Island Master, you lied to me." The Bloodsaber Island Master was also at a loss. He did not know how to answer. He knew why the burly bald man would say that. When the four of them met, he said that although Jian Wushuang's battle strength was stronger than his, it was not too outrageous. With their combined battle strength, they could easily contend with Jian Wushuang and even completely crush him. That was why the four of them joined hands to kill him. But now, when they actually saw Jian Wushuang fight with him, in just 2 moves, the burly bald man's divine body was severely damaged. In the second move, the bald man's divine body directly collapsed. The 2 moves were completed in a flash. In such a short time, the bald man's divine body had collapsed once. What kind of strength was this? A first-rank true saint, even an expert who had reached the peak of the first rank, could not do this. Obviously, this expert from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had the combat power of a second-level true saint, and he was probably a strong existence among second-level true saints. Chapter 2995. Heaven Level Members Run. After the burly bald man regenerated his divine body, he chose to run without any hesitation. He also saw that Jian Wushuang had the battle strength of a rank 2 true saint, and he was probably not weak among them. Such a powerful existence was not something he could fight against. Even if the 4 peak rank 1 true saints joined hands, they would not be able to fight against him. The difference between a true saint and a rank 1 true saint was ridiculous. Although it was difficult for Jian Wushuang to kill him because of his immortal body, there was still a high chance that the burly bald man did not want to take the risk. He was not the only one. After seeing Jian Wushuang's battle strength, the Bloodblade Island Master, the red-clothed girl, and the cold-looking black-robe young man also made a decision at once. Let's go! Let's go! The experts who were about to attack turned around and fled. Jian Wushuang was too lazy to chase after them. Even if he chased after them, he could only kill a few false saints. It was too difficult to kill a true saint. After all, the immortal body of a true saint was there. It was not easy to kill him. Soon, all the experts of the 4 overlords had fled. Jian Wushuang put away his long sword and looked at Qin Dong and the others behind him. It's okay, let's go. The group continued to set off. On the way, Qin Dong and the others were even more respectful of Jian Wushuang. A rank 2 true saint was definitely a top expert in the Endless Territories. Qin Dong's Qin clan had many experts, but the strongest one was also a peak rank 2 true saint. Even the Qin family had to treat a rank 2 true saint with respect. With such an expert escorting them, they were completely at ease. The journey was silent. The 4 overlords were completely intimidated by Jian Wushuang's strength and did not have the courage to come over again. Jian Wushuang and the others flew along. After a period of time, they finally successfully walked out of the Godless Sea area. My mission is to send you through the Godless Sea area. Now that we are out of the Godless Sea area, my mission is over. Goodbye, Jian Wushuang said directly. Thank you for the journey, sir, Uncle Lei said. Thank you, sir, Qin Dong and the surrounding guards said humbly. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and then left. In one of the secret nests of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, hand over the task. Jian Wushuang handed over a mirror token. The mirror token recorded the journey and used it to identify whether he had really completed the task alone. It only took some time. Soon, someone handed him an interspatial ring and a new identity token. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have completed 3 Earth-level 3-star tasks alone. Congratulations. From today on, you are a Heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and can enjoy many privileges as a Heaven-grade member. Thank you. Jian Wushuang took the interspatial ring and token with a smile on his face. After becoming a Heaven-level member, he immediately went to the treasure pavilion. Sir Tianxua, I want to exchange this destruction beast god statue for sacred elixirs. According to what I said before, this destruction beast god statue is worth 500 million sacred elixirs, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Sir Tianxua nodded. Well, this destruction beast god statue has 500 million sacred elixirs, and I have 280 million ready-made sacred elixirs in my interspatial ring, as well as many cultivation resources and treasures. It should be worth about 20 to 30 million sacred elixirs. I'll take 20 million sacred elixirs and add them all together. That's 800 million sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang took out an interspatial ring and said. Lord Tianxua glanced at the interspatial ring and nodded slightly. It'll give you 800 million sacred elixirs. What do you want to exchange for? The gold-cracking secret manual? Yes, I want to exchange for the first volume of the gold-cracking secret manual, Jian Wushuang said directly. Sure. Lord Tianxua waved his hand and took away the destruction beast god statue and the interspatial ring. Then he said, wait here for a while. Soon someone will send you the first volume of the gold-splitting secret manual, Lord Tianxua said. Thank you, sir. Jian Wushuang was delighted. After leaving the treasure pavilion, he waited in the secret nest with great expectations. A few days later, someone handed the first volume of the gold-splitting secret manual to him. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in a dark secret room, with a scroll made of jade slips floating in front of him. The scroll was not very long, but it contained a vast amount of information. The gold-splitting secret manual was left behind by an extremely powerful rule master in the divine beginning world, the gold-splitting master. This manual not only left behind the gold-splitting master's many insights into the space-time rule and sword principle, but also the void swordsmanship he created. Of course, most importantly, the gold-splitting master also carried out an extremely detailed dissection of the space-time rule and sword principle. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang began to examine them carefully. The first thing he saw was the dissection of the space-time rule. The space-time rule was profound and unfathomable. From the first stage of the space-time illusion body to the second stage of the space-time blade. It's too detailed. The dissection is too detailed. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. He had only seen the bottom part, which was the dissection of the first stage of the space-time rule, which was the space-time illusion body. He was completely shocked. The space-time illusion body, when it reached its limit at this stage, could burst out 1,000 space-time illusions at the same time. 1,000 was already the limit. And in this gold-splitting secret manual, the gold-splitting master had perfectly dissected each of the 1,000 illusions, dissecting each of them into dozens or even hundreds of portions. It was just like how ordinary people ate. For example, it was impossible to eat a large pancake in one bite. However, if the pancake was split into several portions, it would be much easier. If the pancake was split into hundreds or even thousands of portions, it would become very, very small. Then even those toothless old ladies would be able to eat it easily. It was the same for law comprehension. Take the illusory body of space-time, for example. It was not easy for a cultivator to condense a second illusory body under the premise of condensing one illusory body. However, if the illusory body was dissected into dozens of parts, dozens of steps, and then completed one step at a time, each step was very easy from difficult to easy. Condensing the second illusory body would naturally become much easier. Chapter 2996. Cultivation time. The gold-splitting master is really good. He dissected an extremely complicated and profound rule in such a detailed and clear manner, Jian Wushuang praised. It's much easier to comprehend such a detailed principle than we usually do. If I had obtained the gold-splitting secret manual earlier, it would have been much easier for me to comprehend the space-time principle with the help of the heaven-sealing painting scroll. My comprehension of the space-time principle would have been much higher than now. Jian Wushuang looked at the information on the space-time principle on the scroll. In each stage of the space-time principle, not only the first stage of the space-time illusion body, but also the second stage of the space-time blade and the third stage of the space-time principle were dissected in great detail. However, the fourth stage. This scroll did not mention anything about the fourth stage of the space-time principles. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had only obtained the first volume of the gold-splitting secret manual. After all, the gold-splitting secret manual had a total of 4 volumes. My comprehension of the space-time principles is still at the second stage, which is the level of the space-time blade. I'm still far from the limit of condensing 1,000 streaks of space-time heat. With my own comprehension speed, it would take me a long time, even with the help of the 3 heaven-sealing scrolls. But now, with the gold-splitting secret manual, I can dissect the space-time principles of the second stage in such detail. It will be much easier for me to comprehend it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Then, he looked at the other contents of the secret manual. For example, the sword principle. The secret manual also contained a complete dissection of the sword principle. From the first stage of the sword principle, the sword world, to the second stage, the limit of the infinite sword tree, there was a complete dissection. However, the third stage of the infinite sword tree was not mentioned. The infinite sword tree was already considered an extremely high level. Many powerful immortal saints only stayed at this level. As for those who could develop the infinite sword tree to its limit, they were all top-notch existences among the immortal saints. It was already good enough that the first volume of the gold-splitting secret manual could dissect the infinite sword tree completely. In addition to the space-time rule and the dissecting of sword principle, the secret manual also contained the comprehension of the gold-splitting master, as well as some of his experience in combining the space-time rule with his own swordsmanship. It was of great help to Jian Wushuang. In addition, there was void swordsmanship. Void swordsmanship, the strongest swordsmanship created by the gold-splitting master. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled as he carefully browsed through it. However, he was soon disappointed. It was true that void swordsmanship was included in the gold-splitting secret manual, but some of it was only the basic framework. The framework was not complete, and it was not even the embryonic form of swordsmanship. Although the framework was of some help to Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, it was very limited. The void swordsmanship created by the gold-splitting master has a total of 6 moves, but the main tearing and cutting moves seem to have a total of 3 moves. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had heard from Immortal that the void swordsmanship created by the gold-splitting master mainly focused on tearing and cutting. As for the other 3 moves, they were just to perfect his swordsmanship so that he would have no flaws. Each of the 6 moves was ridiculously strong. Unfortunately, he could only see a basic framework. Having a basic framework is equivalent to having a model. It will be of great help to me in creating a prototype of my own swordsmanship in the future. Also, the dissection of the space-time principles and sword principle will be of great use to me. Not to mention the insights left behind by the gold-splitting master, as well as the cooperation and application of the space-time principles and sword principle. In short, although I used 800 million sacred elixirs in the first volume of the gold-splitting secret manual, its true value to me is not even comparable to 8 billion sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, feeling rather excited. As Immortal had said, the gold-splitting secret manual was of great use to him. It was definitely the secret manual that he needed to learn the most at this stage. The gold-splitting secret manual could help him greatly in his comprehension of space-time rules, sword principle, and how to create his own sword art prototype. Let's begin! Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and his heart had completely calmed down. Soon he was immersed in cultivation and comprehension. Time slowly passed. Jian Wushuang, who was immersed in cultivation and comprehension, had completely forgotten the passage of time in the outside world. He closed his eyes, completely immersed in the gold-splitting secret manual and his own comprehension. In a flash, 100 years had passed. 100 years was nothing in his previous life. But in this life, it was definitely the longest time Jian Wushuang had secluded himself to cultivate. He was still immersed in cultivation. In the deepest part of the third heaven, in a chaotic void, several ancient and powerful existences gathered together. They were drinking fine wine, which emitted a refreshing fragrance. Whether it was the comprehension of the rules or the understanding of the Tao, it had a great effect, and it also contained great energy. To put it bluntly, if an ordinary divine master realm cultivator's understanding of the laws and the Tao could keep up, this wine would easily allow him to rise to the level of a peak great divine master with just a single drop. However, this wine, which was supposed to be priceless, seemed to be completely worthless in front of these ancient existences. They drank cup after cup. While drinking, these ancient existences were also chatting. "The three of you, what do you think of that little fellow called Song?" A tall man with a horn on his forehead and many silver scales on his face said, "Not bad. It's only been 200 years since entering the Chaos Palace, and he has already passed through the 7th level of the Tower of Fortune. His future is boundless." The three-eyed man, who was over 3 meters tall and had bronze skin all over his body, nodded and praised. "His talent is indeed not bad. In this era, the most outstanding genius in the primal Chaos Palace should be him. Even in the entire divine beginning realm, his talent in this era should be ranked in the top 3. If he can continue to comprehend like this, he should be able to completely comprehend and control a set of laws within 3,000 years at most. He should be able to stand on equal footing with us." The jade-haired woman also nodded slightly. "Haha, I personally brought this little fellow here. It's a pity that he's too arrogant and isn't willing to acknowledge me as his master. Otherwise," the one-horned tall man sighed, "let's not talk about him for now. Didn't the three of you say that you've discovered an incredible genius who has a chance of joining the Chaos Palace? Why is there no news?" Hearing this, the three-eyed man and the green-haired woman could not help but look at the white-haired old man, who was also Emo Shan. Chapter 2997. Heaven Rank 2-Star Mission. That little guy! I went to see him before, and even invited him personally. But for some unknown reason he rejected me. Emo Shan said. "Rejected?" The one-horned tall man could not help but be startled. Entering the primal Chaos Palace is the dream of countless top geniuses in the divine beginning realm. Many people paid an unimaginable price, but they still couldn't reach the threshold to enter the primal Chaos Palace. This little guy actually rejected such a great opportunity? Who says so? Perhaps he really has some special reasons, Emo Shan said with a bitter smile. "Emo Shan, are you still paying attention to that little guy?" The green-haired woman looked over. "Yes." Emo Shan nodded. "Not long ago, I found out that he completed 3 Earth rank 3-star missions by himself and has already become a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, recently he has disappeared without a trace and hasn't accepted any new missions. It seems that he has gone into seclusion to cultivate. Humph, the junior is too arrogant. He actually rejected a once-in-lifetime opportunity and is unwilling to join our primal Chaos Palace. He does not have the resources and conditions to nurture him. If he cultivates by himself, his talent is the highest and his achievements are definitely limited." The one-horned tall man said, "What a pity for such a genius." The three-eyed man and the green-haired woman sighed. Emo Shan shrugged, but did not say anything. Time passed quickly. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had been in closed-door cultivation for 120 years. Finally, Jian Wushuang walked out of the secret room. 120 years, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The gold-splitting secret manual has been of great help to me. In the past 120 years, I have been comprehending the space-time rules, sword principles, and swordsmanship with the help of the gold-splitting secret manual. So far, I have made great progress. In terms of the laws of space-time, I should have reached the limit of the second stage. The number of blades of space-time I have condensed is close to 1,000. If I take another step forward, I will reach the third stage. In terms of the way of the sword, I have also improved by a large level. The infinite sword tree in my body was only 3,300 meters tall before, but now it is 6,600 meters tall. It has doubled in height. When I urge the infinite sword tree to execute its sword arts, its power has also increased tremendously. As for swordsmanship, after 120 years of constant study and comprehension based on the void swordsmanship in the gold-splitting secret manual, I finally created the two sword styles, Night Vision and Star Dream. Among them, Star Dream has completely reached the standard of the embryonic form of swordsmanship. Now, I seem to have reached the limit of my realm in all aspects. If I want to go further, I'm afraid I have to break through to the saint level first. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. He had not broken through to the immortal saint level yet, but he was very confident in himself because he had reached the true limit in all aspects. He was only one opportunity away from breaking through. As long as the opportunity came, he could break through at any time. This opportunity is not something I can find by staying in the secret room and continuing to cultivate in seclusion. I have to go on adventures. It's best if the outside world can give me some stimulation, such as giving me a sense of crisis and pressure, Jian Wushuang muttered. Now he was ready for everything except the last step, and the last step would give him a higher chance of success under great pressure. Go and do the task. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh and quickly set off. In the hall of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Jian Wushuang held a task list and carefully looked through it. The task list he was looking at was naturally a heaven-level task list. There were all kinds of heaven-level tasks on the list, with varying degrees of difficulty. Jian Wushuang first looked at the one-star heaven-level tasks. The one-star heaven-level tasks were suitable for experts who had just become heaven-level members. Under normal circumstances, such tasks could be completed as long as they had the battle strength of a second-rank true saint. If it were 120 years ago, before Jian Wushuang went into closed-door cultivation, these one-star heaven-level tasks would have put a little pressure on Jian Wushuang. But now, there were very few one-star heaven-level tasks that he cared about. Soon, Jian Wushuang turned his attention to the two-star heaven-level tasks. The two-star heaven-level tasks were much more difficult than the one-star tasks. To complete the two-star heaven-level tasks alone, most of them required the battle strength of a peak stage 2-star or even a stage 3 true saint. This kind of task was also somewhat challenging for Jian Wushuang. This time, I chose this task specifically to break through to the immortal saint realm. The task is not too difficult, but it cannot be too low. Although the ordinary 2-star heaven-level tasks are somewhat challenging for me, if I'm lucky, I'm still very confident that I can complete them. Therefore, if I want to choose, I will choose the more difficult 2-star heaven-level tasks. For example, this one, Jian Wushuang looked at a 2-star heaven-level task on the list. It was also a 2-star heaven-level task, but the reward of the task Jian Wushuang was looking at was extremely high, 150 million sacred elixirs. The location of the task was an extremely prosperous place in the Endless Territories, where there were many experts. Most importantly, the mission did not have a time limit. In other words, even if you accepted the mission now, you could wait for decades or even hundreds of years to complete it. Naturally, it was not a big deal for you to delay for a while during the mission. This mission looks very difficult and risky, but it gives me a lot of leeway and opportunities to deal with it without counting time. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "This is it." Jian Wushuang made up his mind and quickly went to accept the task. After accepting the task, he made some preparations and immediately set off. Magic Note Divine Kingdom. The Magic Note Divine Kingdom was formed by a combination of 38 different realms. The territory where the magic note divine fruit was located was a relatively prosperous place in the endless territories. There were many more experts than ordinary territories, and the magic note divine kingdom was able to combine 36 realms here to form the magic note divine fruit. One could imagine its strength. The magic note divine kingdom was passed down by the magic note king. It was said that this magic note king had reached the level of a 4th level true saint many years ago. As for now, it was even more unfathomable. In the endless territories, a 4th level true saint was definitely the most apex existence. After all, anyone who was a rank 5 true saint was qualified to be called a peak immortal saint. There were many rank 5 true saints in the vast third sky, but they were extremely rare in the endless territories. Naturally, with the rank 4 true saint strength of the magic note king, he could dominate an area.